2022, we'd like to give a warm welcome to the Mayor of Bergen, Ms. Lynn Kristin Enge.
Dear everyone, on behalf of the city of Bergen, I wish you all a warm welcome to our wonderful city. This weather is rare in November, but I have ordered some sunshine, especially for you guys. It's great to see that so many of you have accepted the opportunity to travel to Bergen and to be a part of the Konsoll conference. Bergen has been shaped by international influence ever since King Olav Kyrre founded this city in 1070. Bergen's strategic position as a melting pot between fishermen from the north and merchants from the south made the town the most important economic area in Norway and the capital of Norway in the 12th century. In the mid-13th century, Bergen became an important European city of trade, as Bergen became a part of the Hanseatic network. This attracted people from all over the world to Bergen. And at one point, there were more foreigners than Norwegians living in our city. Today, Bergen continues as an international city and home to 160 nationalities. Through centuries, we have looked outwards towards the world for inspiration and collaboration, a tradition you and this conference continues. Every year, you gather over 350 professional game developers, students, investors, publishers, enthusiasts from all over Norway and the world, across branches and disciplines, to learn about the latest trends and practices in game development. This conference strengthens the ties between Norwegian and international game developers, bringing leading industry talents to Bergen to share their knowledge, thus making it possible to connect people across borders. Thank you for bringing a bit of the world to Bergen and Bergen to the world. This event is important to strengthen the gaming industry and offer game developers a forum, and also contribute to keeping Bergen as the open and inclusive city we have today. And especially in times like these, when we again experience war on European soil, and the world is shaken by inflation and high energy prices, it is essential to get together like this. Sharing ideas, values, and stories across borders, cultures, and languages, and learn new perspectives from persons with backgrounds other than ourselves. I believe this makes us not only better professionals, but also more inclusive and tolerant people. Growing up, my favorite was playing Crash Bandicoot on PlayStation. And I remember my mom and dad very well expressing great dislike for these gaming consoles. They would always say, go out and play in nature. That's what we did as kids. Typical parents. There will always be skepticism against new technologies and activities. However, I really think that the view on gaming is changing a lot. Today, we know that playing video games can be creative, it can be developing, it can be a place to meet new friends and join communities, get to know people from other parts of the world and see new perspectives, to experience success and learn how to deal with hardships. And it has even become a recognized sport. And as I understand, you can earn great money if you succeed. I never did. During the pandemic, playing video games became an even more important arena for being social and staying connected when the world shut down. I even bought my very own new PlayStation due to the release of the remastered version of Crash Bandicoot. And after a while, I also started playing Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed, and I must say, at least I think that I got pretty good after some time. I don't know if anyone here was part of developing these games, but whoever did, I just want to say a big thank you for not getting me through the pandemic, but also through a pregnancy. Thank you. I'm not saying this only to try to impress you with my gaming knowledge, but to highlight the work you do. Developing games means something to people, both children and adults. For many, it is a much needed break in a hectic everyday life. For some, it can even be a necessary free space to get through tough days. And from a global perspective, the Norwegian game industry is still relatively young. With the exception of Funcom, which started the year I was born in 1993. Most game studios have been around since 2010, and since then we have seen strong growth in the number of companies, employees, turnover, and international attention. And just to put things in perspective, the global games industry is more significant in terms of turnover than the world's total production of seafood, another commodity Bergen is known for. The Norwegian game industry has excellent potential to gain a bigger part of this revenue. And in recent years, we have seen a very positive development in that regard. New Norwegian games have reached international audiences and have received great critical acclaim and a large proportion of users. I really hope that this conference will inspire you to grow, seek new opportunities, and maybe recruit new talents to the industry. I'm especially pleased to see that 50% of the speakers today are women. Yeah, give that. And I do hope that this will sprinkle down on the many companies present here, because the more diverse workforce, the better terms, the better innovation. And that is something we need to strengthen in this industry. I wish you all the very best for the coming days, and I hope you will find them both rewarding and exciting. And I also hope you get to enjoy some of our beautiful city. I hereby declare Konsoll 2022 open. Thank you.
Thank you kindly to Mayor Linn Kristin Engø for opening Konsoll for us this year. Before we start the event, I'd like to give a warm thank you to our Konsoll sponsors and to our venue, Grieghall. We are so grateful to our speakers also for joining us this year, but I leave it to Gabrielle to say more about them. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our fantastic Konsoll Game Master, Gabrielle Kent.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. And yeah, welcome to Konsoll. We're delighted to welcome you all back here again. We've got speakers who've traveled from all over Europe and the US to share their knowledge with you today and to give you a look behind the scenes of some incredible projects. I mean, I'm very, very excited about the lineup we've actually got for you. Before we get on with our first talk, just quick housekeeping. If there is a fire, which we're not planning, there will be a fire alarm and a voice alarm, and just to leave the building calmly and gather in the square at the front, but hopefully that won't be an issue. So we hope you have an amazing couple of days with us and leave inspired. But we'll get straight on with the first talk. So our first speaker has over 10 years of experience as a producer, designer, and manager. He's founded studios, led design teams, and is currently working as a producer at Funcom on their flagship title, Dune Awakening. So he's here to share his tips with you on how to help your team succeed. So please welcome Ole Andreas Halle.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me in the back? Awesome. All right. Hello. My name is Ole Andreas, and I work as a producer at Funcom. And I'm super happy to be here and speak to you at Konsoll and to be surrounded by so many fantastic and kind people. My talk today is about how you can help your team succeed, focusing mainly on production topics, since that's what I do. Just a little bit about my journey to begin with, so that you understand where I'm coming from. In 2011, I graduated Innlandet University College, specializing in game programming, but it's a pretty general course. Right after bachelor's, me and a few other students at that school started Krillbyte Studio, where I worked as a CEO and a producer, and a few other hats, because in a small studio, you have many hats usually, which is a contrast to my job today, which I'm going to get to, where we shipped Among the Sleep, The Plan, and a few other cool games. And then in 2015, I co-founded educational game startup Capiche, where I was the head of product. And I later moved on to Red Thread Games, joining them as lead producer in 2020. And last year, in 2021, I joined Funcom as a producer. So that's kind of my journey. And I do talks like this and lectures, and I'm part of some board roles and stuff like that as well. And I live in Oslo with my wife and 2 cats, which you can see there. On the left is Boo, and on the right is Peach. Just a little bit about Funcom, so you kind of have a framing for this talk. So Funcom is in a period of growth, and has been growing quite a bit lately. We're 400 plus people right now, worldwide, and we have studios in Oslo, which is our headquarters. That's where I work. In Stockholm, in Bucharest, in Lisbon, and North Carolina. And we also have partner studios that we collaborate with. This is a little video I wanted to show you about some of the, how we work, how we play at Funcom in Oslo. So I just want to share that as well. Super cool. I'm so proud of working there and for the fantastic team that I'm working with. It's truly an amazing place to work. And we're quite well represented here. We have 7 people from Funcom here. Some of them, I think, are wearing Funcom hoodies and clothes. So feel free to come up to us and have a chat as well. All right, let's jump into my talk. So as we all know, making games is hard. From figuring out what you're making, putting together a team, solving all of the technical difficulties, and so on. So I want to chat a little bit about some takeaways that we can do to alleviate some of that stress and overhead, taking that out of the equation by adding some production tools. So this is from my experience working in indie development, moving into AAA. I guess because our team is around 300 plus now. I'm not sure where the limit is, but it's a bit different to what I've been used to. So I'm gonna share some of that experience. So, but first, I also know that there's 50% students here, so I want to talk a little bit about what a producer does. At Funcom, I'm a producer for multiple development teams, and I'm also a producer for designers, and I have a few other responsibilities. And I get to work with great teams that deliver cool stuff for our game, Dune Awakening every day, and it's an awesome job. So for anybody getting into game dev and are curious about what that means, I'm just going to share a little bit about that. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about like production toolbox, things that you can apply to your production and your game development in order to maybe make your job a little bit easier and to be able to, have more focus on the game itself. Cool. So moving into what to not expect, we're not going to do any deep dives into project management software, even though my best friend and worst friend sometimes is Jira. We're not going to talk about design and direction topics. That's a huge topic in itself. But production has sometimes also some responsibility there. But we'll touch some on it. And then we're not going to talk about discipline-specific production topics for design, art, and tech. So even though I'm a design producer, I would love to chat more about that at another time and share some experience there of what that means. And this is not going to be the perfect answer to anything or a one-size-fits-all solution. So if you can pull something out of this and apply it to your game, that's fantastic. If not, then hopefully you'll learn something. So as a producer, first and foremost, you're there for the team. And you're always looking and open for ways to help them out. This can be helping unblock them in the work, organizing team lunches and team building exercises. It can be requesting new equipment, figuring out what they need, allowing them to focus on the work at hand and take every other distraction out of the equation, basically. And you're also driven. Also driven by seeing your team delivering their best work, contributing to the final game and the player experience in the end. So you should know what the final player experience is as a producer and help the team focus towards delivering this. As we all know, making a game can be quite distracting and a huge, complex task to do. So helping the team focusing in on what to deliver is a very vital role as a producer. You also need to understand your team's strengths and weaknesses. So if your team is planning on making their next game a multiplayer game and they've never done a multiplayer game before, maybe that's a weakness that we need to look into finding solutions for. That might mean that you need to start looking for hiring people with that experience, or maybe you need to help scope the product in a way that minimizes that risk and helps the team deliver a successful game. You will also ask a lot of questions as a producer. That's one of your main jobs. Is why is this? What is that? Do we need this? What is the plan there? Do we know this information? Do we? Yeah, all of that. That's basically a lot of your day. And then making decisions based on that information. Sometimes you will have to make decisions with incomplete information. That's okay, but the more you can gather and the more informed decision you can make, the better, of course. And then also, you're responsible for shipping the game on time with quality. This might mean that you have responsibility over the budget and delivering your scope. Or at least you would have insight and influence over that budget. Cool. And then creating frames and structures that people work with is also a responsibility that you have. So together with the team, you'll figure out, okay, what do we need to be able to deliver this game? Do we have the people we need? Do we have a process for localization? Do we have people who can test this game? Okay, we're showing this game at the conference next month. Do we have everything we need? And also, the regular production schedule. If you're using Agile, do you have a sprint setup? Do you have a good way to set your sprint goals, etc.? All right, let's jump into production toolbox topic. So what I'm going to talk about now is a little bit inspired by a book by Richard Lemarchand, who's a fantastic, he's a professor now, but he was working as a designer on the Uncharted games, and he's a fantastic person with deep knowledge in making games, and he has written a book that's called The Playful Production Process, and I recommend reading that to everyone. So this setup is better suited for games like Uncharted or games similar that are released as standalone finished products. So more akin to making films in a way. A lot of games today are live games, like Conan Exiles that we at Funcom have made, and for those games, you might need a different timeline or split your production up into different project phases. So we at Funcom have a different approach to this, but for this talk, I'll use this because it fits a lot with Norwegian projects, and it's a little bit easier to work with. So let's assume that the timeline here is 3 years from start to end. But even if you're working on a smaller project, if it's like 6 months and you're doing a school project like a bachelor, this might still be useful for you. So it doesn't matter how long it is, you would probably still be able to get some good use of it. So by splitting up your production into different phases, you basically help your team set some good milestones for each phase and clear deliverables, so that you have check-in points for you to be able to see that you're on the right course and that you're able to deliver what you are planning to deliver. And it also allows you to focus so that you're not spending time on polishing stuff early on, but rather have a gate where you have to pass before you move on and extend your game to the next level. So in his book, he has a phase he calls ideation. You could call it brainstorming phase or anything like that, but that's probably the most fun phase of making a game, right? That's where you have all the crazy ideas and you do prototypes on paper and you throw together some stuff in Unity or whatever, and then you make it work. I know in Sea of Thieves, they did a quick, rough prototype in Unity of the entire game early on and tried to prove it out before they moved on to pre-production and actually making the game. So this is a free space for you to be able to explore what you're making without committing too much. But it should count up for around 20% of your total production time. And one of the most important parts of making games is that at the end of each of these milestones, you set at the end of each of these project phases, you set yourself a milestone, a deliverable that you agree on. This is what we're going to deliver. And for the ideation phase, what you do want to end up with is what's the experience goal for the game at the end of the entire project. So you should have a clear idea, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points or a few paragraphs, explaining what the actual game experience is going to be for the player. That's the goal of that project phase. Then you'll move into something we call pre-production, which is kind of where you figure out how you're going to make the game. So you will spend a lot of time here doing quick tests, benchmarks. So one thing that's really early and is really important when making a game is figuring out and identifying your benchmarks early. And by benchmarks, I'll go a little bit into that later. I mean, if you have to make something a lot of times, let's say you have to make 30 levels, how much time does it take to make one of the levels, for example? Or if you have to make 40 guns, how much time does it take to make one gun from start to finish in a shippable quality? That's your benchmark. And you need to figure those out, because before you go into the next phase, you should have a vertical slice or a slice of the game with your known benchmarks, a game design macro, which is your high-level game design, and then your schedule. And you wouldn't figure out your schedule without knowing your benchmarks. So a vertical slice here is kind of like a benchmark as well. So if you imagine a cake, you would have multiple layers in that cake, and by taking one slice of that cake, you would have pretty much the entire composition of that cake in its final form. Just a smaller slice. So then you can figure out how much time it takes to make the entire cake. Moving into full production, which is the biggest bulk of the game development process. This is where having your benchmarks and knowing your numbers will help a lot in figuring out how much time this takes. And this is where the bulk of the work is happening. So imagine you're working with outsourcers or people who are gonna take what you know and make more of it. This is where that kind of falls into place. So if you have that information at when you start full production, that's gonna be a lot easier. That might also mean that you will have descriptions for the outsourcers to be able to make those assets or whatever it is you need to make in a timely manner. So during full production, you'll have an alpha milestone at 65% approximately, and then a beta milestone at 80, and that's your goal for full production. Alpha milestone usually means feature complete. After alpha, you wouldn't be adding any features because now you need to start making sure that you wrap up any content. And by content, I mean multiple or more levels, more weapons, or any polish work to bring it up to the shippable quality that is needed for any of these. And at beta milestone, that's when you're going to be content complete. And basically, your game is done from start to finish. And that's where you have what this book calls post-production. Some people might call it the polish period. But basically, this is where you make your game shine. You have your full game. You can play through it from start to finish. But now you know what you have, and you can just basically make that beautiful and shine as you want. And having this timeline figure out as soon as you can and kind of like get the big beats down will help your team focus and know when to do what parts of the game development process. And then also when to not, so they don't have to worry about it. And as a producer, you're there to help the team focus, so allowing this to be visible and communicated to your team is really important. I'm also guessing now that most people here are familiar with terminology like agile and waterfall. And even though I'm not going to talk too much about it, as I said in the beginning, there's no one-size-fits-all solution. So if you work in agile or waterfall, it will probably change throughout the project phase. And usually a game becomes a little bit more waterfall towards production and in production because you kind of know what you're going to do, so you just kind of like do it. Yes, a little bit about how we define our deliverables. So as you make a game and you're in the ideation phase and you try and figure out what you're going to make, you need to start with your player experiences at the end of the project. And for me, that's been a huge learning as well. Like, okay, what is your target experience for the player? Figuring that out. So you don't start with like one feature, making that really nice. I mean, that can be done in the start, in the ideation phase. But when you come out of that ideation phase, you need to know what the player experience is going to be at the end of the project. Because you want to work your way down from that and then backwards. So as you figured out what your core player experiences are, and then your pillars. So what is important for your game? Do you have any core pillars that you really want to focus on in the game? So that might be that exploration is really important for you, or combat is really important for you, or I don't know. It can be whatever your game is, but yeah, that's if you know those at the top, it's gonna make you a lot easier to try and break your way down. And then you can divide that core player experiences into further core player experiences, and then you can start figuring out what falls early and what falls late in the production, and where your milestones are. And one thing that you really want to figure out is what's your major risks. So going back to that multiplayer game that somebody wanted to make but have never made multiplayer game, that sounds like a risk. So let's try and figure out how we're going to solve that risk early. So maybe that should be a part of an earlier milestone, some sort of R&D. Okay, let's try and see if we can make this. So if you're making a multiplayer game about two people, physics-based, fighting with some bananas or something. Okay, then let's figure out how that's going to work before we move on, and if we can actually deliver Steam connection lobby making people fight with bananas. So figure out your major risks, and all of this will help you manage your scope of the game, because now you can always ask yourself the question that when somebody has a brilliant idea, or we have something that takes more time than you expected, do we need to remove something, or does it fit with the core player experience and the pillars? If not, maybe it doesn't fit here. Maybe we need to. That's for a separate, for another game, or it's for the sequel where we have planned to do our game about not bananas, but throwing apples instead. So, figuring out those core pillars and player experiences will help you manage scope. And then we can help the team create clear deliverables that allows you to plan and estimate and then track your progress towards shipping. Just have to double check my time. And that brings me to the milestones that you have. So in your game, you will have milestones. They should be the digestible pieces. So the team needs to sign off. We can deliver this. This seems like a reasonable milestone for us. We have to have a clear expectation of outcome. One of the things that often goes wrong is that the team might have different expectations of what we're making or what we're delivering for a milestone. That creates conflict and creates confusion, and we want to make sure we have those very clear before we start that. And that also goes for any external stakeholders that might be playing your game. So let's say you're working with a producer. Make sure you work with the producer and communicate clear expectations of what you are delivering for this milestone, or what the game is going to be, what the core player experiences are. Managing expectations is a lot of what a producer also does, and something a team needs to be good at as a whole. I talked a little bit about it now. One thing that could be useful for milestones, and I kind of recommend, we did that for Among the Sleep a few times, is having external stakeholders when you do milestones. So let's say you put a milestone, and then at the end of the milestone, you have planned out, we're going to have 20 people over for testing, and they're going to test this. That will help you as a team focus towards this milestone and being held accountable for delivering something at that milestone. And if you can't, then maybe you'll have to then manage the expectations of those who are testing and then discuss that. But it's a useful tool. And having a closing plan, because we all know that towards the end of the milestone, a lot of things pop up. You have new bugs that you didn't find. Suddenly the banana isn't a banana, it's a cucumber. I don't know. I'm really bad at this. And you have bugs popping up and everything. So daily triaging and prioritizations, and knowing your prioritization is really important as well. And emotion can also become stronger at the end, because you're so passionate about what you're making. Like, you want to make that fantastic game, and you need to harness that passion in towards something good. So as a team, making sure everybody's helping the team, and the producer is helping the team, focusing on what's the longer term vision, and then if something falls off the wagon for this milestone, how can we fit it into the next? And then focusing on what we're actually what's working well in this milestone and this release can be really powerful. Moving on, so I want to dig a little bit deeper, just for insight into how one pre-production would look like, for example. This is kind of how we work in Funcom in a way, but let's say you have one pre-production. It can be, let's say that's, I don't know, half a year or 7-8 months of development. And having one big milestone at the end would be, it becomes hard to manage. So dividing that pre-production phase up into smaller releases is probably smart for you to do as well. And then you can also take that like final goal that you're aiming for at the end and start breaking that up backwards and looking at, okay, so if this is where we want to be, where do we have to be halfway there, or where we have to be 75% there, and kind of figure out where things land. And then since you kind of identified your risks, you can also look at where your risks should be addressed in this as well. And then you can break that down further into sprints, but I'm not going to go too deep into that. In Funcom, we work in sprints of 2 weeks, and for us, that's it gives us a good amount of time to work on a chunk of stuff, and then some time at the end to look back and see what we actually managed to do. So, and then possibly course correct a little bit more often. But yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into that. So a little bit about prioritization and estimation. So the further into the future, the harder it is to be accurate when you're planning. And that's fine. Accepting this is your first step to becoming good at estimation. It's fine that you, at least in the beginning, and I mean, cone of uncertainty tells you that in the beginning, you're not going to be able to tell how much time it takes because there's so many unknowns. But the less unknowns you have, the more accurate you can be in the planning. And then for the long-term future, it doesn't really matter. You can put down some rough bullet points. It's more important for you to know the core player experiences and the pillars of your game to be able to deliver. And then you can have some rough, very rough estimations, like weeks or months on different aspects when you go further in. For prioritization, this can be super useful exercise. So something we did on our game Dune Awakening is that we set up a Miro board and we have our must-haves, should-haves, nice-to-haves for the stuff that we're working on. So it allows you to be a bit more rational about and pragmatic about what doesn't make it and what we should absolutely prioritize. So you would have those as different boxes and you would move things around and kind of agree on where things land. And you could also start identifying your dependencies. So this feature will be dependent on this feature and all that stuff. And then knowing your global priorities. In Funcom, I've never done this before. I got to Funcom, but it's super cool. We have a list, which is our global priorities of everything in the game. I mean, everything, every feature, every piece of content, everything. And it's something that we kind of continuously work on updating. And it helps us ask the questions, or it makes it easier to answer questions when you have anything come up that you didn't expect. So if suddenly this feature doesn't work out, can we cut it? Or if we have to reprioritize what falls off the wagon, basically. And knowing when to break down work. So maybe if you're doing this physics-based banana fighter game, and this game is going to be like Nidhogg and have like 100 levels, maybe you don't need to break down the work for that was a bad example actually, but yeah, like you don't have to break down the work for your 50 levels down the road. You just need to focus on the ones that you're looking at now, or maybe those can be broken down later. And then estimating in story points versus time. So we find it often easier, at least in the beginning, to do like rough estimates in time for future ones. But now we've been starting to use story points more and more in Funcom as well. And they're super useful. I'm not going to go into them here, but it allows you to have a little bit more flexible relationship to estimating. And yeah, defining expected outcome. In Funcom, we also use user stories and acceptance criteria. So the designers will work in user stories, and that helps you understand what the player experience is from this, and helps align the designer, the programmer, the artist, the audio, the VFX people on what they're making and how that's going to be experienced from the user's perspective. It's really useful. And then you need to know your team composition and capacity, have done your capacity planning. So if you have 10 people working on this project, how many are programmers, how many are designers, how many are audio, art, etc., and how much time do they have, factor in, and vacation, all that stuff. But these can be very rough numbers to begin with, and that's, I think, the thing that people, or at least me personally, have felt have been most difficult when I do estimations and planning, is that I don't have this information. How the hell am I gonna be able to set like the number of weeks on this? But you work with your team and you figure out this together, and you're okay with estimates being inaccurate or being rough or being a first pass. And then you continue doing that later. And that's where rolling planning and scoping comes in. So plans are nothing, planning is everything. It's so true. So don't stress about making the perfect plan, but make sure you set up a recurring meeting where you do your roadmap reviews and look at the roadmaps together. Accept change and iteration, because it's just the natural process of making games. So you do regular roadmap reviews with relevant stakeholders. So figure out who those relevant stakeholders are as well. And roadmaps should be visible and communicated to everyone on the team and everyone who should be seeing them. This is super important because they need to know when deadlines are coming, and they need to know what is expected from this and this delivery. So a little bit about benchmarks. We do this at Funcom. So in a huge open world game like we're making, it's kind of hard sometimes to make a good vertical slice. So instead, we tend to land on benchmarks. And benchmarks are basically a piece of the game made to shippable quality. But it doesn't need to be a full slice of the experience. It can be different aspects. So we might want to benchmark anything that you will have more of. So figuring out your benchmarks is really important. And then let's say you're making 20 dungeons. Okay, how much time does it take to make one dungeon to shippable quality? And that will be your benchmark for the dungeons. Or guns, or cars, or levels, or whatever it is that you need. And it allows you, as I said, it allows you to see how much time it takes to create one out of, and then how much it takes to make the total. And then aligning on target quality and direction, it can help you do that as well, because now you will actually kind of help set the art direction and the direction for everything by delivering that full quality. Doesn't it continue? Yeah, okay. And aligning on quality and aligning on expectations also brings me to tiers of completion. This was something I never worked with before I got to Red Thread and Funcom, but it's been super useful in both of those game productions. So what is the most common mistake I see, and I've done myself, is, okay, I'll take a feature and I really like it, so we'll spend a lot of time adding polish and making it really nice and smooth and everything. But then you realize this is not what the game needed, or this has to change completely. And now you have to do all that time polishing it again. So instead of doing that, you want to work horizontally and then do vertical improvements. So aligning on expectations for each of these tiers. What do you expect from a tier 1? And in Funcom, a tier 1 would be usually be finding the fun. So this is where we have a bit of time experimenting, finding the fun of a feature, figuring out what works and doesn't work. And you would probably not move on from here before you've kind of agreed on, okay, this works, this is fun. I can slap this person with a banana now, it's awesome. And then you can agree on the tier 2 and tier 3 implementation tiers as well. And these examples, you can feel free to use them. Like tier 2 would be fully playable here, for example, and tier 3 would be shippable, so at a higher quality. And then what does that mean for design? What does that mean for code? What does that mean for art, for example? So tier 1, maybe you don't need a fully rigged and awesome looking asset. Maybe it's fine to have something gray boxy. So then you agree on that. What this also allows you to do is get better feedback and less frustration. So because the team is now aligned on, okay, when somebody's coming over and playing this on the programmer's desk, they're not there to give feedback on this doesn't have VFX or audio, because we agreed that we're delivering tier 1 now. Then we move on. And also for external stakeholders if you need to communicate that. And then manage and balance investments in different aspects of the feature, so you spend less time wasted on polishing something that will change. In Funcom, we also do something called our gold, silver, and bronzes, which is something where in Funcom our directors would help define what are your goals in this game production. So what is the standout features, which might go beyond tier 3, where we need to polish and add some extra love to them to make them shine. So in a game production, you might want to have like 10% gold, 30% silver, 60% bronze features, for example, just as a natural distribution to be able to give enough focus to the gold. Yeah, and you would do this for an overall for the entire feature and then per discipline. And then knowing your burn downs when you start working on this. I don't know, does anybody here do burn down charts on their production? One hand, nice. 2 hands, yeah, there's some people doing it. Awesome. So having done your estimations, this is going to be super easy. Just make a graph in Excel or in whatever tool you're doing, and you kind of see, since you've assigned things to the right milestones and everything, you kind of see, okay, how are we progressing towards that milestone? And then you can see when that graph, where you see here, it's the red one is, the blue one is ideal, and the red one is where you are. When you see the red one going up again, you might want to address that and manage the scope, and then make sure you're on target to delivering again. So yeah, it helps us understand the remaining scope and deliver on time. And it has dependencies on having done your planning and knowing your velocity. And Funcom, as I said, we use story points now. So every sprint, everything we do, we have a velocity for. So that will be like the last 3 sprints. We have an average velocity of just 100 points or whatever. And then you can say, if you've done some estimations, even rough ones, on the future work, you would know where you're heading. If your total milestone scope is 1,000 points, and you do 100 per sprint, then it'll take you 10 sprints to do it, right? And then the better planning, the more value from the burn down. And you can do the burn down on different metrics. You can do it on story points, time estimates, but you could also do it on, like, if you don't have the capacity to do planning that deep, you can do it on features level, assets left, anything you want, whatever makes sense. And it creates visibility on if we're landing for the landing in time, and it helps the team understand when we need to start cutting and moving things around. This needs to be triaged on a regular basis, super important. And then you have, when things go really, really bad, and you have stuff not working in the game, you have the concept of strike teams that we do use at Funcom as well. It can be a useful tool for you to focus in on something. We used it at Redthread as well. So you could have a high-risk feature or technical challenge, and then strike team allows you to focus in on solving those problems. So you would have buggy combat, strike team. Engine upgrade, strike team. Visual improvements, strike team. We're going to do a trailer. It needs to look amazing, strike team. We have 10 FPS, strike team. Problem solved. But it's, of course, so when you have a bigger team, it's probably easier, because if you're a small enough team, the strike team would probably be the entire team. But even at Red Thread games, we use strike teams for different aspects of the game. So you don't have to be that big to be able to use that concept. And as a producer, you're also there to manage stress and crunch. So we need to create trust and common trust and expectations of what we're there to deliver. And then managing scope is a huge part of that. So the team can focus and not have a sprint with 3 times the amount of work that they can do, for example, or a feeling of like 10,000 kilos hanging over them. But there's also unhealthy stress and healthy stress. So, I mean, working out can be healthy stress, but you do it for short bursts and you do it for like a short period. So balance is important. So you want to create that nice balance, basically. But crunch is always bad, so you never want to do crunch. But you want to make sure that the team is pumped and excited about what they're doing. And it can also come from different aspects. And I think as producers and as just fellow colleagues, we need to be open and aware of that our colleagues can they have lives outside of job that can affect this, or there might things that we don't understand and we don't know that is creating stress, and or it could be stuff at work that's creating stress, and we need to be open and listen to each other and respect each other and show compassion and understanding for each other. So that's really important. I have a little bit more, but I'm almost done. Risk management, I talked about it earlier. Know your risks. So a quick example of that could just be making a quick spreadsheet, which shows your risks and severity, likelihood, what the mitigations are, what do you do to try and avoid this becoming real. So you could have a risk that's feature not ready in time, AI behavior is too simple, the players will just laugh at it. Okay, do we need to hire a dedicated AI programmer? Or do we adjust the design so it's not relying so much on AI, for example? It can help you drive priorities and know when to de-risk or when to wait. And what's the mitigation possibilities. So as I said, just making a risk register can be super useful for you. And it doesn't need to be advanced. It can be a spreadsheet, and you start with row 1, the one that you know, and you keep adding to it as you go. But you also need to triage it. And as a producer, you're also going to be working a lot with QA. And testing and QA is your friend. Our QA teams at Funcom are amazing. I know that not every smaller studios have room for QA, but having somebody helping you out from a QA side can be super valuable. But if not, then having a process for it internally can be good. So you can use it to validate work that is going into the game and help you do regression testing. So let's say you're delivering a build to your publisher. Now you can do some, maybe you want to do some testing on that to see if you're on track, or they will do regular testing, and then you can be on top of what's not working for this release, so you can plan it in. And then in Funcom, we use test plans and test trails. So basically, you have a test plan for each of the individual features or things in the game, and you could, and there's like a step-by-step of how you would test it, so that anybody can jump in and do a test. And then severity versus priority in a testing environment, severity is owned by QA, and then priority is owned by production and the team. And not every time you'll be choosing what's the most severe, but you might have other priorities based on your milestones or whatever. All right, I'm getting towards the end. So a big shout out to a few of the books that I've learned a lot from. So Playful Production Process by Richard LeMarchand is amazing. Everybody should read it. Agile's Games Development with Scrum. It's also really, really useful. Helps you with similar type of processes and structures. And then this is a really fun one because it's kind of interesting how, so 80-20 is, it's kind of interesting how Pareto's principle applies to everything in our life, and it also applies to your game. So just to make sure that you're focusing on the most important, because 80% of the outcome might come from 20% of the input. But knowing what those 20% of the input is can be really hard. Cool. So key takeaways, making games is hard, and a producer's job is helping the team succeed. And planning doesn't have to be a pain. Don't worry too much about it. Try and get something down. That's better than nothing. And then you'll start uncovering more uncertainties as you can. And I hope some of these processes and tools that we have in Funcom and work the toolbox here can help you. That would be fantastic. So I hope that will help. And then also remember, you have a common goal. Ship an awesome game and have fun doing it. So you will all work together in doing this. And that's it. Thank you. I don't know if I have time for questions.
Thank you very much, Ule, for a fantastic talk. So we will be going a little bit into the lunch break, but I think we can, so you will actually be able to ask Ule questions over lunch, but we do have time for a couple of quick questions we can squeeze in if anyone would like. I know it's always tough, the first talk of the day is always the one where someone has to break the ice with questions, but yeah, so there's a mic at the front. Are you able to just sort of take the mic there just so everyone can hear? Thank you.
Hi, Ole.
Hi, Mattis.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. Really interesting to have a look inside your brain as a producer. Just wondering about playtesting. Having your target audience test your game early on, later on, and how important do you think that is, and when you should do it?
I mean, it's really important, absolutely. But I mean, you have to know what you want to get out of it before you do it, I think. So again, expectations. You need to know what you expect to get out of the playtest before you do it, and then you would do the playtest. So it definitely can be done early on, and I would recommend doing it as early as possible. Playtesting can be really useful and give you input. But if you need to know what input you're looking for. So as soon as you know what kind of input you're looking for, let's say you have a prototype and you're not sure if this is actually fun, and you want to test if people are understanding it, or if people are enjoying it, having fun, maybe you want to do a playtest on that. But then again, like, be clear on the expectations and communicating out, okay, this is just going to be a prototype. We're not looking for input on this. We're looking for input on this. But yeah, as early as possible, I would say.
Thank you, Ole.
Hi.
Hi.
I teach game development at Folkehøgskolen, same as many of us. Just to initiate for our students, maybe you could pick something from the toolbox to recommend to these early students of game development. What should they start trying their hands on when it comes to producing?
So, sorry again, the question was what
to pick from the toolbox, what to start with as a student?
I would say what to pick from is a difficult question, actually. I mean, doing some of the early figuring out what your core experiences are and core pillars, I think that's a good place to start, because again, that's where your entire game starts from. So, in his book, Richard LeMarchand, and when they did Uncharted, they had different strips of paper with a core, like what is Uncharted, what is the core of Uncharted, and they have like 5 of those or something like that. That helps you guide your way through making your game. I think that's a good place to start, at least.
Focusing on the vision and the core pillars. Yeah.
And then start to break that down. So breaking that core vision down would be a good place to start.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
I'm afraid we just have time for one more quick question, but Ulla will be around.
Yeah, you can find me in the lunch.
Yeah, once again, thank you for the talk. You said earlier that when the smaller team you are, the more hats you have to wear. Do you have advice of what you do when you have to have both a producer hat and then also work in the production? How do you balancing everything while you're also in it?
So when you say work in production, actually making the game, programming, designing, that kind of stuff? Yeah,
if you're a programmer or a designer or an artist, but you're also the producer.
It is really hard. I've been in those shoes, and it's really hard because you have to be very clear on what hat you're wearing, and I don't think I succeeded. So I would recommend against it, but I mean, if you're a small team, I understand that will be the case sometimes. I mean, just being clear on what hat you're wearing, because as a producer, you will have responsibilities and be able to make decisions that maybe you wouldn't be doing in that other role. So you need to balance that, and then also being clear when communicating why you're communicating this. So from a production point of view, you would have a separate goal as you would if you were programming on a feature. So what you're trying to achieve with what you're communicating as a producer. So yeah, I think that's my...
Yes, thank you very much.
No
well,
problem.
thank you very much for an excellent start to Konsoll, Ulla. Thank you. Okay, so that was a brilliant start to the day, and we have another excellent talk for you. And I'm absolutely over the moon that our next speaker has joined us in Bergen this year. I've heard him speak at a lot of animation and games events many times over the last 18 years, and his insight and passion for his subject always leaves me inspired. He's a paleontologist with the California State University San Bernardino, and you're probably going to be surprised at just how much of his work that you know and love. He's consulted for over 60 feature-length motion pictures, from Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King, to Harry Potter and How to Train Your Dragon, through to groundbreaking video games such as Horizon Zero Dawn. He's even served as an anatomical and biomechanical consultant for Walt Disney Imagineering, and I could absolutely talk about him all day, but it's time to learn from the man himself. So here to share his anatomical tips for animation in games and beyond, please welcome Stuart Smita.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to see me today. And it's a great honor to be here with you here in Bergen. One of the things that happens in events like this is that you get to see speakers like the one you just heard, our lead off, and a variety of other things. And what you don't necessarily see is what's behind the curtain, right? I have to tell you that the organizing and developmental team here has been absolutely superb, and it makes our job easy. And so I think they deserve a round of applause, okay? So Gabrielle just told you that I'm a paleontologist, and you're thinking, why am I here going to listen to a paleontologist? So I'm going to try and convince you that that's worthwhile, and I'm going to actually try and convince you that we actually have some similar goals, some similar strategies, and I'm going to introduce myself to you as I try and make that suggestion. So why would you listen to someone like me? I study animals like that, okay? And I say this everywhere I go, by the way. That's not a dinosaur. Not a dinosaur. It's in all of the plastic dinosaur toy kits, I know, but it's not a dinosaur. It's in the lineage that led to mammals like us. Actually, the fancy word, by the way, that we use in biology about lineages of related animals is called a clade. Okay, a clade. So an evolutionary tree is called a cladogram. And I'm really proud, in the new Disney film coming out, Strange Worlds, coming out in 3 days, the name of the family is called the Clades. We're really proud of that. So in any case, what do paleontologists do? They go to game conferences, apparently. And so usually what you see on television is some person with a little brush going like this. Oh my gosh, we don't do that. That's for television and the movies. Okay, mostly we walk around and we look and look and look. 90% of paleontology is looking. Only about 5 to 10% is finding. Okay, and then it's still not like television. We still don't do the little brush thing. Has anybody ever broken a bone? Right, and what did they put on you when you broke that bone? Yeah, that's what we do. They're full of bones, and we cast it up and we bring it home. And we clean it up there because it's safer, right? And now, don't get me wrong, we get to work in some lovely, lovely places. That's my summer office. It's great. And there's art there. There's art. This is, the rocks are about 280 to 300 million years old, pre-dinosaurs. And the rock artwork is probably somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 years old. The accommodations are excellent. Okay? I go past that very, very quickly, not because I'm afraid of you seeing me naked. I'm afraid of you seeing how much weight I've gained since I took that picture, okay? This is one of my favorite little bits of the southwestern United States, and I like to introduce what I do to folks like you with this image. This is a big rock formation where we found some fossils one year, and on the map we say, well, what's this rock formation called, this big outcrop? Because most of them have names, and the students I was working with were, they're saying, I can't find it on the map, I can't find it on the map. I said, well, look here's the map, and they're all like this. I have no coverage. And they have to remember maps? They unfold. And the student said to me, I can't find it on the map. Give it to me. And sure enough, it didn't have a name. So I said, you get to name it. And they named it Grandma Watching TV Rock. What a great name. And I got to say, it's Grandma's watching an old-fashioned box-style television. So, okay, I think Grandma's got a bun on her head. I think she has a sort of a big bum, right? I added to his interpretation, I think there's a cat sleeping on top of the warm television set. Now, why do I use this picture? Well, because it's about shape, isn't it? Now that you see that shape, you can't get that shape out of your mind. And I can tell you that at different times of the day, this looks different too. The color, the lighting, the textures look different depending on how it's lit. And suddenly, the kinds of things that I look at are similar to some of the things you have to make. So we have some interesting similarities. Now, I am a paleontologist. I dig up fossils. There's one of my favorite little fossils. Actually, I have it with me. I brought it with me to the conference. That's about the size of a dinner plate. And it was an unusual little fossil. I'll try and make the story quick. We found this fossil in central Germany, and if you look at it, it's got really long legs and really little arms. And our interpretation of it was that it was the earliest bipedal animal ever, predating bipedal dinosaurs by 60 million years. And the National Geographic actually sponsored us, so they're going to put us in the magazine. I'm like, yay! My grandma finally knows what I do, okay? And I said, okay, they said, we need some description. I'm like, well, his body was so many centimeters, his legs were so many. No. National Geographic readers don't like math. And I said, well, its arms are half the length of its leg. They said, that's a ratio of fractions, that's math. I'm like, you're kidding, right? And they said, no. And I was a little irritated, and I said, look, it could scratch its nose with its toes, but it couldn't scratch its arse with its fingers. And they quoted me. Except they changed let's see if I can find it here. They changed it to butt. I'm like, are you kidding me? Lizards don't have butts. But, however, it finally came together when we had an artist illustrate it. Because art's important. Art's important. Now, the animal I first showed you was the one with the big spines. And I could go on and on and on about how those are constructed. And if you look at the spines that we find, they're not always perfectly straight like that picture I showed you. And people say, well, they were found in the ground. Okay, and so they're all sort of distorted. And we've sliced them up. And I could tell you all about why I don't think they look straight. But best for me to do is to show you a picture. Right? Because art helps. I am now the vice president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, the largest group of paleontologists in the world, and I would say fully 1/4 of our membership are artists because it's about communicating. And the reason I love coming to events like this is because we have to be communicators. Most scientists are terrible at telling their stories, and you all are storytellers. At some level, you're creating a story, and this is really important. This is a strategy that most scientists could learn from, by the way. I'm just saying. Now, of course, when you're a paleontologist, people say, well, dinosaurs, right? Like, I study things older than dinosaurs, but every paleontologist has to know about dinosaurs. So there's the world's most famous dinosaur. I got to spend yesterday with Gabrielle's daughter, and she told me very, very clearly that the most important dinosaur in the world was T-Rex. I'm like, fair enough. Okay. Ashoka explained this to me, and in no uncertain terms. Okay? So there's a skull of T-Rex. This is the most complete skull ever found. Okay? I can tell you that probably the most popular dinosaur in the world. Can you guess how many specimens of T-Rex have ever been found? Ever?
6.
Close. About 30. Closer than you think, though. How many more than 50% complete?
2.
So how do we know that much about it? Well, Jurassic Park, apparently. Okay? But I can tell you, and that's a segue into the idea that paleontology has been really important in media over the years. The first character animation ever was Gertie the dinosaur. Less than 25 years after Gertie, you had Fantasia. That's an enormous leap in technological ability. Okay? Less than, barely half a century after that, we made it from Fantasia to Jurassic Park, the first Jurassic Park. And of course now, we have dinosaurs in Jurassic World, in video games, and so on and so on and so on. And it's really funny. People say, oh, you're a paleontologist. I bet you hated Jurassic Park. Tell me everything that's wrong with Jurassic Park. I'm like, actually, there are quibbles, but we've been waiting to see that all our lives. Are you kidding me? I was very excited to see Jurassic Park. I love the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. It was the people I hated. They act nothing like paleontology. But Jurassic Park is not a paleontology movie. It's a monster movie with dinosaurs in it. So yay, go dinosaurs, okay? Now, Ashoka told me that her favorite dinosaur is in fact T-Rex. And people say, well, what's your favorite dinosaur? Or what is your favorite dinosaur film? Not one that you might expect. So I'm going to show it to you because it tells you why I'm here. Okay? So my favorite dinosaur film is this one. Some of you have never seen this film. This was done by a gentleman named Bob Kurtz, but I bet all of you have seen his work. How many people here saw the original Jurassic Park? Right? Remember Mr. DNA? Same animator. Yeah. Bob is really, really clever and really, really funny. So I'm going to let you watch his first dinosaur film, and then I'll recontinue.
Once upon a time, there was a dinosaur, a brontosaurus, a pterodactyl, and some weird-looking sea creatures and plants. Well, before long, the whole bunch became part of a layer of organic material. Then, with a little heat and pressure, they formed a pool of crude oil, which turned into 6 tanks of gas, 3 long hauls, a couple thousand kilowatts, and 4 cross-country hops. Now, we're plumb out of dinosaurs, pterodactyls, and the like, and it doesn't look like they're coming back. So don't waste them. The next time you jump in your car, remember, some prehistoric creature gave his or her all for that tank of gas. So go easy, and America's energy will go a lot further.
It's a very clever film. And Bob is a very important person to me in my life. Now, that film is over 40 years old. Yeah, they've been telling you the same thing for half a century. They just want your money. They don't care about green energy. They've been saying the same thing. They just want your money. But it's a great film. It's called The Chevron Dinosaurs. You can find them on YouTube, but there's actually a series of 4 of them. They're great. Bob is a very clever man, but I met Bob Kurtz when I was in graduate school, long ago in a galaxy far, far, far away, okay? And I had nothing to do with film or animation at the time, but a very, very good friend of mine introduced me to him. I said, you know the Chevron dinosaur guy? Are you kidding me? And he took me to meet Bob, and Bob actually gave me the first cell that I ever received as a gift. And I was like, wow, I love that film so much. And I saw all these beautiful drawings in his studio, and I said, who did those? He said, well, I did those. I'm like, really? everything you have on screen looks like kitchen sponges and things like that. He says, no, what you have to understand is that we always practice. We do life drawing, we do research, and so on, because you always have to have reference. And I said, well, I study paleontology. Did you study dinosaurs when you did this film? He said, well, yeah, we had to. Caricature isn't funny if there's not something you recognize. He says, I don't care how cartoony it is, there's always reference, there's always research. I'm like, so you care about what people like me do? He's like, yeah, we have to. And I never forgot that moment to this day. Because that means that I get to talk to people like you. How cool is that? Now, I'm a paleontologist, but at university, I mostly teach human anatomy and physiology to nurses and doctors, and animal anatomy, comparative animal anatomy to biology students and veterinary students. And so you can study stuff like that, or stuff like that, or stuff like that. And the link becomes clear. When I teach animal anatomy, I teach not only how they're built, but how they move. You can take an image like this, and in the good old days, you might have called this keyframes or extremes. And we still do this, right? Everybody thinks there's a magic button, right? Oh, you're an animator. There's this magic button that makes animals run. No. Computer's a very, very, very expensive pencil. Okay? We get that. Okay? This particular set of keyframes was actually not done by an animator. It was done by a biologist. It was done by a gentleman at the University of California, Davis. And he became a biologist because his favorite film was Bambi. And he didn't think he could draw well enough to become an animator, so he became a biologist. Okay, not bad. And so there's Bambi. You probably recognize that scene, don't you? That's the scene of Bambi slipping on the ice. The entire movie was blocked out in skeletal form. The entire film, before it went to animation. Research and reference. And we still do this today. Here are some lovely illustrations by Mauricio Anton, who's based in Spain, and Jen Kim, who was the production designer on Strange Worlds, which is coming out in 3 days. Okay? And so what we do is we talk about how anatomical structure informs character creation and movement. And we get to do this in all sorts of contexts. And so what I've shown you so far are mostly old school drawings. The very first sort of strictly digital version we ever did was cats and dogs back in the day. And don't worry, I'm going to get to games in a moment. So here we have the bit on cats and dogs. Oops, sorry. Didn't get my video to run on that. It doesn't seem to be running. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. If we could get that to, it doesn't seem to want to go. Doesn't matter. That was a fun project because I was just chatting with some of your organizers here. Cats and Dogs was digital animation, cats, dogs, and martial arts. How fun was that? Okay. So when we did that, we researched cats and dogs and martial arts. How fun. Okay. So fight scenes with animals, fabulous. All right. So research and development clearly are important. So what I'm going to talk to you about with the time that we have remaining today are some of the most important strategies that we use whenever I go to a studio, whether it's visual effects, animation, or game studios. The things that artists want to hear from us most, okay? And they are the following. Believe it or not, what you eat's really important. I'll explain that in a minute. Physics matters, as I'm sure many of you know. Okay, and I'm going to throw a few other things that I'd like you to remember. And then the age and sex of your character is very, very important. And then the tools we use to help convey those. And you'll notice that creatures are at the very end. I got to tell you, when I come to events like this and I see portfolios, Usually, the first thing that someone shows me is some cloven-hoofed creature that's either so manly and massive or so female sexy that it's mind-boggling, and they usually have a sword that's so giant that they could never lift it, right? And I asked, the very first question I said is, how do they lift that sword, and how do they walk? And then if the answer is, I don't know, my answer is then to them, you need to go back and see how the parts work. Because when we create creatures, they're often built out of parts we already know. Now, I'm going to go a little bit quickly through this because each one of these topics could be a workshop in and of itself, but I just want to give you a flavor of the diversity of instruction that we give when we go either to visit schools or visit film studios. Okay? The first one is you are what you eat. What? If you're a quadrupedal mammal, at least, if you eat plants or meat, you move differently. And I know, how many vegetarians in the audience? Yes, and trust me, I'm not trying to offend any vegetarians, I promise you, okay? But here's the deal. Meat is actually really easy to digest. I know what you're sometimes told. It's not difficult to digest. I didn't say it's good for you, but it is really easy to digest. Plant material is virtually impossible to digest. It's mostly roughage. It's mostly nutritionally useless, so you have to eat a lot of it. So if you're a meat eater, you're slim and bendy. If you're a plant eater, you're built like a barrel because you have a huge amount of guts to process all that plant material, which means you're shaped differently. Plant eaters have really stiff backbones to hold up all those guts, so they move differently. Bendy-bodied meat eaters can bend their backs, and they run, therefore, in a different way. Stiff-bodied plant eaters are, as I just said, stiff and barrel-shaped, so they run differently. So what you eat determines not only shape, but the way you run. Locomotion, movement. Okay? It even goes down to the way your feet touch the ground when you run. When you're a flexy, slim, bendy-bodied carnivore, you do what's called a rotary gallop, which is hind, front, as if you're going around in a circle. But if you're a big, wide-bodied herbivore, you go right, left, so you don't tip over. Okay? And so what you eat determines even the way you run. It determines the way you run and how you see where you're going. Okay? That animal is a carnivore. It's chasing its prey. So its eyes face forward, which is different from an animal whose eyes are on the side of its head. If you have to track your prey in three-dimensional space, you need your eyes facing forward for depth perception. And of course, it's doing a rotary gallop. These animals have eyes on the side of their head because they have long snouts. Grass doesn't run away. You don't need to find it in three-dimensional space, okay? And if there's a predator, a carnivore, you don't care where they are. You just go the other way, okay? So if you watch this sequence, actually, the animator in this was Scott Johnston. He was the same guy who did the ballroom scene in Beauty and the Beast, and he was the CG supervisor for Iron Giant. Yes, Scott's amazing. Every one of these characters is doing a proper transverse gallop. Now remember, this is like, how old is Lion King? It's like almost 30 years old now. It's still a brilliant scene. Every one of those animals, except for Simba, is doing a transverse gallop, whereas Simba's doing a rotary gallop. So regardless of real versus cartoony, you can give the impression of the kind of animal it is just by the way it runs. Because you are what you eat. The position of your eyeballs, of your jaw joint, all have to do with what you eat. So if you know that one thing, you know a lot of stuff. You probably haven't studied wildebeest and cheetahs and all these other kinds of animals. But if you know one thing, you already know about 75% of what you need to know to make them go. So there, for example, the jaw joint. Jaw joints and meat eaters are in line with their teeth like a scissors. But if you eat a variable diet that includes plants, your jaw joint's out of line with your teeth, so you can grind. Okay? So there we have one of each. This is an illustration, by the way, of one of my favorite artists, Denise Shimabukuro, who makes the point. Denise can take anything I say, whether it's for an hour or a day, and she can reduce it to one single piece of A4 paper. She is a brilliant, brilliant artist. And so here is the very first project I ever got to work on because it had herbivores and carnivores in it. Okay? Now, I know this is before some of you were born, and yes, just like that picture of me in the bathtub, it makes me feel a little bit old. But I've got other pictures that make me feel even older in just a second, okay? So here are Denise's notes from the very first lecture I ever gave at the Disney Company, and there is a cleaned up version that we actually published in a book called The 5 Most Important Anatomical Rules for Animators. The rules apply even for animals you might never have studied. For example, hyenas are a little different from big cats and big dogs, but they're carnivores, so they have a rotary gallop, they have their eyes facing forward, their jaw joints in line with their teeth. Okay? Even though they have some modifications for being partially scavengers, they're not complete scavengers, but partially, we already know a lot of what we need to know, which saves time. And if you just heard in the talk before you, time is money, right? I'm sure that the directors and producers will tell you that. So even though those animals are cartoony, okay, they follow certain rules, okay, whether real or photorealistic. Okay? When we worked on this film, I was very, very fortunate to get to work on this film in a variety of capacities. I said, Stuart, how would a tiger move in a boat for 100 days? I'm like, I don't know, but I know how they're built, and I know what it should look like. And that's where we started. Okay? So whether real or cartoony, they say, oh, I need a fat guy and a skinny guy. I said, oh, you need an herbivore and a carnivore. No, we need a fat guy and a skinny guy, like Abbott and Costello, like Laurel and Hardy. Like, you need an herbivore and a carnivore. So we come at it from different directions, but we come to similar conclusions. Now, there are tons of resources out there that people like myself use. So and here's one of my favorites, and I love to tell people about this because it's a resource that you can use, and it's free. Free is a great price, okay? This is something from an outfit called digimorph.org. If you are building a character and you have to know how its head is shaped, you can get the skull, the digital data of scans of almost every mammal, reptile, bird, and fish on the planet for free. You can download these digital data for free. You want a tiger skull? You can download the data and print one out if you've got a 3D printer. Sweet. Why do I show you this? Well, because we use these data all the time. I got to work on this film. They said, we're going to have a bear in the film. I'm like, oh, what kind of bear? They go, Pixar bear. I'm like, I said, what species? Like grizzly bear or polar bear or brown bear? Pixar bear. I said, well, what's a Pixar bear? This has got to look like a bear, but it can't look like any bear that's ever lived. It's got to be its own species. So you go back to first principles. You look at the skulls of all the bears you know, and you come up with a mashup of each. So real life even works on things that aren't real. And as I like to say, there's always a horse. Now, in video games, the most commonly animated characters are people, creatures, and people. But in animation and visual effects, it's all over the map. It's mostly people, cats, dogs, horses, and rodents. And there's always a horse. Even if the horse isn't a major character, there's always somebody riding one. And in fact, when my son, who's an inveterate game player, first started playing Assassin's Creed, I'm like, oh, freeze that. I need to see how the horse runs. Just saying. Now, so what you eat matters for character, movement, and design. Size matters because those rules apply to most animals and probably most dinosaurs, but not if you're really big or really small. Really small things are really bendy and they don't break easily. Convenient. Really big things are too big to do certain things. If you're as big as an elephant or a sauropod dinosaur, you can't run. Sorry. And I know, okay, the one part of Jurassic Park that didn't work for me, T-Rex could not have run 40 miles an hour, sorry. No, in fact, there's a gentleman named John Hutchinson who has done the mathematics and figured out that T-Rex could probably run 10 miles an hour at most, 15 kilometers an hour at most. Burst speed, maybe a little faster, which means at least someone in the room or the group has to be slower than you. Right. Now, more importantly, is that size matters because physics matters. Many of you have to create scenes where the physics feels right. It's really important when we do fight scenes, for example. Okay? And so here's some very old school physics that I think is a useful example of this. So here we have Mickey as the brave little tailor. Okay? And he kills the flies, right? Well, bam! Okay? Now, Mickey is a pretty small guy. Fast forward in this film to the giant. He's going to try and do the same thing. Same motion, right? So I'm going to skip over this. And now take a look at Mickey, okay? Watch the red lines. He's going to go through almost 180 degrees worth of motion in 4 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he covers about the same amount of territory, the same distance in each of those frames, doesn't he? Now let's take a look at the giant. These are actual frames. Watch the red line. 1 frame, frame 3, frame 5, frame 7, frame 9. He's only gone 90 degrees in 9 of 10 frames. Why? Because size matters. Inertia. Mickey is small and light, so he can accelerate his arms very quickly. The giant cannot, because size matters. We have to take that into account when we do our animation because that's how organisms work. Okay? Now, the trick is, of course, that beginning of that looks like it's in slow motion as he builds up speed. The fake for it is to make things move in slow motion. I love these corny old effects. They're great in their own way, all right? So we just go in slow motion. Arrgh! You don't notice it's actually a guy. If you look in the back, he's actually on his knees, but they sort of hide that from you. Because size matters. Now, do we want to make it realistic all the time? No, not always. But I'm going to show you some examples from some game work where it really does matter in just a moment. But we play with this, right? So a real animal that's big, like an elephant, they can't even run. They just walk fast, okay? Now, many, many years ago, we worked on a film called George of the... How many people remember young Brendan Fraser in George of the Jungle, right? And in George of the Jungle, he has a pet, Shep, the elephant, right? Shep thinks he's a dog. So we had to study elephant anatomy and make him run like a dog. And it's funny, because it's not real, right? So I'm not saying you have to do documentaries. No elephant could ever do that. They'd break, they'd explode like a watermelon, okay? But to do the funny, you have to know the real first, right? So what you eat matters, size matters, age matters. This is one of my favorite pictures ever. Can you imagine a 2-meter tall creature coming down the street like that at you? It would be terrifying. It's more terrifying than Hello Kitty. I mean, because baby proportions are different, okay? Babies have big heads, stubby limbs. Why? Well, it's because the brain is big at birth and it has to be in place to help us develop. There's all sorts of biological reasons for it. But the bottom line is this. The head and torso and eye position is different in youngsters, and that's what makes them cute. But that also means they'll move differently because shape determines movement. This is another one of Denise's lovely drawings, by the way. And here she has cleaned it up. One of the things you'll notice about youngsters, they have really short faces. It's not so much that they have short faces, they have big heads, and the face catches up later. And so we use those features to make things look young, to make them look sympathetic, to make them look cute, and we just want to hold them like our babies. Okay? Children are cartoon characters. That's my son, many, many years ago. Look at the size of those feet. He's very proudly wearing his Nemo outfit, okay? But look at the proportions, actually. Unaltered. He hates it when I show that picture, by the way. He's 21 years old now. Now, there's a friend with his daughter, and you probably know what we call children of this age, right? We call them toddlers. And the reason is because they've got these huge, long torsos and these stubby little limbs. And so they wind up walking like this because size matters. When your torso's that long, you can't walk the way we do and use all those features of adult anatomy, which that's an entire workshop in and of itself is human locomotion. Okay? But size matters, size proportions matter, and age matters. Who do you think's the world's most famous toddler? When I show you, I bet you'll agree. Huh? Why do you buy so much Winnie the Pooh stuff at the Disney store? Because he reminds us of our babies. Okay? Winnie the Pooh merchandise is the highest selling merchandise in Disney store history because he reminds us of our babies. They haven't made a Pooh picture in years, but it still sells because it reminds us of our babies. In fact, Piglet you notice what kind of clothing Piglet's wearing? He's wearing a onesie, actually. Baby clothes. Yeah, very clever, very clever. Now, those proportions are powerful. Okay? Anybody here who has children or hangs out with children, has nieces and nephews, some of these feelings are they're gonna make that hormone start to flow in your body, okay? So here we have a young Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon versus his teenage age and his adult age that we see in the very last film. Okay? DreamWorks actually put together a really clever tool. It's a slider that we can change his age just so that the artist could figure out exactly what the proportions of his face would be in any different particular shot. So there he is from baby all the way to adult. Now, if you take those proportions and take a look at the size and shape of the head, the position of the eyeballs, which really has to do with the shortness of the face, you can see the really fundamental difference between a baby and an adult. Babies are somewhere between 4 and 5 heads tall, whereas adult males are about 8 heads tall and adult females between 7 to 7.5 heads tall. But those proportions are only very basic as well. So remember the kid that I just showed you, my boy? Okay, here he is again at 1 year old. Okay. And there he is at Industrial Light and Magic hanging out with Han Solo and Carbonite. Okay? Same kid. Look at the baby's head. Look at how tall his head is compared to his face. Compare him to Han Solo. Huh? Because age matters. Okay? And so there's another of Denise's drawings. And so what you eat matters if you're an animal. Okay? Size matters no matter what you are. Age matters pretty much no matter what you are. And when it comes to human anatomy, okay, sex matters. Now, I'm a biologist, so I use the term sex. I'm not talking about the act. I'm talking about male or female X versus Y chromosomes, okay? And this is without any disrespect to the trans community. I'm simply talking about body proportion differences, okay? This picture used to be funny, and it's not anymore because I'm so old. And does anybody recognize who this is? One person? Yeah, it's John Cleese, the comedian. And I say to my students, you remember Monty Python? And they look at me like, I say, Faulty Towers? I say, Fish Called Wanda? And they're like, oh yeah, my parents had that on VHS. I'm like, now you have to say Nearly Headless Nick from Harry Potter. Oh, that guy, he had a bit part, right? Oh, yeah. But what he's doing is very clever. Of course he's wearing heels, makes his legs look a little longer. He's wearing a very shapeless outfit. You can't actually see where his waist is. He's distracting you from the fact that he doesn't have mammary glands. He's got a big hat on, so he's distracting you from the construction of his head and face as well. So in fact, this is a very clever outfit. And my female colleagues tell me, by the way, his accessories, old though they are actually still quite expensive. I go, okay, I'm a guy, I don't know. I do have a purse, but it's like really, really old. Now, that particular individual is a man in women's clothing. And I was introduced to you by Gabrielle from the UK. Apparently, this doesn't freak out men in the UK. They love dressing up as women, apparently. It's like a party thing with them. It's really, really funny. I didn't know until I was invited to one, and I was the only guy who wasn't wearing women's clothing. I'm like, what's going on? That was a Vicar and Tart party. What's that? You can talk about that at lunch. I see a few people in the UK going, yeah. Now, I'm about to show you the most terrifying picture of the entire morning. Okay? This is a woman at 9 months full-term pregnancy. Oh my gosh. I don't mean to scare you. Gentlemen, this is the part where you say, I am so lucky. Okay? Repeat after me. I am so lucky. Okay. So just to let you know, there's the baby's head. There's this woman's bladder. Oh my gosh. All of her guts have been pushed up under her rib cage. Oh, what does this have to do with animation and games? Okay. Well, here's the thing. Oh, and by the way, never say to a pregnant woman, why do you have to go to the bathroom so much? Because I'm from America, and where there's lots of guns, and she could shoot you, and no one would blame her for anything, right? Sorry, I have to make America jokes. Okay. The reason this is important is because female hips are shaped like babies' heads, so they can get out. Okay? Students hate it when I tell them this. If you look at a female hip, it's an obtuse angle. Oh, remember math? Yeah, to do games and animation, you got to know math, right? Yeah, you do. Males, they don't have to get anything through there. Just a couple of tubes. They don't even use them all the time. Okay? So women have wide hips. Men have narrow hips. That means that the pivot joint on your rig is at a different spot depending on whether you're male or female. Women have long legs. If we were doing a workshop, I'd grab some people from the audience and demonstrate right now. But here's the thing, and this is another embarrassing picture, because this is long ago and far away and a much, much younger version of me. But there I am. That's what I used to look like. Okay? And here I am with a couple students. Notice the body proportions? Women have long legs and short torsos. This is not a loaded deck here. Men have long torsos and relatively shorter limbs. This is Kathleen Yellen. She's now a surgical nurse. This is Hazel Whitworth. She now works for the FBI. Hazel's shorter than me, and her legs are longer than mine. Because that's how women are built. And if you don't believe me, look at another. These are some friends of mine from the University of Sheffield. Look at the proportional differences. These two people are exactly the same height. They're both wearing the exact same model of Dark Mountain shoes. Men have stubby limbs and large torsos. Women have long legs and short torsos. Which means we have to do that with the character when we build them. Here's some more of Denise's drawings. And we, of course, use the extremes of this when we choose to build our characters. Okay? This is Little Creek from the film Spirit, done by Press Romanos, one of my favorite animators, and unfortunately he's passed away. Okay? He always built a skeleton to understand the character as he got ready to animate. Here's another character he worked on, Shan Yu, which for my money is one of the spookiest Disney villains ever. Many Disney characters and villains are sort of comic. Like Cruella de Vil is creepy, right? But she's also sort of comic. He's nothing but mean. But look at his body proportions. He is hyper male. He looks like Drax the Destroyer because he's an extreme. Right? Now, that is an example of how we use male and female proportions. Mistakes have been made. Right? Mistakes have been made. I'm sure many of you have seen these, right? They're very popular. They're not cheap. Let's take a look at those. That's a guy with breasts. He's not built like a female. I'm just saying. So remember when we were in middle school and high school and they told us you got to do that whole critical thinking thing? We still do. Not everything is correct. Not everything on the internet is correct. Not everything that's expensive is correct. Okay? So just to give you a little bit of a reality check. And I got to say, and you're going to hear from Richard tomorrow. I told everybody, I got the great opportunity to work on Horizon Zero Dawn, and I told them I will speak at Konsoll under one condition, that I don't go after Richard, because then everything I say will look uncool because the stuff he has to show you is so cool, okay? But I had the very, very good fortune to work with him and his crew on this particular film, and I've got to say that I was super pleased when we saw how Aloy was built, because Aloy is built like a real female. Yay. I would argue that she's probably one of the best female characters we've had in video games or movies since Tomb Raider, actually. So we have a character who's got proper proportions. That means she's going to move slightly differently from a male. Okay? When a male turns, they turn with their shoulders. When a female turns, they turn with their hips. Okay? When a female fights, I tell them, kick them. And a man fights, I say, punch him. Because you use what's stronger. And if your legs are longer, that's how you keep someone away from you. Now, she's got to pull a bow and arrow, okay? So she's going to do it slightly differently from a man who's heavier up top. And I got to say, give credit where credit's due, I thought they did a superb job on her in both Horizon games. So... Now, we'll talk more about Horizon in just a bit. There are other games where we have similar strategies, and of course, they're extremes. This is an extreme, obviously. And then what do we do to make women with long legs look even more female? We put them in high heels. It makes their legs look even longer. Okay? So if we take a look at the body proportions of these characters, okay? Look at how long the torso of the male is compared to the torso of the female relative to the legs. Okay? I'm really lucky that I get to work with both game studios and film studios. On rare occasions, I get the tremendous opportunity to work on a character that's in both. So here's a character that's hyper male. Now, when I was first working with Rocksteady, they said, oh, by the way, we got this game where we got to stick a shark head on top of a human body. I'm like, okay, he's going to just look like a guy. But at least they put the gill slits in there, right? Yeah. But what I'd like you to notice is look at his body proportions compared to Harley Quinn. Okay. She has long legs. She doesn't actually work, to give credit where credit's due, again, at least they don't have her running around in high heels. She wears boots at least, okay? Now, you might think this is an example of us having violated the rule. Judy Hopps looks like she's got really stubby legs. This is from Zootopia. Zootopia was super, super fun to work on because it had all animals in it. And then when they told me what they were going to look like, I went, why do you need me? They're going to walk around like people. I said, well, faces and fur. Oh, okay. But the proportions, interestingly, seemed off. Now, if you compare that character with Gazelle, who was voiced by Shakira, Shakira looks a little more like, I mean, look at the length of her torso compared to the director, Byron Howard. And you can look at the torso of Gazelle and say, oh, okay, a little better on this one. But if you take a look at Judy Hopps, really, you put her next to her buddy, then, oh, yeah, she looks like she has short legs, but compared to him, she still looks more female. So we're messing with you a little bit. Now it goes for skulls as well. And if you're not sure if you're male or female right now, we're going to find out. Okay? So I want everybody to put their finger right at the top of their nose and run their finger up. You have to take your glasses off if you're doing it. And if you're a guy, you're going to run into this bump. Whereas if you're a female, it's going to be a smooth line right all the way to the top to your hairline. Because guys have what my female colleagues refer to as the retention of the Neanderthal-like brow ridge. Okay? It's because we develop longer and later. Who matures first, right? Young girls. They hit puberty earlier, so they stop laying down bone. The cranial capacity is the same size, but they don't put all the bumps aren't as robust. Here's another one of Denise's lovely drawings. Look, the angle of the jaw is more robust in a male. The brow ridge is more robust in a male. And we see that in character design. And we see it in character design all the time. Okay. Now, sometimes we violate the rule a little bit. There's Pocahontas as illustrated by Glenn Keane. And it's almost a straight line. So that's very, very female, but a bit of a robust angle in the lower jaw there. And people often criticize Disney heroines. Oh, they got no noses. Like, well, yeah, they do. It's just that they have no brow ridge, so there's no shadow. No shadow. See, no shadow. Same animator, no shadow. Now, you'll notice how shallow the angle of the jaw is on Ariel versus Pocahontas. Well, Pocahontas is a Native American. They probably use their jaws as tools to hold on to rope and thread and things like that. So, and I could be faking all of this, right? I could be making all of this. This could be like a book report, right? But I can tell you that we did work on this film. Now, I grind my teeth at night. My jaws are huge, and my teeth are really little. I've got a really angular jaw. It's like a horse's. And so, just to prove to you that I actually worked on this film, so there's the inscription from Glenn to Stuart. Thanks for the great lecture and the inspiring jawline. That's right. I'm Pocahontas. Now, and I said to him, really? I couldn't be like Tarzan? He goes, no, Tarzan's hair is cooler than yours. I'm like, so, and we use this on you all the time. So, angular jaw, shallow forehead, angular forehead. I didn't know that female lions don't have whiskers. That's new as a biologist. They have eyeliner. Okay, fine. Yeah. And by the way, age matters, doesn't it? Right? I know I've only got a few minutes, so I need to hurry. So there we have the baby with the big head and the short face versus Rafiki, old, wise, long face, shallow head. So we're using this stuff on you all the time. Now, skeletons matter because they are the most useful tool for riggers. This is work by James Baxter. James is freaking amazing. James actually animated this live. I'm like, you're making us all look bad, man. Okay. We build skeletons into characters all the time just so we can figure, you never even see these things. but they help us figure out how things move. This helped Alex Cooperschmidt figure out how to retract Stitch's arms. In one little scene, he still did all this work. When we have to figure out something like that, that's a sphere, and how to rig it, we build a skeleton first. Skeletons matter. I could talk about as a paleontologist, I could talk about skeletons all day, but we need to move on. All right. Finally, to creatures. In animation and visual effects, these are the most commonly animated characters, but in video games, it's mostly people and creatures. But here's the deal. When you do a creature, it's mostly built out of parts we already know. Not always, but often. Often. The mermaid you would say she's a fish and a human. She's actually a marine mammal because fishes' tails go like that and marine mammals' tails go like that. How do we know what dinosaurs looked like? Well, we use living analogs. Even paleontologists like me use reference. And so when we build a character, I actually got to work on this movie. It was super, super fun. Hey, he doesn't look like a shark, but his mouth sort of does. Thank goodness we had Sylvester Stallone voicing him because he doesn't move his lips when he talks anyway. Okay. But that is a great white shark, and there's King Shark. This tradition goes way, way back. When Glenn Keane builds an animal, he builds its skeleton first. We do digital animals. We use inspiration. How to Train Your Dragon. I actually got a call from DreamWorks saying, Stuart, do you know anything about the anatomy of dragons? I'm like, no. I've never dissected one. I've dissected lots of things, but never a dragon. But I tell you what, I've studied dinosaurs. I've studied pterodactyls. I've studied bats. I've studied birds. And so that's what we use. And whenever someone asks me, what's the toughest thing to do? Flying things. Flying things are really hard. Okay? Same kid. He hates it when I do this. Okay? So we use reference all the time. All the time. Even in ways you might not expect. So for example, we got the flight pretty good. I got to say, with all due respect, they fly pretty well. And people always say, well, what about Game of Thrones? Aren't they great? I'm like, they're all right. But they all take off wrong. Teaser. We'll talk about it at lunch. Okay? But they weren't walking well. And Simon Otto, who's the supervising animator on Dragon's like, no, we got to get this right. And so we went back to first principles. I said, well, this thing's built like a T-Rex, and here's how a T-Rex walks. And when we figured out the muscles that are key in making a T-Rex walk, we redesigned the tail and the legs, and it looked better. Because reference matters. Okay? Whatever reference you're using, it matters. Okay? Of course, the coolest T-Rex ever, probably, I guess I gotta say, right? Okay? And Richard will be here to talk to you about that tomorrow, 10 o'clock. I'll be in the audience with you. Okay? Now, its knees are somewhat more bent than a typical T-Rex, but God, I gotta tell you, it looks a lot like a T-Rex, doesn't it? And here's the great thing about robots, we don't even have to worry about the meat. One of the things that's really important is knowing how deep the joints actually are. People frequently get that wrong. But when we build robotic things, we don't have to worry about the meat so much. And by the way, that area up in there is Monument Valley, where I find those fossils I showed you on the very first slide. How happy was I when they asked me if I would come and work on this? I'm like, yeah! Can you tell that I have a really fun job? Okay. I got to tell you, one of my favorite characters in these games is not a dinosaur. Okay? That's one of my favorite. I even have the Lego for that one, okay? But every character you see there has reference material that these artists used. And I had the great, great fortune to get to work with the folks on at Gorilla on the first Horizon game, and it was like geek heaven talking about robots and paleontology, dinosaurs and animation and games. How great was that? Okay? The references are really clear for me. And it's literally a privilege for me to get to show people in your industry the reference that I love. Here's one of my favorites. The saber-toothed cat is the state fossil of the state of California where I live. How sweet is that? Right. Now, there are other non-robotic characters, and for those, we do have to take soft tissue into account. Okay? That animal's forelimbs is more like your hind limb, and it moves more like a crab. Okay? Sorry, not this one. This one moves more like a dinosaur. This one moves more like a crab. Okay? Which means we have to figure out the footfall patterns of a crab. So, I've run out of time. Why do you want to come and listen to a college professor? Why are we here? Because Bergen's a pretty cool place, right? Here's why I'm here. For me, it's a great privilege to bring the science to the artists. You all work on computers. You're all scientists already. And those of you who are students and are aspiring to join this business, here's why I'm here. That is a caricature of my son. Same kid. That was drawn on September 12th, 2001, the day after 9/11. We were at a film studio. The world changed. And I said, what kind of world have I brought my son into? Where is that kid going to grow up? This is his little brother. He loves dinosaurs. And they kept growing and growing. I got to tell you, my older son, dang, he looks like Keanu Reeves now. He sort of looks like John Wick, okay? Here's the deal. Both of them are inveterate gamers. They play everything you build. You are building the world in which they live in. And we heard this from the mayor first thing this morning. Across the pandemic, this is how the world stayed together. And this is how the world's going to grow. My generation is leaving a huge mess for you and my children. You are going to build the world in which they live, and you are going to develop tools that may help save the world from the stupidity of climate change, the kind of people who don't understand science and evolution. I deputize all of you to help me in that regard, okay? If you're building the world in which my kids grow up, that's really important to me. And I will do everything I can to help you do that. Because remember what Peter Parker's uncle said, right? With great power. And you have great power. And I'm really, really privileged to help you do that. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Stuart. We are running into lunch, but I think we have to take a couple of questions. So if anyone would like to come down to the mic, but Stuart will be around.
Yeah, I'll be around at lunch.
If anyone
be happy to
speak.
chat. So
it's interesting to talk. The last time, it's been a while since I saw Stuart. It was about 5.5 years ago, and I was 7 months pregnant the last time in one of Stuart's workshops. And so he brought the pregnancy into the workshop and told me what my organs were doing inside. I kind of understood a lot, but I didn't view the rest of the pregnancy quite the same.
Well, thank you for having me. A question, yes, please go ahead.
Hi, this is sort of a random question that I just thought of. Are you aware of what's wrong with the horses in Skyrim?
Okay. My son loves Skyrim. And every time I tell him, stop, slow down, I want to watch, he's like, Dad, you're ruining the game for me. Okay? And so the answer is I've not had a chance to study them that closely. So,
if you're standing in front of a companion horse, it looks right at you.
Okay.
It looks straight at
Yeah, so in fact, with real horses, okay, a real horse would do this because its eyes are on the side of its head. Or it would shake its head up and down, and the degree to which you move would tell you how far away it is, okay? If you move your head and not much motion takes place, that means it's far away. But if you move your head and a lot of motion takes place, it means it's close to you, okay? That's why some animals do that. Horses barely have any 3D vision at all. It's like 5 to 10 degrees at most. But what's amazing about horses is that because they can move their ears, they can hear in 3D. So a horse will turn its ears and eye to you more than it will look you straight in the eye. So yeah. See, now I'm going to have to go home and force him to let me watch that again. Even though he's completed the entire game, I'm going to make him bring it back up for me. So.
Yeah, the horses just point straight at you.
Yeah, and so the issue, and they're like, there's always a horse. There, like for instance, in Assassin's Creed, there's a lot of horse riding. In the latest games in Japan, there's a lot of horse riding as well. Most of the gallops are pretty good, but the transitions between walking and gallop could use a little work. But those are quibbles. Yeah, go ahead.
What are your thoughts on games like Ark Survival Evolved, The Isle, and Primal Carnage when it goes to these dinosaurs and the way that they are predicted and shown?
The vast majority of those dinosaurs move too quickly for what they could have really done in real life. Now, so if the physics of the planet you're on are such that the gravity's not so great, then fine. But most of them would break under the speed and motion at which they're moving. Now, I understand it's a game and that we're not making documentaries. So what I then look for are the joints at least balancing the characters correctly? One of the reasons I loved Horizon is because, like, for instance, the bigger animals don't move as quickly. Like the Seekers, they're quick, whereas the bigger ones, they take bigger, more deliberate steps. So at least what I like to see is if there's size differences, we see proportional differences in speed. If you give me that at least, then I'm a little less critical.
Fully in agreement. Yeah. The dinosaurs move way too fast in all of those games. And I've played all of them. They're great.
Yeah.
Made.
I think we just have time for one more, but we can take the questions.
I will stick around for other people who want to ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask regarding, skeletal proportions and skeleton movement, as well as muscular movement, where you know the limits and how to somewhat predict.
That's a great question. There's no way we can know exactly. There are people in my business who spend a lot of time looking at living analogs as well as the fossils. Now, if you look at a fossil, you can move the bone as much as you want, but it's restricted by the soft tissue around it. So the first thing we do is we rebuild the muscles. And then when we look at the length of the muscle, we can tell how long it can change in contraction. The length changes, and that gives us a bit of an idea for the excursion length of the limb. In general, if you look at a bone in a socket, the excursion is usually going to be 50% of that or less. Okay? And then it also depends on how close you are to the body. Different limbs, the farther or the way they are from the body, they're going to have slightly different ranges, and there are people who study those things as well. But the first trick is to, at least in a very, very basic way, reconstruct what you think the masses of the muscles are, and that helps you get the restriction on your, essentially your rig. So, but it's really important to put the rig in the correct spot. A lot of people think that the bones come right to the edge. They don't, okay? And therefore the joints in your rig don't come to the edge. Between the rig or your skeleton, whichever you want to call it, is going to be meat, fat, skin, and possibly fur. And that means, and between the bones, like a shoulder blade, is not right up against your rib cage, like all the skeletons you had at school. There's meat in there, which means to get the shoulder or hips, for example, in the right spot, it helps to look at the meat as well. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I think we'll have to end the official questions and move to unofficial questions.
That would be great. I'd be happy to do so. So thank you again for coming out, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stuart. Oh, no, that's great. I'm thinking we maybe need to invite Stuart to do a workshop for a future console, which would be wonderful. So thank you all for great morning. So those of you, I can see some people are already rushing off to the Women in Games lunch. So those of you that registered for that, that is happening now. But if we could all be back here for 1 o'clock for the rest of the day. So yeah, thank you for coming.
But if you have questions,
yeah. welcome back, everyone. So we've got a really exciting afternoon lined up for you. And I hope I don't embarrass our next speaker by telling you that I taught him at Teesside University in the UK about 6 years ago and was absolutely stunned by his ability from the very first week when he was already surpassing students in the final year. And by the time he got to his final year, publishers were falling over themselves to try and snap up his final project. He's just an absolutely phenomenally talented designer who's already making waves in the industry and kind of just, yeah, really kind of on a rocket trajectory. And it's wonderful to be able to welcome him to Bergen in his role as Senior Technical Game Designer at Sumo Digital. So we're here today to explore rapid prototyping and how playable concepts were realized through Blueprint on Hood, Outlaws and Legends. Please welcome Nathan Chandler Gibson.
Hey guys. Wow. that really hit. Wow. Thank you. Hey, so I'm Nathan Chandler Gibson. I'm a technical game designer from Sumo Digital in Newcastle. Yeah, woo! Approaching 3 years now. I'm glad to be here in Norway. It's been really great. You guys are lovely. So I'm going to generally be talking over, clicker, there it is. Generally be talking about just game design in general and how just to help communication. I'm doing a presentation called Something Blue. It's how to communicate ideas, just to make sure everyone gets to the fun a lot quicker. Now, how do I work this? Next. This way? There we go. Okay, that's interesting. So yes, before actually picking up the technical game designer title, I started as a pixel artist under the alias Level 2 Select. I did QA at Sega as well a couple years back. And I know 2D pixel art to a technical game design title is a very big jump. It's very complicated, but I promise there is actually a link here. So generally, just to kind of throw it back for a sec. So most of my goofy sprites I do, just these goofy ideas, kind of brainstorm. Fast. I wish I could move that fast. Would generally be things that are inspired by beat-em-ups, things like Streets of Rage, RPGs that I played on my uncle's Commodore 64, if anyone knows what that is. Extremely rusty now. But these are all the things that inspired me as a kid. It was mostly likely due to the fact that there was 4 of us. Obviously, 4 siblings all fighting over the TV. It became an actual beat-up itself. It was very tricky. So it was all fighting over the TV remote. I had to find a place to spend my time elsewhere. So that would be, sadly, to my uncle's detriment. I'd hunt down his PC and then have my way of it. But generally, that would then link me to, luckily, they got bored and tired of me hogging their hardware, and they'd be like, hey, please, just go away, go do something else. They'd actually get an upgrade in their PC and then say, like, hey, here's ours, just take the hardware, take the upgrades, do what you got to do. And so they dropped me their hand-me-downs, which was awesome. I had my own chunky PC to play with. And this would be like, yeah, 9-year-old me would be like, oh my God, I could do all these things. I could play all these games. Yeah, no, that's not actually what happened. There's wrong. Okay, there's a catch here. My uncles decided to leave the PC with the hardware itself with a CD with parting words, rather than playing the game, make the game. So I was like, okay, what does that even mean? I just wanted to play Metal Slug. I just wanted to kind of relax and just play games on my own, just have fun with it. But what he actually left me was a copy of Game Maker 6 in the 2003 version or so. So obviously, luckily, over the time, I learned how to kind of like scrabble kind of ideas together, work with GML, Game Maker language, just like 2D things, basic coding language too. Just kind of have my own hand at these ideas and just kind of brainstorm. Just things that inspired me. So obviously, with that in mind, the beat-em-ups that inspired me became this game. I actually can't remember what this one's called. Cranberry Clash, I think, because I had like little blood kind of pop-ups and whatnot. It's terrible naming. And obviously, other features that inspired me at the time, obviously, I do like party games as well. Trying to find things that just features such as a combat score multiplier, loot drops from monsters, just like gear RNG as well. Just little things that I thought like, it felt really good when I played Phantasy Star, and obviously the enemy will drop this red drop, maybe really rare, and that feeling felt really like that rush of excitement. So how can I get that in my projects as well? So these tests, obviously, they, as you can see, specifically the one on the left as well, it was very much just like black and white, just trying to throw things together. How do I get this idea out so I can kind of just get people excited about the things I'm excited about as well? I'd go online, I'd go onto websites such as Sprite's resource, which is really handy to see just like these are people that's actually taking the game apart and found the files and how do you make it from there. I'd grab some background, some characters, a song or two from YouTube. And after some time passed, when I actually generally thought, okay, I've got something here. This is actually starting to feel pretty sweet. My characters are moving pretty funky. Got nice chunky letters. Let me pass it to people so they can just play. I kind of want to get their feedback on that level up system I kind of brainstormed, or some party mechanics and such. Just let me know what you think. And it was awesome. It was great. Genuinely, it then led to some things I didn't expect, however, where before they actually would play the game, they would just pick up the pad and pause and be like, oh, hey, that's the fighting sound effects from this game. And hey, that's some icons from this game. I'm like, oh, huh. Even before they even played my game, any of my ideas, all these crazy things I want to dive into, like a spreadsheet of things I just want to throw at them, I've already conditioned them to think and play it a certain way. And it's around this time where I actually became extremely hyper-aware of how first impressions are when selling a concept. You only really get one chance when it comes to selling a concept, establishing the core, depiction the frame. So you've got to pick your battle very, very wisely when diving in, when selling your idea to someone. So yes, a lot of thinking happened during that phase. So with that in mind, I then started looking more towards, okay, well, I want to just get these ideas out to people. What can I do? If I would start again, start from scratch, how can I do it? Maybe I don't have to start from scratch. Maybe with the skills I've picked up from just looking at Game Maker and these tile sets and sprites I've looked at, I can start making art kits, code extension packs. So I can just compartmentalize those previous ideas or previous things that clearly had something to them, but may have just missed the mark slightly and start rebuilding them and kind of working way up. So I just kind of make little chunks, modular sets. So if I start a new project, so I can pitch to someone, it's an easy in and easy up and easy get to the straight idea, get going. So there's more focus on, at this point, I can just start designing and talking more to people, not so much like, oh, how do I make that guy jump again? It's like X and Y, I don't know. My math is terrible, by the way. So we can just discuss live ideas with people. So yes, jumping straight to the core pillars and the gameplay loop, the USP, just encouraging brainstorming with people quickly. Don't feel held back by the code itself, just at this point. Which is awesome. So in turn, it kind of led to some interesting setups where my siblings who finally got tired of the TV was like, oh, hey, what's going on over here? And they'll just realize I'm tinkering away in the PC, messing around with stuff. They'll be like, hi, I kind of want to make an idea now as well. How can I get started? And I could just pass them my ideas, and then they add to that kit to make, what did I call this? Hey, new pitch for adventure game Final PNG. Well, that's an artist name. So with that in mind, these ideas can be brainstormed really quickly. I can pass them my files. I can pass them to modular kits, and they can just start brainstorming the ideas, and then we can just start talking about, okay, they don't need to kind of figure out too much of the code. They can just start talking to me about what ideas they have, what things they want to bring to the table and fantasies, and it's brilliant. You end up making a game mechanics library that way. So kind of jumping through a few years, obviously this kind of mindset of like trying to build small pieces so you can get straight to the point of your gameplay designs and such. It carried over to Teesside University, which is great. Obviously we'd have a lot more of a proactive kind of understanding of the needs and specialties of systems. I'm learning 3D at this point, so I know like animators would be using 3ds Max and such, and just trying to figure out how do we all tie these libraries together, because everyone's going to need different things when it comes to a bigger team. But I think what was more important at this point is I then realized that there's actual really big different needs for the people themselves. Obviously, I'm not pitching to my sibling or my cousin anymore. I'm discussing with people from all over the world, which is amazing, as we are all here actually right now in Norway. So it's a great opportunity to work with people from different backgrounds across the UK and overseas. Once again, it kind of eased me directly into the topic of how do I get these ideas to people quickly and cheaply. Understand there's language barriers, age barriers, and more. It's like, how can I get these things to people so we all just feel engaged, we can just discuss together. Especially me as a designer who generally I stutter quite a lot. I kind of pause, as you'll see as I go through. So generally when it comes to this, and also being from London, and then obviously I went up to the north, accents are a thing, which became very apparent, like, oh, hey, governor. No, it's complicated. So just that kind of thing to make people feel more comfortable when I'm just jumping straight in. Which kind of brings me more towards the present day. Ooh, it's moving. There we go. So yes, I joined Sumo. I joined Sumo Digital. We're a family of studios from across the globe. We have various entries. Obviously, we've done things, as you may have seen previously, beloved IPs such as Sackboy, A Big Adventure, Team Sonic Racing, daring IPs into new feats, such as when we looked at Snake Pass, ideating on that side of things. And then recently, things I joined when I worked on as well would be Hood Outlaws and Legends, this little guy in the corner. Due to the range of projects, obviously we can work amazingly alongside a great variety of staff and clients from numerous locations overseas. So yeah, I joined Hood when it was in mid-development. So for context, just in case you haven't seen it before, it is the most recent title from Sumo Newcastle up north in the UK, northeast. It's published by Focus Interactive in France. It's a stealth multiplayer PvPvE game, ooh, a lot of P's, where two teams of thieves compete to outwit one another, trying to claim the treasure and avoiding the state, or die trying at least. With that in mind, I actually joined directly as, obviously my title right now is a technical game designer. I joined as a gameplay designer at the time. So we'd be trying to figure out, when I first joined, like how can I help characters' perks kind of blend together nicely. Just the general day-to-day of designers being looking at the standard stuff like, playtest data when people kind of just jump around and figuring things out, balancing perks and such I just mentioned. Then the long, dreadful, but really, really important, looking at and writing up game design documents, GDDs, just decks to kind of let people know, like, these are our findings, these are our thoughts, let's build this together. Generally trying to be on a hunt for creative solutions for things. And as anyone who's done any design and concept knows, having everyone with different backgrounds and histories and experiences, even the most amazing GDD, the most amazing game design doc, it's still really hard to sell and get your ideas to come across in different areas. I have an actual, a basic example here, which is actually from our game talk we had at one point, where we had a character who's basically you're throwing a grenade, and that grenade kind of slows people down, but you want it to be kind of like, so you become heavy, kind of like you're moving on some sort of like task sort of thing. Obviously, to me, a clean example would just be Splatoon, where generally like you're covered in ink, you get the screen fresnel, so you get the harsh feedback, and your characters actually start animating to go with it, so you got a lot of different feedback layers there, which is great. But obviously, in terms of kind of going for something more serious in tone, in that kind of tone and nature, generally going towards Call of Duty would help people get onto the idea a lot quicker. But it's the thing where, okay, well, we got the screen for now, and then the kind of hazard markers that will help you in that kind of mark. But just the general secondary and tertiary feedback when it comes into the animation kit, which we need to pass to our teams. We need to pass this to the animators actually doing the full body or sub-body animations, and the coders who's actually going to stitch this all up for us. They kind of need to know what we're working with. So taking damage when damage covering you when with splatter as it slows your movement could easily be solved in one thing, but we need to then consider each department as we kind of go through these things. Generally, when it comes to these pillars, we're trying to make sure we're not throwing people too far off, essentially. So yes, that would then go into our game design docs, making sure we have the correct videos and just trying to make sure, okay, we have a game design doc, we have videos and references to make sure people know, like, okay, this is cool, I get the idea. But sometimes even that isn't enough. So with that in mind, oops, lagging again, there we go. What I then realized as I was kind of going through these things, trying to brainstorm these ideas with people and showcase examples, kind of get this come across, like, yeah, let's get this in, it'll be great. What I didn't realize was, when it came to the way I started pitching ideas to people, a lot of my time, due to just the kits I was building and the design proposals, I would be very visual-led. I would then look at exploring the engine directly. So this would be through Blueprint. Yes, I have an idea, which I can show for a link, but I would actually just get my hands out, jump in engine. I would start making just quick versions of these ideas to get my idea across, even if it's a basic white box, just a mannequin UE4 just kind of running around. So generally just show the idea what I was kind of giving to people, and I've noticed that during this, because some of these ideas were explored and people can just pick up the pad, anything that was a lot more obscure at the time became easy to understand and digest. It made a lot more sense. So then rather than slowly just kind of really going through some game design documents, just discussing with people in these positions such as animation stuff, how we can just brainstorm this idea quickly, having these kits just kind of sped up the process, which is really great. We can then discuss more about the actual pipeline itself. So during this moment, I actually started considering, okay, I'm doing my game design documents, I'm discussing the ideas and breaking it down with production. Now I'm kind of being hands-on. What is this title? It's getting complicated. So this is where I started exploring just the area in terms of like game design towards technical game design, which then goes to a question being, I've been asked a few times, what does technical game design actually mean in a team and how it differs from other roles? It's actually gone into a lot of questions to do with like hierarchy and general the title itself. With that in mind, obviously this completely differs between an indie studio or solo developer versus someone who's obviously working in a larger AAA studio, say like 300 plus people. So generally, honestly, I'll be honest, it's hard to tell you. Newcastle itself, we're actually still trying to figure it out. It's something new that we actually brought into our setup. Generally, as we've gone through searches over the years as well, it's extremely loosely defined. It differs from person to person, and as I said before, the needs of the project too. As I said, a smaller team could be more hands-on, while a large team may have more specialists that you can refer to. In terms of our team at Newcastle office, obviously we have strike teams. So we generally have like each designer would be with an animator, with an audio technician, with engineers. We're all kind of brainstorming together. And that could be different areas such as we have like our combat team, or just generally like our level design team, environments and mission exploration. And that way you generally know who you can kind of just quickly like bounce ideas off, generally as you discuss your brainstorm, your great idea. I think the strike teams, you could also see this as brain trusts, which is from Edwin Catmull, I believe. Generally from Pixar, people just need people will know what's going on quicker because you're keeping everyone in the loop. You're not having one team in one complete different department sketching ideas up and drafting things, and then have to go across the hall to pass it to another team, and things can get lost in translation that way. And I think what's the main thing here that we've actually discovered as well is it generally just kind of keeps people feeling involved, especially in a world where obviously we had lockdown, obviously. Everyone's now working hybrid, working remote. There'll be a case where there's a lot of people now just essentially, you may not actually see them straight away in the workplace. Obviously, everyone's still putting in and being amazing, but with obviously their avatars as well, you may not see them immediately. So you just want to make sure everyone still feels involved, everyone's voice is heard, regardless of what disciplines or what titles they're in. And this specifically, I think, really helped for our gameplay and code disciplines as well. To go into detail, I think the kind of link between the code and design disciplines is, for a technical designer, is we're able to kind of communicate our ideas a lot quicker without having to pause, as I said before, to write up too many things. We can get straight into discussion. What's helpful with a technical designer, I think, as well, is you can generally have, okay, if you have our specialist designer who's actually kind of more focused on, hey, this is the things I'm looking at, the research I got, and the coders are kind of starting to figure out ways to piece it together. A technical designer may actually have a broader, a wider experience and idea of how these two systems can work together, and as I mentioned earlier, how to modulate those so we can kind of prepare for future work, so we can save time production-wise as well. Just to aid in discussions, we can keep pushing forward. So more of a communicator between the disciplines itself. It could also be an explorer of the systems itself and the tools. So generally helping to avoid waste time, as I mentioned before, when stepping into the unknown. Obviously, if it comes into like, okay, one of the things you may not want to do too much when you're on a live project because risky is to move from UE4 to UE5. Maybe having a strike team dedicated to that and a technical designer realize, okay, what does this team need? What does this group need? And then how do we kind of figure out, is moving forward into a new engine the best experience we can do right now is a great way as well, just exploring the systems. And last but not least, we have obviously the maintainer of standards and practices. And this would be generally optimizing your pipelines. Obviously, if someone's kind of mocking things up just to showcase people, they may be looking into blueprints and setting up their own folder directories, trying to make sure if we're obviously bringing these kind of things to the table, you don't want to make anything harder for other people. So just making sure someone knows, like, just someone to refer to what would be the best structure for this collaborative workflow. And as I mentioned, it's gone all wiggly now, there we go. These are just pure examples. These aren't the direct rules of what to do if you're doing this kind of hybrid work setup or a technical designer role. This is not one shoe fits all, and I think it's just something you as a studio can explore to see what works better in terms of either specialist or multidiscipline. Obviously, me in my youth, as I mentioned before, I was mainly looking into exploring tools and how to modulate general ideas and systems so people can just pick up and play, just jump straight in. Kind of similar to things you'd see in like other engines such as RPG Maker would have presets, just things I can just give to people so they can discuss. And I think with this as well, then you can then start looking into just how we can aid colleagues, streamlining the bloat so we can just all kind of start moving forward and just get to the fun a lot quicker. And yes, in an industry, obviously, where a lot of changes may come out of the blue, obviously you're kind of running on a sprint, obviously trying to make sure your game's getting out the door in time, things may change. This can actually you can see a technical designer as well as a shield, someone who's generally trying to make sure if something's coming out of place, they have a global overview as all the different roles I mentioned. They can help communications and make sure the teams come together, reducing any user error where you can. I think what's really handy, specifically for me, someone who stutters and such as well, when it comes to feature sign-offs, making sure your game design document and your signing of the documents itself to say, yes, this is what we're going forward with, isn't just hard copy material in terms of like paper and pencil and such. It's something that you can actually keep with the project itself and show, hey, you have this document, this video, it may be a little bit draining to sit through. I know no one wants to sit through like a Word doc of just like pages upon pages of words. In this case, you don't want to mislead people. So here's a little corner, a little playable snippet that kind of can come with it as well. And generally, it just helps people kind of get more pad in hand, brainstorms, discussions. I can talk to you about what you think of the game. I can talk to you what you think of this new level. I just put the pad in your hand and we can discuss before we actually go into a full-on investment of cost as well. Generally helping us get through a topic and, yeah, reach the fun part quicker. Everyone just wants to start making the game as well. So with that in mind, I've collected 2 examples of how we can start brainstorming and communicating across teams and disciplines quickly. Ways how Blueprint, for example, helped us get our ideas across when things may have seemed a little bit tricky, or things may have slowed down in Hoods, Outlaws, and Legends when we were trying to make sure we had our team all together just to get the thing over the line. But I want to have some fun with it. I've also realized that this may not translate too well, since this is from a saying from Britain, from the UK. So I'll see how this works, just bear with me. To explore this, we're going to look into how we married our teams together. So I've taken these snippets of examples, and I've framed them into 4 main areas. So we have something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. And that would be, I had a chocolate, yes, get it there. So that would be generally the restrictions placed upon us. Obviously, we want to bring a new idea. These are something that we had originally. How can we make sure we're not going too far out of our remit? We want to make sure we understand what we're working with here. We want to bring a new idea to the team. We want to understand the actual outcome we want to change. So obviously, this has come from somewhere, be it higher up amongst the team. In our strike team, we generally was like, hey, that level is really cool, but wouldn't this be awesome? Wouldn't we add this too? Okay, what's the idea we actually want? The simplest, breaking it down, what's the simplest thing we want to add to it? What's something new? In terms of borrowed, okay, we're working within costs, within times and such. We don't want to cause too much stress and headaches for people when you're like, hey, this is our idea, go. And then they're all like, okay, that's a lot of work. So how do we all do all these ideas while borrowing systems we already have, or just kind of working around these kind of things to make sure we're not causing too much bloat? And something blue. So generally, obviously, it doesn't have to be a blueprint. It could be any kind of package, but generally, how can we just be hands-on to kind of get something visual out to kind of brainstorm with people to guide and help our design discussions itself? So, and hopefully, as I kind of go through these examples with just 4 points, you'll see how we took these features down the aisle. So first up, the onboarding sequence. So this would be our co-op style, our solo co-op style story mission that we went for. In Hood Outlaws and Legends, obviously, we started with a sequence where you'd essentially want to jump into a heist to make sure you actually feel part of a bigger mission. But it didn't start like that originally. We started with something small, something simple in a sandbox, more akin to Mario 64. You have Peach's Castle. You start here, and you get to that location while just kind of knocking down some walls and stuff, just kind of making sure it feels fun to play before I actually get myself, like, jump into a full match. The sandbox hub was mainly for quick learnings. You'd have something for each class and character to aid you in the right direction. With our big, brawn kind of character, our strong character would be something that you can kind of break down. With more of a nimble character, it's like kind of making sure there is a bush or something you kind of can hide and stealth through, because we want to make sure players know the versatility of their kit. So yeah, you can see the hub area as well, kind of spread out. So this was our first example, and we started looking into it, obviously preparing like little pop-ups as the characters kind of walk through the teaching prompts. So instead of just being a basic hub, we had a little obstacle course to let you know, like, hey, you can jump over here, you can crouch underneath this. Anything that would also help guide discussions for any pop-ups that will come with concept art as well in the future. So kind of starting to look into that area first and foremost, just a basic pathway. So this was what we started with, something old. We also explored, does that go through? There we go. We also kind of explored in terms of this old sub as well, the flavor that was going to be dealing with. Obviously, this is kind of nearing later production where we actually have most of the teams focus on the live game itself, the live bands that we're about to ship. So we wanted to figure out, okay, when it comes to just onboarding people to feel confident and they actually want to enjoy and indulge in this world, how do we set the scene? So we ended up looking into different audio snippets. So I think this case, it kind of eased down with a camera to kind of set the mood, and we was looking at audio such as like the Dark Souls hub theme where you had a bonfire, and I think we used Hades' audio, like a few tales of Hades, just kind of set the tone. And I think this first test, which was just, once again, just thrown an engine and videos and pad, just let people feel it, but just so we can feel out, hey, so this is a basic starting point, just kind of ease you into the game. But when we say the story environment, the feel and the vibe, is this what we're talking about? Is that the right direction? Let's kind of discuss more. So that was like an original point we started with. But breaking that down, we then discussed, okay, here's a checklist of the things we want to explore further. So moving on to something new, these new items would be, okay, what teaching prompts can we change so a lot more cleaner, as seen in that kind of mock-up image we have here as well? How can we explore not just the actual flavor, which is so far, okay, that's looking great, but you're on your own. It's a team game. It's a co-op game. It's generally trying to make sure you feel like you're part of a squad and you're actually doing a heist, not just a basic obstacle course around the map. So we need to showcase the teamwork more, and we need to showcase the actual heist itself. So with this in mind, we kind of went back to the drawing board and started thinking about, okay, let's look at what we can do with these. Going through. And kind of focus on those last 2 points. Our initial point, as we mentioned before, we already have the flavor. We already know what kind of video we want to go for, or like a voiceover to kind of set the scene. In terms of actually being in a heist environment and the setting flavor itself, we realized maybe not, don't put it in a hub, because it'll feel like too bare bones. We already have this luscious map from our multiplayer game already that people are playing. Let's actually just start looking at this map as a mission as well. Also, it kind of makes the world feel bigger when you can use it for multiple purposes, not just one kind of corner. So generally, I think the challenge would be, as we was doing this, we also was restricted by PlayGo, I believe, on the PlayStation system, trying to make sure if the player is going to be offline while obviously downloading the extra files, how can they still play this mission? So there's no co-op here. You can't do it like a co-op tutorial or anything. You're on solo play. Co-ops, any AI companion with that in mind is also going to be completely out the window because we're still punching above our weight. We only, at this point, I think we had like 4 animators as well. So our team, even though we're obviously in AA in flavor, we're still punching up. We're punching above our weight to try and make sure we know what kind of like quality we can get, but we don't want to half-ass things. We want to make sure it's still the best experience we can offer people. So the questions became a little bit clearer, I think. Generally, in regards to those last 2 points, it became generally looking at, okay, we have these co-op actions. How can we still maintain that heist feeling before you actually go into a full-on heist? And generally, something the team itself wanted to explore. Every department and every other strike team was trying to figure out, okay, what can we do with these kind of setups without needing to then go too far into like, okay, if we were to have people move around in the background to kind of stage something, that's obviously more mocap time. We only really had 1 shot to get our full mocap list, so we can't really keep going back into that area. What can we work with? So yes, we brainstormed what can we provide for the studio so we can make sure we can get that satisfying, onboarding, open experience so people can just jump into the game itself. One of the things we actually jumped straight into to explore was just the engine itself. We started seeing what tools was available, and we noticed that sequencer itself could actually be used to just take previous gameplay recordings and kind of manipulate it in a different direction. So obviously, at the same time we're doing QA playtests, people are kind of messing around with the game as well. Just people trying to figure out some, obviously we're doing perks and balancing at the same time. While we're doing this, why don't we just record our session? So, you know, we've got our monk, the bold guy, Tuck. Obviously he's done the mission, he's kind of picking up the treasure chest, he's bringing it to the winch. Why don't we just record that? And then it's almost like a role play where we can kind of re-establish those beats in the mission itself to kind of fill the environment with like livable, breathable characters, make them feel more alive. Generally, this will obviously be just trying to borrow the kit we have at the moment to see if this is the direction we want to go. We know for a fact doing AI is too much and all those kind of things are out the window, but people really want it. What can we work with? So this was our first test we kind of looked into. It was a good launch point just to make sure we know some sort of co-op is definitely desired, and it kind of hyped people out to be like, yes, okay, this is possible. There's something here. How can we bring this to the table now? So people started to feel a little bit more confident between working within our means. And obviously, at the same time, the level designers are actually looking at a mission kit to make sure everything kind of ties nicely together. So while obviously we are documenting our work and our findings, how can we do our missions as well with this current kit we've discovered? So what we did, we then obviously go back towards our level designers who's doing the mission at the moment. So obviously we're back in the graveyard where we currently have Hood, he climbed up a tower and he got to the top and he looked over. And then he jumped down for some reason, which is very out of place for him since he's actually a sniper character. He wants to stay up above. He wants to stay overview. And it kind of gives you that sense of, okay, this is his role, his direction, where he wants to play. By making him jump down, we don't want to mislead players to think you want to play as a sniper too low to the ground. It's kind of misleading people. So to reframe that with the test that we just discovered and the things that we've just looked into, we just reframed it with having him mark a nearby enemy with the objective itself, the key to the treasure. And then we'd use our sequencer tests to just pull the camera out, as we saw in our first test with the Hades audio, and then use our automated tested, the role-play characters we have to kind of sweep a character in, do the blade, and then kind of set you into scene. So it kind of gives you an idea, a small taste of what our character can do up front before they actually are given to the player to jump straight in. Naturally, by using our mission sequencer that our level designers were looking at as well, we can easily kind of tie all these things together. So with the objective prompts, we had obviously Hood climbed to the top, Robin Hood climbed to the top of the tower, and then instead of just jumping down, just that trigger itself will move us between areas. We can also use this system for our checkpoint system. So if the player was to die at any point, they can just get back straight into the action. So all these things are piecing together really nicely. So yes, we cleared out the experience in the heist escape a lot better, I think, at that point. It started to look more feasible. Generally, we know how we can actually do the phases now. It's not just one guy, one-man team doing everything on his own. It is, we are a team, we are a squad. But we didn't quite showcase the actual teamwork itself. They are working independently, which is great. It shows that even though they are on different scales and different levels, they're all part of the game. They're all contributing to the greater match. But in terms of actually being with your ally, it's something we can push just a little bit more, I think. It's generally trying to figure out what else could we do when the rest of the departments and teams start asking the obvious questions. Hey, here's my idea. Yeah, but what about when you heal? We've got a lot of healing actions in this. Or obviously we've got, when it comes to takedowns as well, can we kind of show how co-op takedowns could work? Anything that we can show the experience to the player up front so they get hyped to want to try these things out further on with groups of friends. So yes, these would be a good solid start for our testing ground, but we still need to kind of check out those edge cases so we can make sure when we actually start developing the actual material itself, the team knows what's the limit we can push and how, well, if there's any other ways to push around it even. So to help frame the healing, for example, we simply had our role-playing Marianne, the assassin character, have a little tag over her head. So this would mean discussing with the UI team and the programming teams, like, how easy is it to get basic tags? Can we just have a little prompt that shows that they've taken damage? Maybe play an audio singer to say, like, hey, I need healing. And then with that point, you can generally just have our character kind of just follow like it's an actual, like an RPG party, essentially. With that in mind, that helped obviously keep the conversations up, just letting people know what we're looking into, what we're investigating, what kind of brainstorms we can do. But again, not just as bullet points, just actually something visible so they can see what we're trying to get towards. And this obviously is further as well. The melee characters will be a lot harder because we're not going to have a full-on AI melee system. So in this case, we obviously kept the melee guys busy while you played to help extract. But as you saw at the top, Robin actually shot a bow, his ability bolt at the sheriff, which kind of shows that there's a lot more team synergy at play here. It's not just you and your own. If this was the old version, Robin would have simply just shot, jumps down, and kind of just started winching. So it kind of makes sure everyone still feels like they're part of a greater play here, a greater team. And ultimately, they are a group. They are a squad trying to escape here. Everyone's key. Ooh, there we go. So yes, we were able to do some findings, and we was able to find out, obviously, where we was exploring the Unreal functions, people was able to aid each other. We was able to aid each other's disciplines. We can discuss our goals quicker and swifter, and actually just give these playable snippets to people. So instead of just having a long shopping list of requirements, with a small strike team, we were just able to kind of brainstorm and make something quick and be like, let's know your thoughts. Let's move forward from this. Let's see how we can change it. We can iterate from here. And then we can start actually costing and iterating and cleaning up the code properly to actually make something for our game itself, using the mission layout from the level designers. And obviously from here, we discussed further like what we can do. Can we clean up any further? So we'd need some new hooks. What would be the cost for actually having more of these if anything, the role play is kind of cleaned up and UI, as I mentioned before, etc. And that would be a good place to sign this one off, I think. No, actually, there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more to kind of clean up this mess. So with this in mind, obviously, now we have our prototype. We need to know when to turn this prototype into an actual dedicated system. I think just in terms of how these wedding illusions have gone so far with all the blue stuff, the goal here is not to just mess around with the blueprints. The goal is to unite your team, not get married to the prototype. So once your prototype has proven itself, you need to make sure you know how to strip it down. So this obviously goes back to thinking modularly in terms of pieces of where everyone kind of jumps in. So you can make an actual dedicated system for the team. Obviously, as you're finding ways to motivate your team, you want to make sure you're not actually overwhelming or it's becoming to the detriment of others. Yeah, this idea is amazing, but if you consider the cost of it, let's make sure those conversations are happening as we brainstorm these things. Keep everyone in the loop. What you don't want is for these prototypes to be really fun, but then behind the scenes, you've got crazy spaghetti codes that's just running amok, and it's going to kind of make things really hard for people. They're not going to like you for that, trust me. So keep communications open. Make sure you don't give anyone a heart attack. Keep everyone in the loop of what you're doing and brainstorm these things with intention. And yes, and that, as I mentioned before, this can then be further pushed by making sure you're using temporary components, branches such as in Perforce, just to make sure your files are segmented in the right way it needs to be, developer folders, and just clarifying what is specifically temporary by your actual, for example, in your blueprints, making sure it's noted up where it can either be detached or reattached. So everyone knows where these things are possible just to jump in and jump out. And I think I have another example here when it comes to our post-launch characters. So everything so far was literally as was coming to actually launching the game. So in this edge case, we have obviously the game's now been out. We've moved through season 1, and we're trying to make sure, obviously, now with the players, we know what kind of things they want to test and what things they want to mess around with. Going on to a new hero would be interesting. Obviously, standard how you have, obviously, like in Overwatch or MOBAs, you're trying to bring a new hero to the conversation. Metas go real crazy, real quick. So in this edge case, we need to bring our new hero to the game, being Ada. The question would be, now we are post-launch, trying to figure out when we have these metas and obviously doing these playtests. We already have our 4 mainstays. We have John the Brawler, Marianne in our assassin role, Tuck the Mystic who can heal, and our sniper elite being Robin Hood himself. Where would our next slot obviously come in for this? How can we start brainstorming this while everyone, at this point, obviously we may be looking at other projects, but specifically we are now a live game. It's not simply pencils down or obviously that little brushing at the end. It's still going. We're having live feedback from people, getting live bugs to fix. We've got to keep iterating. It's also a competitive game. It needs to be as polished as possible. So adding a new character is going to be a real tricky one, especially with our team, again, being not a larger AAA studio. How can we can make sure people are on the ball when it comes to discussing live balancing as well as adding new content in? So looking on to, obviously, something new, branching off those 4 older characters, we obviously need to then discuss, obviously, again, half the team's looking at things like crossplay and such as well. How do you bring a 4th character in? So we looked at statistics, obviously, to start off again. This would just be your standard game design setup. What are things that people are saying? What things they want to test and play with? What can we do to re-energize this hostile competitive environment? So this would be obviously further looking into the play space. So this would be like, okay, we haven't got so many characters that can actually barricade a door like you'd see in Tom Clancy's Siege and such. Maybe that would be a good idea. Brainstorming things like, okay, well, this game's stealth first and foremost, but obviously we do have 2 melee characters, but we don't want it to always just be, obviously, looking at things like Dark Souls, but in this edge case, ours is stealth first and foremost. We don't want our melee to always be lock on and kind of spam stamina way. It doesn't want to be too one note, so let's see if there's a way we can add an additional layer to the combat if there's any way. So that's the second thing we want to talk about. A third thing would be, obviously, we have ultimates in the game, so obviously we have our healing and our invisibility. When it comes to someone who can, say, do like a grenade throw, or it's like the explosive shot that you saw that Robin with the blue arrow shot, there isn't actually a way to kind of counter that. How can you counter that and have a clean getaway? We're having all these different types of discussions in terms of what the heroes can do, but how do we want to make sure, as we're adding a new character in, there's clear counterplays to them? So yes, we'd have obviously our initial design discussions and start brainstorming what we can introduce to the table, and then we start bringing our notes together for Ada, the sellsword, which would be our 5th character. So Ada would be our area control character first and foremost. We start brainstorming how you can shift between offensive and evasive plays. So obviously, if you somehow got caught and you need to get away, can you get away in time? Can you evade someone coming at you and get them to sneak back into the shadows? Or if you are in combat and it's literally your back is against the wall, well, what do you do here? Can you actually stand for yourself? And it's trying to make sure those 2 kind of notes actually feel satisfying, this kind of setup where you're always under kind of the back and forth between combat and stealth. So we would look into things like being able to like dodge and parry. So it's trying to figure out like, okay, we're going to mix some things where if only at the moment melee characters can actually block and range characters can evade. If this character wanted to do a type of dodge and parry follow-up, what would that be? So that would be, okay, we're looking into mixing some character abilities together, something we need to explore. Adding a dynamic combat layer, if they're doing follow-ups, like how far does your combos actually go? So it'd be like instead of a standard free hit, maybe you do a double back step if something else is pressed. So this would be looking at things like fighting games. We have multiple tertiary layers to make sure one character's kit has a variety of ways around it. And obviously, as I mentioned before, trying to figure out the area control. Can we block doors? Can we make sure if I have a point, so in this edge case, we use capture points, little glowy areas to let you know, like, if I died, I can respawn here. How can we make sure we keep people out? It's very easy to get in this game, because originally was thinking mainly against, obviously, AI navigating management. But in this edge case, sometimes you want to make sure you can just, if you block the player out, maybe there's a trip line, something to let you know that something's coming. Something so you can add more comms to your co-op setup. So yes, back to the drawing board. Thinking again, little face in the corner. What is new? What can we do to make our new hero with these new complete fighting systems quickly? And then how can we make the actual combat feel dynamic when you can't avoid it? So this would be blocking people away to protect your base and such. So yes, as I mentioned before, we started looking into the borrowing section. So what can we borrow from our current kit? So we want mixed abilities and a dynamic combat layer. Obviously, when it comes to John at the top, he has the sledgehammer. He is more of a powerful solo kind of combatant. You can rely on him to kind of hold the gate up on his own as you rush through, kind of take down the heavier armored foes with ease while you can't quite snipe them. While Turk at the bottom with the flail, the healing guy, he can obviously do a wider sweep in case there's needed some crowd control in that way. So finding a nice way between those two would be a good start. So that would be a question of, okay, we already have 2 good starting points. The game is live. People can play test these at the moment. They can play these at the moment. We know how people use and abuse in terms of, like, obviously game metas as well, both roles. How can we try to fix these characters at the same time while learning how we can apply their setup onto a new character? So back to the blueprinting side. Here, obviously, again, as I mentioned before, we only got 1 mocap sheet, so we need to be very smart with this kind of setup. So I think our initial test was just something real basic blueprints-wise. We asked the coders if this is okay, and just a basic function so we can just plug out one moveset and plug in another one, essentially like a quick character select. And our first thing we tried was essentially you were more of a sturdy character with a shield on your back. And then once you put the shield down, looking into area denial, we then looked into, okay, now you put the shield down, you are more nimble and fluent. So this would be changing your equipment, just discussing more layers, like what can work, what doesn't work. A lot of these things didn't actually go through to the final game, but just trying to figure out, I could sell these things to people. I can throw up a video of Tom Clancy's Siege and say, this shield person is amazing, some you can kind of duck behind and such. But obviously that wouldn't take it into their direct accounts of how their metrics scale to ours. We can bring that data over, but I can also bring it over and just give you the gamepad and say, how does this feel? This is kind of taking notes from A and B. How about we make C out of it? So yes, it was just trying to figure out when we have those things where it's like, would these inputs change in different ways? Obviously, this input would be mainly putting a shield down. There could be other things we can do. So this is actually part of the design conversation. This is only one example in a grander thing, a set of directions we could take it. We can take it where maybe the swing of the heavy and the action from the heavy to light attacks is more of an input direction. So maybe the backflip is when you press back and attack versus forward to lunge. So this will help with our animated talks, just filling it out and changing the inputs real quick. Just plug a controller in, change the event that triggers it, and just let people just discuss as a group. And yes, it also goes into the barricade as well. Obviously, the barricade being the wall. It's like trying to figure out, if I put this down, how do I work with the gear sets as well? So it's not just my actions itself, it's the gear which I find in the map as well. How does that change my character? And we made a nice little move list, like a nice little combo deck that you'd probably see, obviously, again, in a fighting game, trying to figure out, okay, if we look at our costs here, these are the things that we're working with at the moment. How does it kind of bounce on top of those? Extra frames, less frames, basic timings and metrics to kind of start us off so we can discuss and also just see it and feel it. How does it actually feel? Game feel being the main focus here for our idea generation. Trying to get rid of any headaches where we can for people. Ooh, missed slide there. There we go. Ooh, this one's not playing. I'll try that once more, so I'll go back. Forward. There we go. So yes, that would ultimately then become our moveset we then look into, where it's like, okay, we know we want these kind of dynamic actions from this character. Then we can start blending into the actual movements itself, RC animated from the shopping list once we start looking into. We do want it to be, if you dodge back, they can then counter with a slash. We already know how it feels. We already know that if it feels great as part of this combat kit, we can actually pass the shopping list to people and be like, yes, this is what we're actually looking for. We didn't need to rely too much on just the paper itself. So yes, evading and punishing. That's something that actually was really, really enjoyed amongst the team, where we're just trying to figure out, when you have a new character added to the kit, how do you kind of make it more spicy and not just kind of just off the same note of the previous melee characters? Gear being somewhat similar. Obviously, gear in this edge case, you find items at the moment. You go for a stage, you'd find the yellow item, you put it to your kit, and then you can use it when needed. This one was not too crazy to set up as well. In terms of just looking back at things we borrowed, we knew that we can then just look at, okay, we got throwable rocks, we got throwable grenades at the moment. How can we add a new one? I mean, well, the context is a little bit different in this edge case. Obviously, we already know that obviously we had the barricade and stuff that we wanted to look into. So in this edge case, we just started figuring out, okay, maybe if we want to do some blockage, can we try things such as like a tar grenade, where it's like, just goes back into the example before, if someone was to kind of walk into something and kind of slow them down, how would that feel? So we just changed the event hooks to make sure the rock and stuff would have something free for us to kind of brainstorm off. You could totally just make it spawn like an inflatable guy if you really wanted to. So something to distract people, Metal Gear style. But just little things to kind of get a VFX thrown in there, a material decal at the floor that scales, and then just any quick audio feedback to really sell your idea, because it would be that thing where, once again, I could show you this idea in terms of how Splatoon and such does it, but generally people can often quite get different takes from what you're trying to say in this kind of area. Just by letting them play around with these sort of things, lets them know like, oh, okay, the shield can offer this, the grenade throw can offer this, and just feel it, and then they can just immediately just go online with our current temporary tests and play out the meta just then and there before we actually start looking into things onto our further secondary step, which in turn became our slow burn grenade, which is, as I mentioned before, something that kind of burns at your ankles as you're kind of going through it and slows you down. You're trying to navigate through, kind of bleeding people out. From these tests, obviously, we were able to actually figure out what we didn't like straight away. It was actually really handy to let people know, like, okay, give this a play, and they can just tell us directly, okay, maybe change this, change that up. Originally, the tar grenade itself would be more towards something that you'd actually, as I mentioned before, actually, no, originally, sorry, the tar grenade was actually your super ability. And then the barricade on your back was something you'd find, you'd accumulate onto your back, and it would change your moveset. But we then find out, actually, maybe flipping it made it a lot easier. Obviously, when it comes into the headaches of now have a physical barricade and putting it down, how about we just tie those systems together? We already have all those systems kind of mocked up. Why don't we just kind of mix them together and see how they feel? So in this case, we'd now make our super be the super shield. You get enough ability meter, we already have the hook that lets us fire it off and see how it feels. Spawn a shield and see how that goes. And it was pretty sweet. It's that thing where you're generally trying to figure out with the array of ideas that you have, how can you just kind of throw things to like, hey, what's your thoughts on this? Here's a function, give that a test. And anything that you have on the side that didn't make it through can now just be used for a secondary brainstorm for a later character. So you're still utilizing your kit and your movesets as well. And this kind of goes into some closing main thoughts I actually want to jump into in terms of our characters themselves and just working with this, well, working amongst the team, trying to make sure everyone's ideas can be heard of how they can add more to this kit and just to brainstorm amongst the team. The first thing is, obviously, time is valuable to try spot on what options you have and what tools you have. You're not just throwing things out there to see what sticks straight away. You're discussing amongst the team to make people feel involved. Design decks and all these things that you're actually looking at, collecting your archives and reasonings, these are still helpful. You want to make sure you're still writing up your design decks in these design roles, but you want to make sure people actually are getting their voice heard. So obviously, as I mentioned before, it's extremely vital to make sure you're conversing between all disciplines to get your ideas out. Because obviously, if you pass your idea to one person, and then they're like, okay, this is cool, and they pass it to another person, something may have been lost along that way. So just trying to be more hands-on where you can to make sure everyone is available is really, really crucial and really vital if you can. Literally understanding how any of your ideas, if you're trying to think of something where it's like an easy thing to say would be like, hey, I want to bring this to the table, and then here's my research, and here's my percentage and such to kind of make sure it's going to be like foolproof. Obviously, things are never quite foolproof. So generally figuring out how to break these down just back to the core and back to the core pillars itself is really, really vital as well. So just trying to make sure you're actually discussing with your teams, in this edge case, what do people need? Generally, when it comes to these things across different projects, what can people bring to the table without being locked into just one pathway? If, as I mentioned before, you have this idea for like the shield and it doesn't quite work out, maybe someone has something they could bounce off. Could they then take your prototype and then mock something out of it and then make something else to pitch back to the group? Even if they haven't got quite the skill set in terms of being able to code directly, or maybe not be able to animate so much, they can just bring something to the table with the thing, our findings and our kits. Another major note, I think, is, as I said before, obviously communication is extremely key. The notion of, obviously, if we're going to have more hands-on, where it's like, if someone, obviously, you want to know who your specialists are, who you can refer to for advice, but if we're going to have people trying to be hands-on and wanting to figure things out, you don't want them to generally feel out of place. If someone generally is an animator and have a really good game design idea, they have a really good mission they want to play and such, it doesn't mean they're not able to. You want to make sure, I guess for a clean example, if you're going to have someone kind of brainstorm an idea of this new moveset, you don't want someone on the other team to then feel put out to be like, oh, well, if you're designing this, or if you're making this on your own, then what do I do? What can I do? That's generally something you want to try to avoid. You want to make sure everyone knows that everyone is vital to the team and everyone can bring their ideas to the table. Having a tech design title or generally being in this kind of situation where you may be multidisciplinary doesn't make you a one-man team. You need to actually know your limits as well. Outside strike teams, obviously, if people don't have that title, they may think like, oh yeah, so this title means you can do X and Y, right? Does that mean those without the title can't do those? No, that's definitely not the case. It's generally trying to figure out amongst what your team is working on, how can you figure out what their needs are, and how can you get them to the forefront of the discussions as well. A talented colleague of mine actually mentioned how they're actually really enjoying mechanic gameplay explorations. Working in a different studio, they're currently on the art pathway. Obviously, they're looking at the art discipline, doing environment and props and such. And there's been many a times where Jeremy would come to the table and be like, I have an idea, but I don't know how to say it to. And it kind of, you can almost see they almost just about get it, but kind of pull it back. So it's generally that thing where it's nice that they can always have someone to discuss this with. So in this case, they come to me and say, like, I have this idea, can you pitch this for me? But rather than just passing the idea along down like almost like a corporate line, like title to title and role to role, it's just trying to find ways to motivate them, to let them know, like, hey, you have this idea. Like, you thought of this idea, not me. I could take the credit, but where would be the fun in this, and where would that leave you in the grander scheme of things? So generally, just trying to motivate them to let them know, like, no, this is a great idea. I'll come with you if you need to. We can discuss with this person. I can help mock it up with you if you need to as well. Bring your idea to the table, and then let's discuss as a group. They don't need to feel held back by their title or their hierarchy. Just because they're not the same discipline doesn't mean you can't be involved in those talks and making sure we're all just making the game together, all having fun with it. I think one of those examples, actually, that also kind of sparked me was in the book Ask Iwata by the late president from Nintendo. It shows that even amongst a studio with such prestige, making such amazing titles, and obviously we see the end product. We see how amazing, obviously, Super Mario 64 became, and obviously how that over the years became things like Mario Odyssey, Zelda, the original from the NES, becoming Breath of the Wild. These are really amazing ideas and game products, but even these products have their woes when it comes to people trying to make sure their ideas are heard. I think one of the examples was when they were discussing with one of the early NES titles, hey, I really want to do this idea. It's really cool, but I don't think it's going to work. And just having just someone of a distant discipline, it doesn't even matter who, just kind of walked up to that person and was like, but do you want to do it? And then there's that kind of moment of pause. It's like, can I do it? And it's like, yeah, you can. And it's a really good read. It's just little extracts of that, of how Iwata himself was also trying to figure out, even with all this creative talent stuff, people are still people. They may not get your intention straight away. Some people may be a little bit too headstrong. Some people may be a little bit more kind of shy and kind of pulling back, or as I do all the time, I talk way too fast. But generally, it's that push just kind of let them feel motivated just to try things. Don't feel limited behind a job title, or like, oh, if I want people to respect me, I really need to run up a job ladder just so I can hit a higher title and then I'm golden. No, it's like even some of our amazing ideas come from literally graduate students who just come on because they're so passionate, they're so just wanting to like jump onto like this is a game I played, it's really amazing. Even obviously discussing with people last night and people today, generally some indie products people are making, there's some really creative ideas out there. It's just, oh, but before I get this idea, then I should jump into this title first. Like no, just keep creating, just keep sharing your ideas as you go. Generally, yes, it may help if you have a title. Obviously, the experience will help, obviously, if you come to a job, but that shouldn't stop you from just brainstorming amongst your peers and more so. But yes, it's trying to make sure there's that spark to reignite for people. Looking at alternative means if you need to, but generally just trying to find a solution amongst anyone and everyone. We're all generally in this together, and we do want to make sure we have this passion that we can keep fostering amongst this community. So let's explore it. I also realize I'm really early, but either way, thank you very much for your time. And I hope you guys just keep being awesome and keep being creative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathan. I mean, there was a lot there. It was absolutely wonderful. So we do have time for some questions if anyone would like to come to the front there. It's quite bright lights. I'm just
It's really hard to see.
Okay, I can see people.
Hello, mystery person.
Right, I'm in a good spot, yes. Hello there.
Hello.
First off, I'd like to say, since you mentioned up until last Monday, I was doing LQA at Sega, so hello.
Hello. welcome. It's been a while.
My question would be, since you started talking about getting to the fun as quick as possible, I'd like to first ask the question and open it up a bit. The question is, how would you balance logistics and development? The opening up is that if you know the game GTFO, the game gets into the meat of it immediately when you launch the game, right away. No UI, no nothing, you're in there, get it done. But according to Steam stats, the estimate revenue of the game is 23 million. And then if you look at a game like Genshin Impact, which made 2 billion in a year, or if you look at Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which the estimate revenue is $1 billion, those games hold your hand a lot. They take you everywhere. In the Genshin Impact, you have the guide character. I forgot her name.
Pylon, yeah.
Pylon, yeah. They don't get you into the fun as fast as GTFO does. So since that is your topic and you've made Hood, Outlaws and Legends, I return back to the question, how would you balance logistics and development?
Ooh, so that's a tricky one. I guess there's two sides to it. There is the fun for, obviously, your development studio, just trying to make sure they know, like, hey, it's not all just, like, obviously, the corporate work we still got to do, but you can just start brainstorming and jumping in quickly at ASAP. But when it comes to the actual gameplay itself, I think that then goes into just the actual onboarding experience, which is it's a bigger topic there. I think when it comes into it, as I mentioned before, we have generally when it comes to brainstorming how you welcome people into the initial moments of your game, obviously first impressions, as said obviously in the presentation as well, is a major key. Generally when it comes into the onboarding setup, you'd have your clear needs of the things you need to showcase to players to let them know where they can go. But a lot of this, actually, I think obviously it differs from game to game. Obviously, live service like Genshin Impact versus like a closed story game. But even a closed story game, like in this case, we have our Assassin's Creeds became more open world and sandboxy. So with those in mind, a lot of it just goes into what are the things we want the players to feel, in this case being the case of exploration. So I think when it comes to getting to the fun as quick as possible, I think games like Breath of the Wild, which obviously Genshin is very, very similar to, and Elden Ring does a great way of it where we have a shopping list, we want you to know, we need to teach you this. So obviously I'd be like how to like interact with things, how to get through doors and so on and so forth. But when it comes into the greater exploration of things, a lot of it goes into level design. Obviously, we can frame things. We can have our weenies, which is like the giant towers and distance. Like you could go this way, or you can go this way. And we can kind of try to funnel you towards like a safe opening area. Obviously, if things feel too tricky going the other way, we can try to guide you back so you kind of loop around yourself. A lot of that is generally like in this edge case of say Elden Ring. Those pathways they aren't direct actual linear pathways. It's more like open areas. But those paths generally are trying to tick box you towards these kind of things that you want to experience early on rather than later. unless you intend you want to be hard and hardcore like Elden Ring and literally put a giant boss in front of you straight away. But yes, that is the kind of thing where obviously we know in terms of our design list, our shopping list, we know we want the player to interactive X, find Y, experience this and that. And that would essentially be, in some ways, ultimately it's trying to get you invested early in this feeling of exploration. You found a treasure chest, awesome. Oh, you found a grace, what does that do? And obviously the more look into further design side would be, obviously this goes in towards sunk costs as well, where it's like, obviously this goes towards, a lot of mobile games do this, where they want to make sure, yes, it's exciting as possible, lots of flashy colors, but we generally want you to feel like you've hit that main loop as quick as possible. So that would be, in this edge case, Genshin Impact, Paimon will guide you from A to B. You can freely like turn left when Mondstadt, the city's to the right. But generally, once you kind of go through the city, it's like, well, cool, we're going to need some backup to fight the dragon, do a 10 pull. And that 10 pool of characters generally feels that acceleration because it's free, you can just jump in, it's like, oh, these characters are my characters, these heroes are my heroes, and together we way to take down that dragon. So it generally got the player to that point as quick as possible. So they're like, when's my next moment I can gather a new group of heroes to fight a new boss sort of thing. And that's generally, all that just comes down to just looking at the requirements you're trying to meet the player. Again, it changes based on what game you're looking at, but generally just trying to figure out if this is the thing we want the player to feel, how quick can we do it? But how can we make sure we don't overwhelm them as well? We want to make sure we kind of pace it out, say, really appreciate, this is a key thing I want to explore, and this is another key thing I want to explore. I guess, like, in this one last example of the Genshin thing, exploring your temples, trying to get those characters so you can feel really lush with new movesets, which is brilliant. But I don't think it quite stops you to kind of explore so much of the artifacts. So that, this in this case, would just be your gear grinding and stuff. That system is extremely deep. And I think maybe it's so deep it may put off people, so they actually leave that to the back burner. So that onboarding setup is something they'll push to the later side, essentially. Let the player discover that on their own. And now you have this other side of onboarding where sometimes it's good to not teach everyone something. Let them figure it out. It's generally like I'll intentionally withhold that information. Obviously, maybe a little breadcrumbs here and there, but once they kind of click, oh, these two things do a thing. And then they kind of just start diving deep into and exploring. I hope that answers your question. A lot of it is obviously it's very different areas in that kind of side.
I'd say that was pretty well.
Oh, bro.
Thank you for that.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I better leave. Got a lot of people.
Cheers.
Okay, I think we only have time for just one more quick question. But Nathan will be around in the break as well.
Yes.
Hi. What's your top tip for those just starting with game development?
Ooh, game development. I mean, it's a tricky one. I think it kind of touches on something I may have actually missed just before as well, where game dev, obviously the industry is really large. There's so many different specialist routes you can go and such. When it comes to just getting in, I think a lot of it is essentially just mainly the community, just discussing with people. Obviously, in one route, it can be towards more of an indie studio where it's like you may be doing multiple disciplines. So that's why I personally use the word game dev, because I'm not specifically saying like designer and whatnot. You may be doing multiple things, just we're devs, we're developers. Well, obviously, if you're going more towards like you want to do QA, which is a whole deep area in itself, functionality testing, or you want to do obviously art and animation, which are all obviously completely different areas. Getting into it and generally trying to make sure you find a good footing is, I mean, technically you're doing it. You're here. It's just meeting the right people and discussing and generally just being involved. I think it was a little bit difficult for me because, as I said before, I get anxious and I stutter a lot. So I usually kind of pull back, just trying to put myself forward, just to kind of discuss with people what ideas we have and just brainstorm. But when it comes into, obviously, just getting into it, there's a side of actually getting a position, which I'd say there's plenty of ways, just like obviously you can apply online, obviously there's graduate position itself, but in terms of actually starting up a project, like I want to start developing something, yes, I think that's where it's definitely looking into your community and trying to make sure like, okay, what things do you really want to do and what things do you really want to bring to the table, and trying to figure out where are those people. It's really hard to gauge at some point, but all around you, generally, like when it comes to, obviously early on we had to talk about make the game with bananas and physics bananas, and obviously you're generally hearing that's getting that kind of that spark out of people. It's like, that's actually pretty funny, and obviously we heard Nidhogg pop up. Just trying to figure out if that's something that you generally find interesting, like talk to those people, like try like look into that idea further and just kind of brainstorm with people. Like no idea is silly, no idea is dumb, it's just trying to brainstorm your projects with people, and I think going from that footing where you generally know you're making something you want to make is a really, really solid start. But yes, it's definitely just discussing with people, brainstorming and such.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathan, for a fantastic start to the afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, Great. So our next speaker's animation career of over 15 years has seen her work at studios from Double Fine to Valve on a wide range of projects and roles, from animation and VR to gameplay design and short film production. So in between her work at Valve, she's taken on other roles as an ecologist at large, such as carnivore ecology technician and beehive fence monitoring intern, all of which I'd love to know a lot more about. But today she's here with her games hat on. So here to illuminate the unseen and in-between parts of being an animator in the games industry, please welcome Christine Phelan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for being here, and thank you very much again, Konsoll folks, for having me out. I had such a lovely time getting to meet everybody out here last year, and I was very excited to be invited back. I can't see you all. I can kind of see you all. By a show of hands, how many animation students do we have in the audience today? Ooh, there's so few of you. How many students in general do we have? There we go. Look at all those hands. Okay. How many old pros who've been in the industry for a while? Cool. How many animators at heart? Okay, that's good. All right, cool. You passed the test. So as Gabby mentioned, I have been an animator in the games industry for almost 16 years now, and I've been with Valve for about 12. And prior to Valve, I worked for LucasArts and Double Fine and was a freelance animator for short films and commercials. And by day, I'm an animator at Valve, and by night, I work as a wildlife ecologist studying predator-prey interactions through wildlife track and sign, which are the footprints and other indicators of behavior that animals leave behind in the world while they go about their animal business. And how an animator finds herself to be a scientist as well is a talk for maybe another time. Some projects that I've worked on include Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, Brutal Legend, and Costume Quest. I was the lead animator for a Double Fine game called Iron Brigade, and as an animator at Valve, I've had the pleasure of working on Dota 2, Team Fortress 2, Half-Life Alyx, and animating, producing, and directing some of the short films that we have been using to promote seasonal game modes and new heroes for Dota and CSGO. And I'm currently working on an unannounced project. And so I was invited out to Konsoll last year, and my talk was a little bit of a bait and switch. It was about the work that we had done during Half-Life Alyx to create Jeff, one of the new creatures for the Half-Life IP, and one who was created with VR as the first point of contact for every aspect of his design. And what I spoke about was how to approach gameplay design for VR, that idea generation is a multidisciplinary endeavor, and that the critical role of playtesting really helped to define the products that we make at Valve. And during the Q&A, a young woman commented on the curious nature of an animator doing a design talk. And she was right, my talk had almost nothing to do with animation. And sure, some of my animation had wound up in the presentation, but that was just by virtue of showing gameplay footage. And so conceptually, the talk really didn't touch on animation at all. And so one of the defining features of our company culture at Valve is, rather than having explicit job titles, we are more of a group of individual contributors who have a stake in the product overall. We're not explicitly required to work within specific disciplines. And this is something that I've almost come to take for granted, and I see as effective game design to be a collaborative process, and one in which we must consider how our work interacts with that of other disciplines and contributes to the game as a whole. And so as animators, we're often working on a final product that is greater than the sum of its parts. And it can sometimes be pretty hard for people to see how we might arrive at those final destinations, which reminds me of the draw the rest of the owl meme. So how would you draw an owl? Step 1, you would draw some circles. And step 2, you would draw the rest of the fucking owl. And so that's an obvious oversimplification for the sake of humor. But what really happens, what actually does happen in the middle, and allows us to get from what we shipped to from where we started. And so the most interesting part of the process is the process itself, especially when, in the case of a collaborative process like game development, our work as animators can interact with so many other disciplines. And so today I want to deconstruct a few things an animator can potentially produce throughout their career, which expands in complexity and scope as they become more cross-disciplinary. And so we'll talk about creating a demo reel to get that first job as an animator. And so that's just you, the animator. And then we'll deconstruct the process for animating a cinematic sequence where an animator is now a single part of the puzzle. And then finally, we'll create animation for gameplay, which includes collaborating with design and programming on gameplay mechanics, artists on visual representation, of the design ideals for that creature or character, and how to build the actual animation list. And then the handshake that occurs between disciplines when we work with an animation graph or behavior tree to create gameplay behavior with the potential for depth. And so let's start with how to get an animation job. First, you would do some animation, and then you just put it into a fucking demo reel. It's easy peasy. And so making a demo reel is something that seems pretty straightforward, or a portfolio in general. I have a body of animation work, and I put it together in a demo reel, and I get a job. That's how it's supposed to work. And when you're, I guess, emerging into the world as a brand new, freshly birthed, pink and screaming little animation student, getting from I have created animation to I have a solid demo reel can be a little bit stressful. And so without prior experience or knowing how to approach it, it can be hard to know where to start when the distance between where you are and that job you are after appears so vast. And so what needs to be in a demo reel? What shouldn't be in a demo reel? How do I measure myself against what's out there? And so let's make this hypothetical student a real human being. This is me, and I'm going to show you my very first demo reel as a graduate of the Savannah College of Art and Design's animation program. And I'm not going to look at it. I can't not look at it. It's like watching a train wreck. Okay, let's get away from that. Oh. Okay, so that has a lot happening in it. Let's talk about it a little bit. So I was certainly excited to be an animator. I enjoyed the creation process. I loved consuming it in games and in films, and I had drive to improve my skills, but I didn't have much sense of how to put together a reel that would convince someone to pay me to do this for them. And so I will never forget when a particularly well-known animation studio came to my college on a recruiting visit, and I submitted this demo reel to them. And I was even selected for an individual feedback review. And since they only picked 10 students in the department to meet with them, that was like super exciting. And so it was gonna be my moment, and I was totally gonna get an animation job, and then during the meeting itself, I was explicitly told, you will never get a job here. I know, right? Oh, that's so spicy. And so while they could have been much more tactful about giving me that feedback, they were right. I was not going to get a job at that studio, not with that reel at least. And so let's deconstruct the reel a little bit and see what was not hitting the mark. So first, it does not demonstrate competency in basic principles of animation. So there's like poppy IK limbs, messy silhouettes, really jagged arcs, and there are easily like identifiable problems in most of the shots, and to include them says a lot about my inability to judge my own work and know when something cannot be considered done. This strongly implies that I would need a lot of additional guidance to be productive in a work environment. Second, I am not making good choices with complex character designs, and so a spider character would be great to include as a complex animation challenge, but I am not making interesting choices with it. And I am ignoring obvious issues like arbitrary floating limbs or bad surface contacts with his little mitten hands. And so it really hurts me more than it helps. Third, the staging of some of the shots and motivations for the performances are really unclear. Content aside, the grayscale play blast shot is not readable at a glance. And if your audience cannot immediately see or understand what is happening, you are failing to communicate. And also, a lot of the actions felt kind of arbitrary or for the sake of having things just move. And never forget, animation isn't just movement, it is communication. And fourth, and perhaps most importantly, like, who is the intended audience for that demo reel? Do I want to be a 2D animator? Do I want to do commercial or feature film shot work? My goal as a student was to be an animator in games, and there is not much on that reel that was really directly applicable to that sort of work. And so what should a reel be in the context of a job application? It should be a succinct demonstration of your relevant skills, so show the best of what you've got and avoid repeating concepts if you've already demonstrated them successfully, so keep it short and sweet. Next, a reel should be a showcase of your breadth of animation styles and creative problem solving or performance decisions. And so even within specific roles like gameplay or film animation, there's a variety of the kind of things or projects that or performances that you'll need to create. And demonstrating some flexibility and the capacity to do multiple things is to your benefit. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is, thank you. And finally, you should be able to demonstrate an awareness of who you're applying to and what kind of products they make. This reel looks like I just kind of like rummaged around in the junk drawer and pulled out like a fistful of rubber bands and some used batteries and maybe some paper clips. All it says to the company that I was applying to was, I have not considered you at all in this application, and I have no idea what you do. And so with an application, it helps to think of the person you are giving your reel to as a customer. Are they buying what you're selling? Even in cases with really experienced animators, you might not be the right animator for the work. And you wouldn't do well to submit a demo reel made entirely of like Nintendogs content to the folks who made God of War, although I have been using that as an example for inappropriate applications and for years, and then they just went and made like loads of wolves in God of War Ragnarok, so what do I know, I guess. Okay, so after taking a moment to like lick my wounds and mutter like, well, I didn't want to work in feature film anyway, I still had to figure out what to do with that feedback on my reel instead of just let it dishearten me. And it was hard to get that as a student. So how do I make a better reel than this one? I need to create game-relevant content and putting everything I had ever animated in school into a reel, especially when it's not applicable to the work I wanted to do or I was applying for, is the wrong strategy. What I had lying around were pencil tests and a few shots where I worked on other people's projects, but nothing that was really me making a statement about myself or my goals. And I need to tailor my reel not only to the places I'm applying to, but also to the kinds of jobs that I want to have. And so I want to make games, and I need to show that I can create game-ready content. I need to demonstrate a range of examples within game animation to show I understand the work that I would be doing and that I was capable of doing it. And back in 2007, a lot of game animation was characters like locomoting and fighting and killing one another and being killed, and that all is still applicable now. But I'm also glad to say that the type of content that is typical for games has kind of expanded beyond solve the problem with violence. But back then, I had to choose violence. I need to look like a professional. And now professional doesn't mean it has to be like a beautifully rendered vis effects shot pulled directly out of a feature film, but having a clean and ideally consistent visual canvas that gives your animation room to be seen and doesn't distract from the point you're trying to make is a really great start. And finally, I needed to send it to the right people. This is partly like know your audience, but there's more to consider here, and while there's nothing wrong with shooting for the stars, it's also important to understand that where you are in your professional journey and to consider opportunities that exist on the path to that dream job. And as an example, I attended school with a person who was like very Pixar or bust in their mentality and just refused to pursue any animation work if it literally wasn't working for Pixar. And this is the worst thing that you can do because you're just denying yourself growth opportunities and professional development that you simply cannot get outside of a studio setting. And like, no surprise, they never wound up getting a job at Pixar. And so with all of these things in mind, I set out to work on a new demo reel by creating a couple of like individual pieces to demonstrate these things in a more targeted way, and this is the new reel that I made. There it is. Whew. I also don't want to look at this one. this again. Cool, okay, so that was a little bit better than the first one. And why is it more successful? First, all the shots are relevant to the points I want to make. I can animate physical action and basic body mechanics, and I understand what work was typically expected in games. And you can see the kind of work that I'm interested in. The 2D pencil tests were helpful to me as exercises, but not something that I would have shown in a portfolio, so bye-bye creepy chihuahua and horse. Next, it focused on my strengths, and it did not go out of its way to highlight areas where I needed to grow. I got things to a shippable quality and maintained a mostly consistent level of polish throughout, and so the animation wasn't obviously unfinished, and everything looked consistent. And next, the presentation was more consistent and clearer per shot. So the backgrounds are simple and clean, and the action stands out on top of it, and my animation is not competing for attention with the backgrounds anymore. And finally, it's just really efficient. So this new reel is actually 15 seconds shorter than the first one. And if I were to exclude the title cards on either side of it, this reel is only 27 seconds long. I say what I have to say, and then I stop talking. And so there are obviously areas to improve, but it was a much better starting point for applications, and in the end, it's more successful because it actually got me a job. And this is, while I never wound up working for the studio who told me that I would never get a job there, after a few nibbles, I got my first job at LucasArts in 2007, working as a gameplay and cinematics animator on Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Hooray. So for fun, let's jump ahead to 2022 and look at a collection of my recent work, which is over 16 years after I made these first reels. Cool. Thank you. So there are still things that I would change about this if I were to submit it as part of like an actual job application. I'd like to try to have a better presentation of some of the in-game content, like when the head crab is getting smashed repeatedly against the side of an elevator, a couple other spots. Ideally, it would be great to demonstrate it in the context it was used or seen, but sometimes it makes more sense to just show it in isolation if you want a pure demonstration of skill. I should push a little harder to clean up the presentation on some of these play blasts, though. And that's a trade-off to make when choosing how to show your work when it's not something packaged in the linear viewing, like some of the cinematic film pieces. There aren't many humans in this reel. I bill myself as a bit more of a creature animator, but it would help to demonstrate humanoid characters doing some more subtle humanoid things. I might need to run some of my creature stuff through Stuart Smita after his talk. I'm a little sweaty. So the reel is kind of intentionally too long, and overstays its welcome by a lot. Like, boy, does 3 minutes take a long time when you're standing up on a stage waiting for it to go by. It's kind of starting to get into like Lord of the Rings Extended Edition territory. And so there are multiple shots that I could easily remove since they're not demonstrating new concepts or skills. And there's no hard rule for a demo reel duration, but I usually try to keep my reels around 2 minutes long. It's long enough to provide a robust demonstration of the work, and short enough to not get boring. And I created this video, I absolutely prioritized editing to the music and arranging clips together in a way that would like feel connected across cuts in the edit, instead of like creating an efficient reel. And so those are decisions that I made for the sake of demonstration. Okay. So what should you take away from this? Your reel is only as strong as your weakest piece, and so be consistent with your quality level. Set a goal and measure your work against it. And so making a demo reel is easier when you have a plan. In the absence of animation opportunities provided in wherever you are, whether it's school or the workplace that you might even be in, you may need to create them for yourself, especially if you're trying to move into a different role or to expand beyond where you currently are. And demonstrate an awareness of who you're applying to is like super duper important. And less is more. If it's not adding anything new to your reel, or worse, if it's actively undermining it by including it, it's just choose brevity over quantity. And eventually you'll have a larger body of work, and not everything you've ever done needs to be included, so be vigilant. Okay, so the last video we watched had a variety of character styles and mechanical challenges in it, but the animation can kind of be bucketed into two general categories. There was cinematic work, and then there was gameplay animation. And so cinematics for games can come in various forms. Some are pre-rendered or can be playing in the game itself during runtime. And some are slightly more interactive, like QuickTime events in games such as God of War. I keep referring to God of War today for some reason. I haven't played it yet, I'm super excited. So where those events occur in a kind of cinematic way, but are reliant on player input in order to progress the narrative. And so although animation in a cinematic is intended to be experienced linearly, creating cinematic work is not usually something that is animated strictly from beginning to end. The workflow is a little bit more kind of like painting in washes with watercolor, where the animation is built in successive passes, beginning from the most kind of fundamental elements of the work that needs to be communicated before more specific information gets added around those pieces to reinforce and enhance those ideas. So what I'd like to do now, I'm going to make you sit through another video. I'm going to do an animation deconstruction for pre-rendered cinematics using one of the shorts that we recently created to promote a seasonal game mode for Dota's last spring. And so let's watch the full short first before we dive into the breakdown of a specific shot. Oh, can you guys pump up the volume? Thank you.
Oi, space face! Crack one! Oh! Ha-ha! Catch you never, Dingleberry!
Futile creature.
Huh? Munted! Demented.
Cool. So, that was a lot of work for a small group of people. It was a really fun short to work on, actually. And so the shot that I'm going to be discussing is where we fade up from black on Hoodwink, who is this little squirrely character, and she's the main character in the short. And so we're going to talk about the life cycle of a shot beginning from the animatic phase. And so this is where the story for a cinematic has been translated from conceptual ideas and script to a more visual representation that is roughly timed out. And at this stage, we're only really concerned with the main beats that move the action or the story along. Hoodwink has been rendered unconscious by the meteor strike. She comes to and notices that there's a crystal in front of her and picks it up. It imbues her with some kind of power, and then she snaps out of this reverie that she's in and realizes that there's something more important happening behind her and goes to investigate it. And so she climbs up the hill, finds her opponent, Arc Warden, at the bottom of a crater, and he's surrounded by this immense power. And so these images should communicate enough information so that we can begin building a rough skeleton of the actions, staging, and timing of events in 3D space. My usual first point of contact with a cinematic sequence is when I can begin working from a completed layout scene, which is what this is. The layout is intended to establish general timing and positioning of the characters, and the camera, a little magic trick. So this is where the realities of translating 2D sketches into 3D movement sets in, which is especially evident when trying to match the the intention of storyboards for how long it takes a camera and a character to move through three-dimensional space. Like, boy, is it easy to draw something, but not to get it into 3D. And the layout should clearly show any significant acting or physical beats at the desired moments and gets the character from where they begin the shot to where we hook up across the cut to the next shot in the sequence. And so here, we are not only concerned with the main beats that move the action and story along, but the physical arrangement of the setting and how it affects those actions. Hoodwink was knocked away from the meteor impact site, and we need to sell the distance that she was thrown and the height of the hill that she climbs to the crater's edge. Arc Warden is a silhouette in the distance against a huge crystal meteor. And I need an assist on the notes, por favor. Yeah, there we go, thank you. And then that wooded forest that they were in has just been completely leveled by the impact. And so the environment and the character rig at this point may not be complete. And so proxy sets will serve our purposes, and cube squirrels can be like really helpful stand-ins actually for characters while we do some final modeling and rigging updates. And so the main concern with the layout is timing, spacing, and ease of readability. And so figuring out how much time it takes to create those critical moments in 3D and where the characters need to be in 3D space so that the actions are well framed and the actions make sense as described on screen. And so in the blocking pass, my primary goal is to create the major poses that define the important moments. And I described in the previous video. And I want to create poses that describe who Hoodwink is and why she does those things in a certain way. And so I try to keep these first poses pretty clean and more sparsely arranged in time so that I can make sure that the body actions are understood and readable. And it's also critical that at this stage I'm making sure that my poses are being built with their animation curves in mind. And so while you can't see the way that they flow from one another in stepped keys like this, when it's just moving between these poses really jaggedly, you can make some really nasty messes for yourself for future you if you only animate to the viewport and don't double check how that looks in the graph editor. I think I moved that too close. And so in this render, I've actually turned off her costume and her tail in order to just make sure that the base body is creating a good foundation upon which I will then layer in those additional elements later, since they're not the drivers of the performance at this stage. And by the end of this pass, the character is in poses that are representative of their actions for the duration of the shot. My breakdown pass is where I really start to specifically describe the timing of Hoodwink's actions with how she is entering and exiting those key poses. And so I break those actions into smaller components, beginning to offset the timing on individual limbs to better define leading and following action through the poses. And I'm moving beyond just defining where she is and what she is doing and being with smaller actions and gestures that define how she does them. And so as we watched all of the shots together in sequence during reviews, it became really clear that once we started adding proper transitions and poses, we didn't actually have enough time for viewers to notice that crystal at the start of the shot before Hoodwink had to wake up and then react to it and pick it up. And so we actually wound up adding 5 whole extra seconds at the head of the shot. And so this time bump allowed me to actually spend a bunch more time to give Hoodwink some quieter character performance moments, adding her little squirrely nose sniffs at the crystal in front of her that worked their way from her nose to her brows and then her ears, increasing in intensity until she wakes up. And so this also gave a nice contrast with the kind of larger emotional reactions to the crystal and then the bigger events that will happen later on. And so to help draw attention to the crystal shard and to communicate its power, we also added the idea that flowers would grow wherever shards were touching the ground. And this is something that we wound up spreading throughout the remaining shots in the show. And this also created an additional motivator for why Hoodwink would be curious about the crystal and reinforces why she reacts to it the way that she does. And so at this stage, I've added Hoodwink's tail, her weapon, and costume back into the scene because they're now critical components to describing her silhouette and making sure that she reads cleanly throughout the shot. And by the end of the breakdown pass, each character's timing as they move between poses is well understood, and the actions communicate weight and heft. Oh, splines. So if I have behaved myself as an adult and I've kept my curves tidy while in stepped keys, moving from step to splines begins to fill in a lot of the gaps that exist between gestures, and it helps me identify kind of the areas where I need to add more texture to my timing and pose transitions and clean up any small sort of issues that were not evident while working with stepped keys. And so switching from stepped keys to splines represents the kind of start of the longest part of the process, and it can feel increasingly smaller and incremental changes to reach final. And if final animation is heaven, then splines is limbo, because it just goes on forever. And this period of work is something that I also kind of think of as the ugly stage, where the excitement of creating new poses is gone, and I'm left with the hard work of refinement over time. And it can be really difficult to see progress at the stage when it gets so incremental and subtle as it can be here. Now, if I didn't behave myself and my animation curves went unconsidered while working in stepped keys, I may have to spend time untangling myself from the issues like gimbal lock or unnatural spine twists that were not evident in the posing stage before it progresses to polish. And so work smart from the start so you don't have to work hard here. And this is final animation. And so it's important to keep your curves clean in the spline pass, but I'll make sure to break or sharpen up some edges to create variance once I'm in the polish phase. It's important not to polish too much of the life out of your animation. Like, life is messy, and you should try to make a little space for a tiny bit of that mess to exist in your animation as well. And so if you've been paying attention, you'll also notice that Hoodwink actually leads her getup from the ground with her little button tail now. The original sit-up gesture felt really flat, and it didn't have a whole lot of personality at all, and adding this brought a little bit of life back into it. And there she is, a little butt. And so Hoodwink is a squirrel, and this is quite a bit more squirrely. And so the last layer that gets animated on top, and it's my favorite part, is that simply things reacting to the underlying motion of Hoodwink's actions and gestures. So stuff like the cowl on her cloak or her necklace and adding some weapon and accessory jiggle. And then all of the wind disturbing her fur, ears, tail, and clothes, which is all hand-keyed. If you have scripts for that stuff, I suggest using it. But the dangly bits are kind of my favorite part to animate. It's like the hard, responsible adult work is now done, and I'm just getting to eat my animation dessert with fun overlaps and follow through, and it can really turns the light on at the end of a long shot and helps bring it to life. And as we're about to hand this off to the next disciplines along the chain of responsibility, you can see that we've added proxy VFX that are quite more developed, and this was visual effects work done in tandem by another artist that was added into my scene. And so the goal was to help guide the vis effects and the sound artists as they began their work filling in the world with light and sound. It's about at this point in the animation where they're really beginning to ramp up in production on their part of the shot. And so anything that we can do to help them understand the timing, energy, and the scale of the work ahead of them before it started is helpful. And here's the final render again. Do I have to hit it? There you go. Hi, Hoodwink. So other artists like, oh. one lone clap in the audience, thank you. Other artists like lighters, environment modelers, sound and effects have been working while animation has been in progress, but they can only really proceed with their own more final integrative passes once the animation is locked and not likely to change. An enormous amount of work or other work gets integrated into the shot after that final animation box has been checked, which in and of itself, like, that also feels a little Rest of the Fucking Owl. Like, you went from like, okay, here's the thing, to like, look at this animated shot. And so that is a whole other, like, visual effects people are magicians. And one little sidebar, did anybody notice that the preview VFX that was in the final animation play blast and then the final visual effects for the magic coming out of the crater are like different at the start of the shot? So why did that happen? The visuals of the magic tendrils crackling behind Hoodwink while she was unconscious were conceptually really, really neat. But we found that when testing this short with people outside of the project, like outside the group of people who were working on it, they were actually undermining a lot of the work that we had done to get the crystal to be the focus of the viewer at the very beginning of the shot. And they were adding a lot of unnecessary noise to what was intended to be a purposefully built, like, quiet moment in the piece. And so we ultimately decided to use just a simple glow at the start and save the big set piece magical tendrils for when the camera chases Hoodwink up the hill, where the framing for seeing them was a little bit better and there was more time and attention available for viewers to engage with them directly. And so it was much better to sort this out with proxy geo in Maya than later, where it would have been super time consuming and probably very expensive, only to cut that work from the production. So, what are takeaways for this section? While it's important to stick to the script, change is unavoidable and sometimes necessary for a better end result. And for anybody who does work in games, I'm sure you're very familiar with that. And so adding more time to the shot and choosing to cut the magic from the beginning made it just a better shot. And it can suck when it causes you to undo a bunch of work or have to do a bunch of unexpected work, or that the work gets cut entirely, but it happens, so be prepared. Be smart about how you set up your animation foundation. Inefficiency at the start can just lead to lots of headaches during later, more complicated animation passes. And so remember to regularly check your curves if you're working in stepped keys, because a lot of information is kind of hidden in between the poses. And only animate what you need to when you need to. Cinematic animation requires multiple passes of increasing detail. And I like to think of this approach to animation as working kind of like root to fruit, where the trunk of the fruit tree are my key poses, and then the branches are my breakdowns, and then the flappy, clothy bits and tiny details, those are my leaves and my fruits. And so work from the drivers of the core motion first, and build outwards to the details from there. Oh, thank you. Can you guys not hear me? Hello? We have like stereo sound now? Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, okay, now I have to hold it. Oh no, like 2 hands. I don't know if I can do this. So basically, save the fun stuff for last and do the hard stuff first. Okay, so recall, if you will, a little bit earlier, we have 2 buckets of animation, cinematic and gameplay. And so to oversimplify things a bit, cinematic work is pretty self-contained, and most of what an animator needs to be concerned with is kind of isolated to the shot or the sequence that we're working on. And maybe the neighboring shots if there are important actions that need to carry across cuts, but that's basically it. For gameplay animation, it can be more challenging to demonstrate the process of getting an animation from concept through to completion, because completion doesn't just mean the game is, or the animation is done, like this, in the cinematic shot. And that's kind of the simplest part. While the process of creating an individual animation is similar as far as like working in multiple passes to get it to polish, completion of gameplay animation also means the animation is in the game, it is functioning as it was intended to, it is communicating what it needs to the player, and it looks good in the context in which it was visible, and it can probably be visible in multiple contexts. And so for this last part of my talk, let's look at the process of developing a gameplay character from concept to its first implementation. We're going to talk about how to create a prioritized list of animations, how to think about developing an animation graph to build more interactive character behavior, and where animators overlap with other disciplines while doing so. And so building a new creature occurs at the confluence of design, art, and animation. Design helps to define the player experience. And so what is the gameplay of this creature and where do we encounter it? How does the player feel about it? Art helps to create the visual design of the creature. And so how does the creature visually represent gameplay aspirations and mechanics? And then animation builds the content that describes functionality and behavior. And so how can animation communicate the mental state and intention of this creature in ways that are relevant to the player? And so when creating new creatures, we are starting from the beginning of a character's gameplay design process and don't have any animation list available to us. This is where we collaborate with gameplay programmers and level designers to define the experience we want to create for the player. And this will allow us to identify what animations are necessary to fulfill gameplay design needs. And so let's use the Reviver head crab from Half-Life Alyx as a case study. And so this was a new NPC that was developed for the project, and for our purposes, we wanted the Reviver to be an evolution of the gameplay of the classic head crab. And so the twist is that the Reviver uses electrical impulses to reanimate zombie corpses. Gross. Original head crabs were like kind of a one and done deal. Once they were like popped off a zombie, they would never try to reattach, but Revivers can and actively prefer to reunite with dead bodies. The Reviver is most vulnerable when it is not sheltering inside of a reanimated host. And so the original head crab was always operating with kind of low level of aggression and prioritized attacking instead of self-preservation. The vulnerability of the Reviver makes it skittish, which means it should flee, hide, or attack from a distance until it finds available corpses to infest. This is what makes the player change their behavior from waiting on enemies to come to them to having to be the hunter. And so that's one of the first wrinkles of this gameplay. So take care, player. The Reviver is super dangerous when it's infesting a host. And so the Reviver is nearly invulnerable, and its host amplifies its electrical capabilities. And so if you get too close, you'll be shocked by the constant charge of electricity surrounding a Reviver-infested zombie. Or you can be chased down by these electrical pulses that can trace along the ground to an intended target, which is the player. And in VR, the Reviver can latch onto the player's face. And so while the classic head crab would like leap at players in the original Half-Life and Half-Life Alyx, and then they would just kind of boink off of the head and deal a little bit of damage, with the Reviver, we wanted to take advantage of player presence in VR, and so we designed the Reviver to latch onto the player's face and munch on you for a bit and then like kick off. And so this would be a consequence for the player letting their guard down and getting too close to an exposed Reviver. And so this is the design of the Reviver compared to the classic Half-Life head crab. Also, I would just like to point out how every time I look at that, I see that. So the Funcom logo is basically the Reviver silhouette. So instead of being this like slow, plodding butterball turkey, this new creature is sleek and has legs built for running at like really long extension. And so the tail is also a sensory organ, similar to an eyeball that it would like regularly check for the player's location from around corners and peeking over like environmental obstacles and obstructions. And so at this stage in the process, animation would need to, or an animator would need to collaborate with character artists to arrive at a model and design that's functional for animation, check. Collaborate with a character TD if one is working on the creature to ensure that the rig is set up for functionality, desired animation performance opportunities, and has anything that is necessary for interacting with in-game systems like IK or Ragdoll, and they're all present and accounted for. And so sometimes this is work that I have to do myself, using an existing pipeline of tools. I'm not a rigger, but we have some like auto rigging stuff that I can use in a pinch. And then rig wrecking is kind of something that I'll do before beginning animation in earnest, which is basically just like trying to break the rig and make sure that it's doing the things that I want and needed to, and it's functioning as expected. And so I need to ensure that the character is in the game in a readable format, like the model and the rig itself, like the bones, with the necessary setup to work in basic gameplay context, so like things like hitboxes, attachments, etc. And then finally, I get to start actually animating it. And so there's an order of operations for animation implementation with the goal of getting the creature functional and ready for testing in-game as soon as possible. I start with animations that describe the creature's kind of core functionality. And hey, look at that. We are right back at my original game animation reel. It's like all of them are the animations necessary for basic existence in the game, like idling, navigating, dying, as well as NPC defining gameplay actions such as special case abilities and attacks. And so for the Reviver, these creature-specific abilities were like a smoke bomb screen thing that it would use to hide itself when it was trying to flee the player, a ranged spit attack that it could lob at you from a distance and that would temporarily electrocute and disable the player, and then the face latch I described earlier, where it lashes out at the player when they get too close to the Reviver. And so some of these were not part of the initial design, but evolved over time as opportunities for their existence presented themselves. The smoke bomb was one of those abilities where we realized that the Reviver needed the ability to get away quickly because players would just be like, blap, 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 and so we wanted it to have an opportunity, like a little escape hatch, and so it would just be like, whoosh, and run away. And so you could kind of skip to the implementation from this point, and for the sake of expediency, you probably should. But after the first implementation, you would also move on to animations that don't necessarily like define the creature from a gameplay perspective, but they do butt up against like tuning and feel. And so these would include things like damage reactions and transition animations, but they're definitely lower priority than the core functionality ones. And so it's important to implement initial design into the game as soon as possible so we can begin iterating. So first playtests will help us understand where the design lands, both visually, mechanically, and relative to other NPCs in the game. And so avoid taking a design too far before getting feedback. This is so important. We haven't proven the idea is worth developing further with any playtesting data, and we could be making really bad decisions, or worse, like missing interesting opportunities without that information. And so playtesting will help guide what changes need to be made. And start simply, so playtest data isn't really confounded by other variables, so the scenarios and the situations in which you're testing this creature should be like really, really austere. And then eventually begin to layer on complexity as the design withstands increasingly robust tests. So one of the most exciting things about some more recent developments of animation tools for games is like animation graphs. Oh man. So put simply, animation graphs are a visual representation of the relationships and the connections between actions an AI can take. And they're driven by conditions in the world or in the character state, like the character's AI, that are necessary for those decisions to be made. And so at runtime, a character's gameplay animations will be called in a non-linear way. And so this means that depending on the state of the world or the character, any individual animation that I have created can be triggered to play so long as the appropriate conditions are met. And so this can sometimes be the work of a technical animator, but at Valve, this is work that our animators do on the characters that they're responsible for. And it's work I personally really enjoy, because it's allowing me to work more collaboratively with a gameplay program in order to implement creature behavior, as well as like an animation graph basically acts as this like handshake between animation and the AI and the gameplay programmer, where the information about the world state, character status, and AI schedule gets exposed to me so that I can make performance choices using that information and specifically craft them for those situations. And so this is a really simple, like stupid simple example of a decision that an AI would be able to make when going from an idle state to a running state in an animation graph. So while we're in the idle node, the one at the top, if the character receives instructions to run, the graph would play a special case transition animation, the one on the left, idle to run. And once that transition sequence is complete, the graph will release from that node and will continue the task of running while in that run node. And then it will stay in that node until the condition of run gets interrupted in some way, at which point it would transition back to idle. And so this is the full animation graph that was built for the Reviver Headcrab and Half-Life Alyx. And this starts to communicate the potential behavioral complexity of a modern-day animated game character. And that's like, this is actually a really simple graph, and it's pretty straightforward. It reads really linearly, which is how I choose to set up my graphs, and it's very helpful to do it that way. So the Reviver can choose to do different things, but how do they choose the right thing to do? Each animation and behavior is not equal in their importance to the game, and so some choices must take priority over others. And so parameters, this giant list of stuff, on the side window, the top giant list of stuff on the side window represents the kind of handshake that occurs between the animation graph and the code. And so those are what the game feeds to the graph to allow it to make decisions about what animations to play, which I can then use to create conditional statements like the example graph I just showed, where I'm running or I'm not. And when the run parameter is active, if I have any conditions set up to listen for that, that information will get utilized within the graph. And so tags on the bottom left that other long list of things, those are a method of notifying game code that a certain event has happened. And this is specifically within animations themselves, and sometimes the whole state of that particular animation node. And so they basically occur within a single animation. They're listened out for as a condition elsewhere, and they are a way for an animation to communicate its state back to the graph level. And so this allows me even more control over how an individual animation gets used or blended with. I can mark it up with a specific tag during periods of the animation that are important for some reason and have that listened out for too. And so I'm drunk with power. And so, but don't get too drunk. It can be really easy to fall into the trap of thinking like, well, it could just be simpler if every state was just connected directly to every other state, and that is a hellscape. Don't do that. Building a larger series of discrete connected state machines that are hierarchically arranged, like in the previous slide, not only establishes the relative priority of different tasks the creature can do, but also ensures the behavior is predictable when a potential conflict arises. And so the hierarchy provides a structured means of explicitly handling fallback situations, things occurring in sequence, and interruptions. And so they will help answer questions about when we switch tasks and to what tasks do we switch. And so there are 3 fundamental reasons why you would switch your task. And this is true for animation graphs as it is true for life. So when you succeed at doing a task is when you'll switch. When you fail at doing a task, you will switch. And when you're interrupted by something more important, like seeing a dog. That's the most important task, interruption. And so these 3 reasons form the structure by which I decide how to create animations for a creature. I need to build content that not only accounts for the existence of these 3 task switching types, but it's also an opportunity to kind of inject emotional state and awareness into the performance. And so I can create those animations in such a way where it's in these moments where the creature is thinking about why it has succeeded, failed, or has been interrupted, and it's deciding what to do next. And so let's look a bit more closely at the graph and at an example of a state machine that handles some task switching. And so this is a state machine, this guy on the right here, which is a subcomponent of the graph that contains only the individual animations and behavioral logic associated with the reviver's face latch animation. And so it's a relatively simple list of animations. It's actually just 7 total. And so this is inside of that state machine. And so similar to the simplified graph I showed earlier, the interior of a state machine is basically a flowchart that describes the process by which an animated character performs a certain task or ability, and then the options it has for moving around within that state machine. And so we first enter the state machine in that teal start node, the one that's circled. And this node exists solely as the point of entry and exit for the state machine. And in the case of this particular one, there is no animation explicitly associated with it. It's just basically a door. This node represents the tell or anticipation animation for this attack, which signals to the player that the reviver is about to attempt some face munching. And so while the reviver is playing this animation, it can be interrupted if it is told to bail out on the attack for some reason or it's killed. And so that is represented by the red arrow pointing back to the start node. And so this return path would allow it to exit not just from that individual node, but completely out of this state machine entirely. And so after the tell animation is finished, our path is pretty straightforward. The reviver plays a jump animation, after which it moves directly into its airborne looping node, and once it has left the ground, and is traveling along in its arc towards the player, ready to munch some face. So the airborne loop it can play indefinitely, and it is here where we have our task switching situation. So while in the loop, in that airborne loop, there are 3 possible options that would cause the reviver to exit. The reviver can exit if it is told to exit the state machine from a higher priority activity, which is that red path. It's basically bailing straight out. This can happen if it dies and is considered an interruption task switch. It can also exit the loop if it misses the target, which is the line in green. And this accounts for multiple cases, such as like it misses the player's head, it bonks into an object in the world, or if the player knocks it out of the way with their hands while it's flying through the air. And from an AI perspective, these are treated as the same condition and utilize the same exit animation. And this is when it fails in its task. And if it catches the player's face, it begins munching, and that is the success case, which is in blue. And so when the reviver successfully latches onto the player's face, it plays a brief munch animation before heading for the exit, which starts with an airborne drop animation where it basically like kicks off of the player's face like a diver leaving a pool. And then as it's dropping down, it's awaiting more information about whether the reviver has actually reached the ground. And so the bottom node is the face hug, where it munch, munch, munch. And then the dismount is when it's flying down. And then the top one is dismount land when it hits the ground. And basically, like, it will exit the state machine after that. And so let's return to this multiple choice node. And so how do we know, or how do we choose which of these three options that we have to do if two of these conditions are met simultaneously? When you're in a single node with multiple choices for outcomes, you can also assign a hierarchy of which choice should happen first. And in this case, the order of choice would be the relative importance of that choice to the gameplay, which is the death, because that just trumps all things, then the successful face munching, and then finally when it misses the player and hits the world. And so it would choose red, then blue, and then green. So now let's watch these occur live. Let's see if I can time this out right, because the video's squidgy. So first we're gonna simulate the reviver successfully latching onto the player's face. There he is, yeah, hey buddy. And so it enters the state machine, and then when it decides to attack, and so first it plays its anticipation animation, then its jump, and then it loops in the air until it successfully connects with the player's head. And here it munches, and then it follows its linear path of fall and land animations until it can exit the state machine entirely. And now it's free to make other choices about life that it wants to live, like face munching. It's choosing to munch again. And so this time it leaps, it waits input, and then it misses the target. And instead of connecting with the player, it is unexpectedly connected with the ground, where it plops unceremoniously, shakes it off, and then is left to its own devices. Because I'm effectively simulating NPC behavior with this tool, the animation graph, and so I should back up. This is from Source 2, so these are our proprietary tools at Valve. They're available in the workshop, but Unity has one, Unreal has one. Like, animation graphs exist in game engines, and so it's not isolated to here. But with this tool, the animation graph is where I can begin addressing animation bugs and finding solutions to unanticipated problems before code is even up and running to support the features. And so there are times when the handshake between gameplay programming and animation is not quite ready, as code work is still being done to build that architecture that supports the behavior. But because animation graphs allow me to name parameters and create tags internally, without gameplay needing to specify them, I can effectively simulate the desired behavior by creating these state machines on my own. And this is really cool because it also gives me space to kind of prototype behavior ideas and animation interactions without needing programming support to test things out in this context. And so eventually that handshake will need to occur when animation and gameplay code agree on the parameter names and what they're called by the code and when. But this still allows me to test the animations I'm working on in a more representative situation before code actually exists and before I actually have to put it in the game. Okay, so takeaways for this section. Animation graphs are unlimited power and empower animators to create cohesive and deep animated behaviors that I think are on par with the nuance of gameplay work. The example I showed was really simple, but you can start to see the potential for behavioral depth in there. And not only are you defining how a character behaves through motion, but also how it interacts with and responds to the world, the player, and the other external stimuli that an AI can receive. And so these characters are not just existing, they're thinking. Animation graphs are a really powerful tool for implementing, designing, and iterating on characters. And I can get started on a graph and running in minutes. And since I can effectively sketch out the chain of events and the behaviors before I even open up Maya, I can make a better plan for how I want to tackle the individual animation sequences that I need to animate because I'll already have a good idea of how they relate to one another. And then broadening your awareness in a highly technical direction is never a bad choice to make. And animation graphs aren't really too terribly technical. I think they can seem really overwhelming when you first look at them. But while this is work that sometimes falls into a more technical animator role, that shouldn't be stopping you from trying it out and learning how to do it. Being proficient with animation graphs makes you a more powerful contributor to the design and iteration process because you can see what the behavior will be before a line of code has even been written and you can build it in tandem. Well, that's it. That's the rest of the fucking owl. And so for now, anyway, like for the students out there, I hope I've shed a little bit of light on some of the parts of the animation process that may not have like been entirely, they may have seemed opaque or entirely invisible from the perspective of a newcomer. For you grizzled industry pros, I hope I've offered you some new ways of thinking or reinforced what you feel is already a tried and true approach to your work. Or maybe you've like glimpsed some badness in my process, in which case, please help. And so please come find me, if you'd like to talk shop, genuinely. Like I would love to hear your stories, learn about your own processes, and hear about where you are in your careers and why, like when you've been told you'll never get a job at Pixar. It was Pixar. I tried to pull it out of the talk. Yeah, well, I don't want a job there anyway. I like my job right now. So these are all the things that shape us into the unique individuals as animators and as game devs, and I'd love to know how you drew the rest of your fucking owl. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. So we are going into the break now, but we can actually nip a few minutes off the break if there were a couple of quick questions anyone had, but Christine obviously will be around. And I'm never going to listen to First Aid Kit the same anymore. It was so relaxing before.
I love it. I love all of their stuff.
Oh, beautiful.
Hello. I can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Oh, there you go. Hi.
About the cinematic. 3 small questions.
Go for it.
How many people worked on it? What were their disciplines? And how long did it take to produce from start to finish?
Oh, that's a spice. The third one's a spicy one because that short, whoo boy, did it go through a lot of changes. Let's see, how many people worked on it? I'm gonna do some quick math in my head, and I'm an artist, so it might hurt. Me, Cam, James, that guy. I think there were 6 animators. The VisFX group was a mix of 2 dudes in New Zealand doing external stuff, and then our in-house editor doing a lot of screen space stuff. So a lot of those effects that you see, especially towards the latter end of the short, is like all stuff done in Premiere. Like he just works like a savage. Like he just kind of bangs some rocks together and makes it work. It's phenomenal. And modeling, and I would say it was around like 15 people total. I worked for a month on that shot. That 27-second long shot. But that was also while doing other work for Dota. So I was doing gameplay animation for, I think it might have been Marcy, like one of the new heroes that was coming out. So it was like in tandem with other stuff as well. And so I forget if I answered all of your questions.
There was one more. How long did it take to produce?
Oh, okay. So yeah, about that. With short films, it's important to spend, I would argue, the most time up front figuring out what you're going to make. Because the further through the process you get, the more expensive it becomes to course correct, and the harder it can be to kind of steer the ship. And so I think we had started storyboarding and just script writing in like January, and this was a spring event. So maybe it was like 4.5 months total, maybe a little less.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, loved your talk.
Thank you.
From the perspective of narrative, or maybe this question might apply to anyone who's a not animator, are there any do's and don'ts to providing specs and feedback to animators? Like, how would you like to interact?
I love that you asked this question. I had a whole section in my talk about how not to give the kind of feedback that I got on my reel from that guy who woke up and chose violence that day. So yes, I think that there's something animators can do to help people who are giving them feedback. I think there's things that people can do to help animators. And so when I'm asking somebody for feedback, whether it's like animation, gameplay stuff, whatever, I try to also set the table for them as far as like, what am I looking for feedback on? Because I think if you just like blanket, like give me feedback, like that's not helping them to do so in a productive way that's additive to what you're trying to achieve. And so basically, like I'll try to let somebody know, like, here are the problems that I'm working on, here's what I'm trying to solve, and then also give a little bit of like and if you notice anything else, like I'm happy to hear it. And as far as like giving feedback to animators or to anybody in general, it's like asking them what, like just returning that same thing in kindness, right? Like asking them what they're looking for feedback on. I think a piece of advice that I try to give to people about feedback is like to try really hard to think of feedback as like, it is a critique of the work, it is not a critique of you. Because I've seen people get really, really like emotionally invested in the work that they're doing, which is important to do, but you run the risk of taking feedback personally, and typically it's not intended to be delivered that way, right? And so yeah, I think just like being explicit about where you are in a piece in order to gather the kind of feedback that you need. And so like when I got that "you'll never work here" feedback, I even asked, I'm like, is it a shot? Is it that I have too many like, 2D things in there? And I just got like nothing from that person. So that's not productive at all. And that's more, I would argue, it says more about the person giving the feedback than the quality of the reel itself. Like there are certainly issues with the reel. Like I do not disagree with that person, but there's a better way of delivering that feedback, especially to a student. It's just like, it's not helpful, right? And so try to think of the feedback as a means of like understanding the goal that that person has and helping them get to it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy the rest of Konsoll, or enjoy the rest of fucking Konsoll.
I fucking will.
Hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to say thank you for that wonderful talk. It was really educational. And our teacher actually showed us parts of your first reel, the first one that you showed.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
no.
in class. The guy that held the red gun. I saw, I was like, didn't our
Holy
teacher show
crap,
us that?
how does that exist? Like, so I also wanted to tell the story of that reel because like I had to go on a mission to find it. Like it was burned to a CD that was hidden, and then I had to find a machine that had a disc reader in 2022. So it was like a proper archaeological dig to like actually find it. So I would love to know where your professor had it, like hidden in the archives.
But like I'm pretty sure that was the one.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
But the question that
Wait, I have a question for you. Was it in a "don't ever do this"?
I think it was just like, how do I say? It was just like, here are some examples of student reels.
Okay, that is a very accurate description.
Yeah. But yeah, I was wondering with what you call him, Jeff?
Yes. Oh,
yes.
Jeff.
Cute name.
He's my cute.
How he is.
He's cute in my heart, I think.
Yeah, same. But how did you do the sort of like folds on the like cloth, like the skin between his limbs? How did you make that look
Oh, wait, the Reviver or Jeff the...
Wasn't Jeff the Reviver? I might have
No, sorry, that may have been no, Jeff is not the Reviver. Jeff is a blind zombie who is like trapped in a distillery and can't see you, but boy, can he hear you. And he's the one who is smashing the head crab against the wall.
Right, the floppy guy.
Yeah, the big floppy bit guy.
Yeah.
So you're asking about the Reviver, like the little
Yes.
webbing. So can you ask the question again? Because
How do you do the webbing between the limbs?
Mhm.
Like, because is it cloth fitted?
It is, yeah. So it was cloth. So there were controls set up on there were like these little side flaps, like
Mhm.
these little extra like knot legs that he had to like be able to draw it in and pull it out. And so those were like properly skinned and rigged and stuff. But the flappy bits on the between that were basically like cloth simulation. And so that's all handled on the engine side.
All right.
And it would try a little bit to follow the underlying mesh, but like it looked better to let the game just deal with it. And so it actually, the Reviver had quite a few like little dangly bits that during runtime would like a ton of extra overlap. It like make it feel like way more organic, which is something that's like really helpful in like runtime cloth that works well. Definitely helps a creature feel more alive.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there, so you'll get just a little bit of a break before the final two talks. But thank you again so much for joining us, Christine. So yeah, if you could be back here for 3:30 for the final two talks.
Hei, hei. Her var det mørkt. Jeg heter Erik Hoftun. Dere vil kanskje noen av dere i hvert fall kjenne meg som CEO i Snowcastle Games, men that was in Norwegian. I'll do the rest in English. I'm Erik Hoftun. I am the CEO of Snowcastle Games. Many will know you as that, but today I'm here representing Virke, the Industry Owners Association, and I'm here to announce Spillprisen, the Norwegian Game Awards, which this year finally can be called the Norwegian Game Awards because we are working with the Norwegian Game Awards in Trondheim, coordinating the two events, and we'll have that happening in Trondheim probably on the 17th of March. You can mark that in your calendar. And we are coordinating with the Norwegian Game Awards, the Student Awards, Spillprisen, which is a Norwegian name for the National Game Awards in Norway. And today I'm here to announce that registration for the Game Awards are open. So you have the link behind me here. And we are accepting nominations from today. The other thing I would also like to say is that we are still looking for jury members. So any of you who are interested in participating in that can find a link on the same page. And please volunteer. We need help to go through all the nominees and decide on who deserves the award. So 17th of March in Trondheim, details to follow. Spillprisen, Norwegian Game Awards combined this year. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. So our next speaker is an Unreal Engine evangelist at Epic Games with 15 years games industry experience, ranging from social, web, and mobile games to console games. Before joining Epic, he was a lead programmer on Housemarque's BAFTA-winning Returnal for PlayStation 5, which we're going to hear more about later today. So here to demonstrate how to maximize your game's performance in Unreal Engine, please welcome Ari and Bjørnsen.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's see. So, how many of you have seen a presentation by me before? Hands up. Okay, so a few here and there. So some of you might know that I like to make kind of memories when I go to conferences by taking a selfie with a group. But it's a selfie video, and then I'll put it on Twitter so you'll all get Twitter famous. Too bad Twitter's going right now. Oh well, maybe Hive or Mastodon or one of those. Anywho, I want to make a selfie with you. Hope you don't mind. If you don't want to be in the video, instead of going like this, go like this. And just a heads up, you're competing with every other conferences I've done this at. So no pressure. But how I'm going to do it is I'm going to set it up like this. Oh, I'm going to have to come a little closer so we can see past the lights. Oh, God. And actually, can we get the audience lights up a little bit just for this? Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, and then we all go hi from Bergen. So let's try it now. Let's try a little warm up. 3, 2, 1. Hi from Bergen. Okay, this was quite good. Not top 3, but very good still. I want to hear a little bit more noise, and I want to see even more hands waving. Let's try it one more time. 3, 2, 1. Oh, yes. I think that was in the top 3. Let's do this one more time. I want the exact same intensity. Like, oh, I have to go all the way here. There's so many of us. Are you ready? Is everyone ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Thank you so much. This was great. No, let's do that soon. This is my favorite talk. I really like this talk. It's quite interactive. I'll get a little bit on that soon. But I also, as I made it, I've been shuffling the slides around, and I decided, you know what? My favorite slide I'm just going to put it already at front. It's me. So hi, everyone. I am Ari Arnbjörnsson. I'm an Unreal Engine evangelist at Epic Games. People often ask, Ari, what does an Unreal evangelist mean? Do you make sermons? Because it's a weird name. I've heard community manager, I've heard developer relations. But basically, as an evangelist, I strive to increase adoption of Unreal Engine while helping studios that already use it. And usually that means I can just get 2 birds in 1 stone by doing a presentation about its tech, because I like talking about tech, because I am a programmer, I'm not a marketing specialist or anything like that. And then usually the engine sells itself. I am Icelandic, and I live in Finland. So if you hear me pronouncing some words really weird, that's the reason. And yes, I am a game programmer. I've been 15 years programming in game dev. I've been 20 years programming in general. Some of the things I did before joining Epic Games was I was a lead programmer on Returnal. Did anyone here play Returnal? Has anyone played Returnal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God, half a dozen. There's half a dozen of us. It's a really good game. If you have a PS5, it's for free now on PS Plus Extra. You will not be disappointed. It's a really cool game. And I've also done, I was working for almost 5 years at Rovio doing Angry Birds. Did anyone play Angry Birds here? Yeah, the audience, of course. If you, I usually ask, like, did you ever play Angry Birds on the bathroom? And then, you know, either you are telling the truth or lying, like, because, yeah, we all did that. Also, you might have noticed there, I put a website, ari.games. This is my own website. Maybe the name gave it away. I put all my presentations on there, so this will be there. I also put all my tips and tricks there. So I always recommend people that are using Unreal Engine, hey, like, it's a really big engine. You're not gonna learn, you're not gonna remember everything. So you should have notes or something, like put in a Google Drive or a Word document or something like that, all these little tips and tricks you'll learn. And what I did is that I just took my private notes and I made them public. So there's over 200 tips and tricks there. There's some pages about like finding memory leaks and stuff, because when I was learning it, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna have to write this crap down. So go on there. I paid this custom URL, ari.games. Like, there's no ads on it or anything. It's just so I can tell people, go to my website. So it's like equivalent of a Netflix subscription. So please go on there and make it worth my while. And there's my email and my Twitter and LinkedIn. If you're making anything Unreal, just go ahead and contact me. It's literally my job to be in contact with you all. This is the agenda for today. I recognize not everyone here might be like technical, so I'm going to try to start off quite high level and then kind of like keep going more and more and more and more technical. And I'm going to try to keep it fun also. So it's split in three parts. First, I'm going to be talking about profiling in general. This applies to any engine, any platform that you're doing. So even if you're not using Unreal, you'll hopefully get something out of this talk. Then I'm going to be talking about the tools that we have in Unreal Engine that you will use for profiling. And then lastly, in the end, I will do the practical examples where I took a demo project, I just did horrible things to it, and we're going to find those horriblenesses and fix them together. And that's the most fun part. That's why I left it at the end, so you're going to have to be sitting here with me the whole time. Also, you might notice I have a little tote bag here. So this is like a Christmas bag, because in this thing I have swag. And I'm going to get a volunteer. Actually, Eve, I just asked her, so please give Eve a round of applause. We work together at Housemarque. So in this bag is a bunch of reflectors, like this. And the thing is, like, so you know how the Unreal Engine revenue model is. Excuse me. Oh, getting cold or something. So the revenue model is we're only successful if you're successful. And you are only successful if you don't get hit by a bus. And things are getting dark now, you know, winter's coming, everything. So it's in our best interest to keep you alive. So everyone who, like, I will be asking questions throughout, and you should just yell out the answer. Like, I'll go like, and you just go, ah! And then I'll go like, correct, keep your hand up. And then Evie will throw swag at you. Or gently give it to you. We will not try to poke anyone's eyes out. Okay. I think we just start with the question. What's this? A number. Yes! Evi, give him swag. This is 60 frames per second. This is the milliseconds that is at 60 frames per second. If no one had guessed this, I would have shown the next number here, 33.33. This is the frame rate for 30 frames per second. So this is your frame budget. You have 16.66 milliseconds if you want to make a 60 frames per second game, which is usually the kind of games you want to make now, unless you're making it, for example, on mobile or console, then you might want to go down to 30 frames per second. And you have this for both CPU and GPU and like any other hardware subsystem that your target platform uses. And you can kind of treat it like money. So some features, for example, they look great, but they're expensive. You basically decide when it's worth it. For example, Lumen in Unreal 5, it's we just, in 5.1, we got it running at 60 frames per second, but it's still taking a chunk of your frame time. So for some people, they're going to be like, it's going to take most of our frame time. We're not going to have a lot of buffer to do much else, but it is an amazing lighting solution. It is completely dynamic global illumination. Of course, we want it. And then we just kind of, budget for it. It's like a wedding. You have a wedding, and then your spouse says, let's say you have 16K of norsk krona for a wedding. And your spouse says, I want 10K of that to be for the catering. And then you might just go like, well, most of our wedding is about the catering, so okay, that's just how expensive it is. Because we all know that if we wanted the game to just run at infinite frames per second, the fastest thing would be to just not draw anything. So we just keep adding until we get close to that frame time, and then we go, looks good, ship it. So for consoles, these are they're cool, they're kind of standard, you know what you're getting. So you can get quite close to the budget. You can be at like almost 16.66. PCs though, they need some leeway for all the different configurations. There's so many different pieces out there, you can't just say all the pieces are going to have this easily, so let's just make this the default. And also, on PCs, usually the users want to be in charge of the budget, not yourself. So they want to say, I want higher fidelity shadows. I want to turn off lumen. I want anti-aliasing or something like that. And then for the amount of users that don't want to do that, like for example me, I don't care. I just want, like, I just bought a new graphics card, put it on max, or I don't have a new graphics card, put it on medium. Or even I don't even want to go into settings, I just want to play the game. So try to make it either like auto-detect a little bit or just have a kind of a little leeway, a margin, so that it has a little bit of breathing space. And then lastly, we have mobile, and they don't have a fan in them, so you need leeway there also for thermal throttling. So we had this, actually on iPhone, we don't have this problem that much, but on, there was this, I don't know if it's like that still, but Android, all these different device makers had this competition, like who could fit more teraflops into their phone. So they would put like, this is a tablet GPU inside our phone. This is a laptop GPU in our phone. And you're like, whoa, this GPU is like as big as the phone itself. You run a game for 10 seconds and then it would overheat and do thermal throttling. So you don't want to be that game. Add a bit of breathing space there. When we're optimizing, we often hear this quote, premature optimization. It's the root of all evil. I agree with this, but also like blah, blah, blah. It's quite an absolute statement. So I only mostly agree with it. But the thing about absolute statements, like I don't like absolute statements because we know who it is that only speaks in absolutes. Sith. Okay, I heard like a few people say Sith. Keep your hand up who said Sith, and Evie will give you your swag, or she will try her best. The Sith, they only speak in absolute. Star Wars reference there. So you got to be on your toes. I would say, yeah, of course you shouldn't prematurely optimize. You shouldn't prematurely micro-optimize, maybe is a better term, because as you're making a game, you should, of course, be performance conscious. Like, don't go completely overboard. Don't make it affect your code readability, for example. If you are code golving, which is like, oh, I'm going to write this in a way that is like super performant, like, don't do that. You're wasting time. You're making your code usually less readable. Just make the code as readable and maintainable and extendable as possible instead, and only if it's slow, then you can fix it. For example, if you are making a console game, like on one of those set targets, is it already running at 60 frames per second? Guess what? You're done. You can just stop optimizing. So we know when we should not optimize, but when should you actually start optimize? And it has an easy answer. It's just when it shows up on the profiler. So we have this concept of practical optimization. It's like only optimize if you're not hitting your frame times. And how it goes is, how you should be doing it, is that you should be picking the lowest hanging fruit first. Basically go for the biggest impact for the least amount of effort. And then you'll do this once, and usually you'll find somewhere in Unreal, for example, you're like, oh my god, everything's so slow. Well, what is this feature? We're not even using it. Oh, there's a single check mark to turn that off. Oh, wow, we got like 10 milliseconds per frame. That was amazing. That was easy. Big impact, low effort. Then you do it again. You go by the profiler. What's the big chunk there? Okay, let's fix that. You do it a few more times, and it's time to ship. That's how it goes. It always goes like that. So you don't really have time even to do the micro optimizations. You're not going to have time to do the things you want to fix. You should be doing what you should be fixing, which is what shows in the profiler. And also, don't blindly optimize. You should be figuring out the what, the why, and the how. Ari, what's the what, why, and how? What? Good question. I'm glad you asked it. You get some swag there. Awesome audience. So the what, why, and how. I just, like, as I wrote this down, I was like, is this Aris, you know, what, why, and how, or is this just general? I don't know. Maybe this is common knowledge, but at least now we have it written down. So first we go by what? What is slow? You'll go by the profiler. Because if it is slow, if it is time consuming, it will show up. So you just literally look at the profiler, you'll see like, oh, this is taking a lot of time. And then when you know the what, this is slow. Now you can ask yourself, why is this slow? Why is that thing slow? And then you can, you don't have to guess, you can just, you know, go by facts. Go through its details, because now you have enough info that you can actually start looking into it with, you know, some rationale. And once we know the what, once we know the why, that's when we go for how do we fix it. With all the info, we can now start fixing it, but not before. It sounds very like no-brainer when you see it written down. You're like, oh, of course, I'm always going to do that. You don't even have to tell me, I'm awesome. But I don't know. So I often will, like, before I made this presentation, I was thinking, like, how do I usually do it? And often I found myself going directly for the why. Didn't even measure. I would see something, I would see low frame rate, and I'll go like, oh, I wonder why this is happening. Probably because, and then I'll go fixing it already. Or like, sometimes I wouldn't even like ask for why. I would just start fixing blindly. And many smart people I worked with do this every once in a while. So yeah, it's not as much of a no-brainer as you would think. So try to keep this in mind. If you're finding yourself starting to fix something blindly, make sure, like, wait, am I actually fixing the right thing? Is this really the problem? And once you start digging into it, you might learn something new instead of thinking, instead of fixing something that you think it is. So this was the practical profiling in general. Now I'm going to be talking a little bit about profiling in Unreal Engine, like the tools that we have. We have two tools. We have lots of tools, actually, but the two tools I want to mention in this presentation they should work for most of your cases. We have other, like the overlays and the stat system and like yada, yada, yada. But those are the ones I like to use and the ones I recommend you use. First, we have Unreal Insights. We upgraded massively for 5.0, and we keep upgrading it for 5.1. And this is going to be basically our suite of profiling tools for everything except the GPU, because the GPU needs captures. And how you start profiling with that is that you start Unreal Insights from the editor, just tools and run Unreal Insights, like in the screenshot over there. Or you can just launch the executable on its own. Just double-click it. It's a standalone program. It's not even inside of Unreal Engine. And then once that is running, you start your game. And that's it. That's all you need to do. Now, Unreal will automatically connect to the local process and use the default tracing channels. The channels is like what specific things we are profiling for. The default channels are CPU, frames, log, and bookmarks. And you can override that by adding a start command line parameter. So you do your executable name.exe space dash trace equals, then you can even put default there to get all the channels, comma, GPU, memory, file, load time, whatever you want. And making a shortcut or a bat file is handy. And if you are, for example, having playtesters doing something, or if you are running this on a console or mobile or some other target that you can't run the Unreal Insights on itself, you can make it connect to another computer just by using dash trace host equals and then put the IP number in there. So this is for everything except GPU. So for GPU, we would make a capture, and there's a command line called profile GPU for that. And you launch it in editor by using Ctrl Shift and comma, or for package builds, or even like on consoles and stuff, you can just send the profile GPU console command. And what it does is that it profiles the current frame, and it's compiled out in shipping build. So you have to be a development build or an editor to see it. If you are running it in editor, it will open the GPU visualizer that looks like this. And if you're not running it in editor, it will just print it to the console output. Actually, that was the first two parts. Now we're to the fun part, the practical examples. And now you get to give out some more prizes. Going to be asking more questions now. Practical examples. These practical examples, okay, a little bit more slides. These are going to be built on the Lyra Starter game. And this is a sample gameplay project that we at Epic Games made, and we keep updating it. For 5.1, we actually added more updates to it. And this is a successor to the old Shooter game. Shooter game was a kind of demo project that we would encourage developers to download and like add to it and make your game even on top of it if you want. It's got a lot of learnings in there. But Lyra is the new one because we kind of stopped updating Shooter game, and we learned from that we shouldn't stop updating stuff. So Lyra is now kept up to date as we introduce new features to Unreal Engine. You should check it out already. It's got a lot. It's basically how would Epic Games make a game with Unreal Engine? Lyra. And it showcases a lot of the Unreal Engine 5 features. So we're using gameplay feature plugin there. We're using all sorts of things. And you can download it from the marketplace for free. You can build your game on top of it. Like, we don't care. Yes, you can add a clown nose on everyone and sell it as a game. Like, that's fine. No one's going to buy it, but you can if you want to. Just to give you an idea of how permissive we are with it. And yes, it is a really good example. All the team is super, super proud of it because it perfectly demonstrates how to do everything correctly in Unreal Engine 5, and I made it as an example of how to do everything incorrectly in Unreal Engine 5. I did horrible, unspeakable things to it, and I thought it would be cool if we could fix them together. Now we are at the first performance bug, first hitch, first curse, and it is the instance of the low editor frame rate. Someone in the team comes up to me, Ari, and I'm like, what's going on? What's wrong? They tell me the editor is running at 30 frames per second. It was running at 60 frames per second just yesterday. Everything's super slow. Oh, we need to fix it. We need to find it. And I'm like, yeah, we do. Okay, well, I'll try these steps that I just told you before. I'm going to do that for every single example. The what, why, and how. We're going to start by figuring out the what. But first, I want to kind of reproduce this. Like, okay, I want to see what the current frame rate is. How would I do that? Stat FPS, yes, keep your hand up, get some swag. Good one, stat FPS. There is also, the last time I did this presentation, I actually had to fix it because someone told me, you could just press the button. I was like, there's a button? I work for Epic and I didn't know this. It was like, yes, you click the little 3 lines there, the hamburger menu, and there's a show FPS button there. There's even a shortcut, Ctrl Shift H. I didn't know that. Anyway, I fixed my slides, so now we have this here now. So you click the show FPS, or like what most of us are used to doing, is that we will go into the console command box and we'll just write stat space FPS. And what that will show is this. We'll get a little green text there. It will show, actually, team member was right, only 30 frames per second. I don't like when people say, though, like, we've lost X frames per second. Why did it stop? Keep playing for me. Keep playing for me. Okay, anyways. I hope this is not going to happen on the other slides. Just click anywhere. It's okay. It just shows the number wiggling around. So when someone says we've lost 10 frames per second, what does it mean really? Because if we were running at 30 frames per second, losing 10 frames per second means that the frame got like 5 milliseconds slower. But if we were running at 120 frames per second and someone says, we lost 10 frames per second, I'm going to be like, that's margin of error. That's nothing. It's like 0 point something. So usually I would either want to know from what frame rate we went to. It also depends on the target hardware. Or just tell me in milliseconds, Ari, we have 10 milliseconds longer frames now. Now I know exactly how long each frame was. Thing is, I just showed you 2 tools. I showed you how to profile on the CPU, and I showed you how to profile on the GPU. So now I want to know which one is taking the most time. How do I do that? Yes, stat unit, I heard. So swag for you, stat unit. Did you know that there's a button for that also? So again, hamburger menu, stat, engine, unit, right there. I didn't know that, so now we all know. Because some people actually do like more using buttons rather than typing into the console stat unit, like we're going to do right there. Stat, space, unit, and then we do that. And then we get this, lots of info. So we actually have some repeated numbers there. At the top, we have the old stat FPS. They will not show if you didn't write them before. Then we have the frame time. 33 milliseconds in total, just the same number as above. We have the game thread time, also known as the main thread. And that one's only running for something milliseconds. And I would say that's actually quite good. That's actually very good. If anything, we should add more stuff to it, like make our game more impressive looking, put some AI in there. Isn't that what producers always say? Put some AI in there. Not to knock the producers, you rock, I love you. And then the draw thread is taking 29 milliseconds, 28. The GPU is taking 33 milliseconds, and then the render hardware interface, that's like basically the same as all of these. So basically it's GPU bound. So I'm going to use the GPU tool that I told you about. So we're going to start that up by pressing Ctrl, Shift, and Command, and then it pops up. And in the upper side, you can see a visual representation of the frame. You can click that little white triangle there to go deeper into it and see it like that. I like using the lower tree view because you can sort by duration and see exactly how long each step took in milliseconds. So I can here see that the shadow depths are taking 9.83, lights are taking 5.52, lumen scene lighting 3.484. I'm gonna open render virtual shadow maps, go into batched, raster passes. It's a lot of cursed point lights there that are taking each half a millisecond-ish. Some rectangle lights that are taking 0.01. That sounds more like what we want. But yeah, these cursed point lights are really slow. Then I'm going to go into lights, because that was also taking quite a while. Direct lighting, unbatched lights. The cursed point lights are there again, each taking like 0.30 milliseconds. But the thing is, we just found the what. Now we figure out the why. I'm just going to go and find these lights. So I'm going to scroll down in Outliner. Oh, there they are. That was easy, right there. Going to double click on it. Oh yeah, so they've been put on each side of that door. It kind of looks like what someone would do with lights. I'm going to go through the details panel and see if there's anything weird happening there. So we can see that there's a check mark for shadows. Cast shadows is on, okay. And the attenuation radius is 5,000. How big is that even? So I'm going to just zoom out a little bit, see the bounds of that light. Oh my God. Okay, so each light is lighting the entire level, even though it's that small. So I'm going to fix it. I'm going to start by selecting all of the cursed point lights And I'm going to decrease the attenuation radius to about 100. So you can see the bounds of them now have decreased, but no visual difference. And I turned off cast shadows. And look at the time in the upper right corner. It just shot up to 60 frames per second. We just doubled the frame rate. And the only thing we did was change one number, take off one check mark, 0 change in visual fidelity. So these are the things I'm talking about when I'm saying for the lowest hanging fruit, for the least amount of effort, go by what the profiler is saying, because it allows you to find if you've done something dumb like this accidentally. Like maybe someone copied these lights from another part of the level where they were that big, just decreased the light intensity, but it was still casting shadows, it was still super big. Mistakes happen all the time in game dev, and using the profiler is how we're going to catch these mistakes and fix them. Now, let's see what the profiler looks like after we fixed it. What does it show up like in the profiler? Excuse me. So I'm going to press Ctrl+Shift+, again. The thing pops up. And sort by duration. We can see the frame time now takes 12.96 milliseconds. So we have some spare time even before it goes to 13.3. Here's the lights, unbiased lights. There's one directional light taking 1 millisecond. You always have one directional light. It's probably going to be quite heavy. That's fine. And then I can't even see the other ones. They've just been batched away. That's how you know you should stop optimizing something. It doesn't even show up on the profiler anymore. Okay, that was the first issue, the first curse. Now we're going to go to the next one, the case of the tiny actor with a huge hitch. Exactly. So someone in the team comes to me, Ari. I'm like, okay. I think I'm ready for this. I think I know how to use the what, and how to fix it. And they go, Ari, okay. We have a weird issue. We have sometimes we're loading stuff, and sometimes we're loading this tiny actor. It happens instantly. Like it doesn't even show up on the profiler. It's super fast. And I'm like, okay, sounds good. Yeah, we're loading it like synchronously. But then we have a level that we're loading asynchronously, and that keeps loading in the background. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sounds good. Yeah, but every once in a while, only once in a while, very rarely, it will just hitch for like 3 seconds. And I'm like, ugh, sounds bad. But luckily, QA engineer managed to make a reproduction level with 2 trigger volumes that you can manage to reproduce it. And I'm like, I love you. So if you don't have those kind of people on your team, get them. They're really good. And for this example, I'm going to package the game so you can see how it's going to work in a game that might have been like made as a development build, not in the editor. So now we're going to package the game. I'm going to go to platforms. I'm going to click on nothing because the video stopped. Let me just go back to the slide. There's a good thing about pre-recorded videos. I can just restart it. I'm going to go to Windows. I'm going to go package content. Select this folder. Looks good. And again, through the power of pre-recorded presentations, it is done. If someone asks you, is this really how fast it takes? Just tell them yes. Use Unreal. Now I'm going to create a shortcut for Unreal Insights. I'm going to get it from the Unreal Engine binaries folder and put it there just so it's easier to start. Everyone in the team can do it. And I'm going to create a shortcut for the Lyra game. Create shortcut there. I'm going to right-click it and well, I'm going to rename first to start Lyra with Insights. And then I go into its properties. And I'm going to put after the executable in the target. That's where you can put all sorts of command line parameters. In this case, I'm going to write dash trace equals, and then I'm going to put in like whatever channels that we want there. And I originally had this all together. Like I put, here's an example, put lyragame.exe dash trace equals CPU, GPU, frames log bookmark, memory, blah, blah, blah. And then someone on the actual team at Unreal Engine, they went like, don't do that. Don't recommend that. And I was like, why? Well, memory tracing has a bit of an overhead, so it kind of skews the other results. So you really want to kind of split them up depending on what you're profiling. So I'm like, good point. So I made 2 of them. So if you're doing memory profiling, just do trace default to memory. And in our case, we have CPU and loading profiling. Then I'm going to do dash trace equals CPU, GPU, frame log, bookmark, and then file and load time, because he said something about loading stuff. And then we have here, you might have noticed I put dash stat named events. And what that does is that when you have trace CPU, the stat named events will just activate a few more CPU timing events that are usually disabled by default. You don't need them. It's like 30% more of them, but I usually like to have more info than not when I'm doing this. So yeah, I don't even know why we just don't keep it on by default, but that's just how it is. You can see all the trace channels that we have, the list of them, on the Unreal Insights reference documentation page. You can either, I'll just get out of the way so you can see this. You can either just get this QR code and just scan it if you want. Also, this will be online on Ara.games, so you can do it there at your own leisure. Here's the link also directly. The thing is, if you Google this, Unreal Insights reference, it will say in Google, Unreal Insights reference 5.0, and you click it, and it's going to take you to Unreal Insights 4.27 or 26. I don't know why that happens, I'm sorry. But it just changed the URL from 4.26 to 5.0, and it will take you to the right place. I think that's all I want to say about that. Okay, so we're going to do that, what the QA engineer told us to do. I'm going to start Unreal Insights first, have it running in the background, and then I'm going to start Lyra with Insights. And it will already start a trace session in the background. You can see it there. And you can even double click on it and look at it happening live. So like that, I'm going to start it. Yay, okay. But now I just minimize it, get it out of the way. I'm going to do what the QA told me. I'm going to run up to the trigger volumes. I'm going to, on the right, we have the one that loads an actor immediately. It's a tiny actor. I'm going to try that. Instant, didn't even notice it. Okay, try the level. Get trace, starting, loading map, level. Wait a little bit. Done loading map. It works perfectly. So I'll mark this as cannot reproduce. Next issue. The easiest ones are actually the ones that aren't even an issue in the first place. But then QA tells me, you didn't do it properly. And I'm like, what? No, you have to do it the other way around. Okay, whatever. So let's do it again the way I'm supposed to. So I'll go into the load level async, and then I go in, we actually had about 3-second hits there, like the Jira ticket says. Okay. Very interesting. I have no idea why that is. Like, does anyone know why this is happening? Has anyone had this happen? That's okay, because we will now show you how. Leave it alone. It was done. Okay. Anyways, next slide. So we're going to open analytics. Here's the timing insights. Let's see what the hell happened. We also have a tab for asset loading insights and stuff. And this is the timeline of the entire application, the frame times up there. And I'm going to turn on some more tracks. I'm going to turn on the graph track that shows you like more relatably how long each frame took. It's usually top docked by default like this, and I like to make it scrollable so it stays out of the way when I scroll down. I'm also going to turn on the asset loading track because it has something to do with the asset loading. So I can see what is loading when. And then lastly, I'm going to turn on the frame tracks. It will just show me what frame is running at each time and how long they are. So this puke of rainbow is just like the stack at each millisecond or at each time. We can see that something looks a little bit weird there. Frame number 548 that took 2.7 milliseconds. Okay, here we can see when we started loading the map asynchronously. You can see the asset. And then we can zoom in by scrolling with the mouse. And if we go up, you can shift and scroll to zoom this line in and out. So you can see almost 3 seconds for that hitch. Okay, quite a lot. So now let's go down the stack. We can see that it only continued once the level was done loading. So it's something to do with exactly the loading of that level. And we can see both the stack for C++ and blueprints here all mixed together. So here we can see we have a function in blueprint called trigger curse load tiny actor, load class asset blocking, which calls load object, which calls load package internal, which calls flush async loading. Okay, so how this works, because someone asked me and was like, what am I looking at? And I realized, I didn't really explain it well. So this shows you the stack, but it's inverted. So the top function is like the first function that was called. Usually it's like the engine loop or like bin, main, start. And then as the lower you go, that's what those functions are calling and waiting for. So we are calling here the function trigger curse load tiny actor, and it took 2.6 milliseconds because it was waiting on load class asset blocking. which took 2.6 milliseconds because that one was waiting for load object, which was waiting for load packets. So that's how you read that graph. So we know now what function it's happening in. So there's something called flush async loading, but we still want to know why. And this is one of the great things about Unreal Engines, that we have the source code for the entire engine. So we can just look into it and see what is happening there. And you can even do it from Unreal Engine. You can just right-click it and go to source code. So it will do that. Here we go, load packets internal. And I'm just going to start scrolling down a little bit, see where it's loading. And then, yeah, okay. So there we have code that calls load packets async. It puts in the package path and the package name. And then if the request didn't return nothing, it will call flush async loading. Flush async loading, that's a concept that is weird. So usually, if you think of loading as in it is going through a pipe, and it's just a pipe that is running in the background while you do something else. That's called the asynchronous loading. Asynchronous because it's doing something not synchronously as what we're doing now. And then when you call flush, what it will do is you're basically sitting by the pipe and say empty, and then you look at it and you wait for it to empty, and you're blocking the main thread. So that's a flush. So why is it flushing? I don't know. Apparently the source code is saying that. It seems like to me it's getting the request ID, so it should only wait for that one asset. But I'm guessing because the async loading thread loads everything in a line, it's in a queue. So it's probably waiting for everything before that and then the asset itself. Something like that. I don't know. The only thing I do know is that it's not working in our use case. So what we should do instead is just make it asynchronous loading also. So I'm going to try that. I'm going to open the actor, which is called trigger cursed load tiny actor. There's the function load class asset blocking. I'm just going to create a new function or call on a new function called async load class asset. And I'm going to put in the tiny blueprint there, tiny actor. It's actually an empty blueprint for the sake of this demo. And I'm going to drag down the control pins. And you notice I put it down into the completed output pin, but not the immediate exit that is over there. So the reason why I do that is because if we would have exited immediately, then we would have assumed that it was already loaded when it wasn't really. So with the completed one, it will just wait until it is done loading, and then it will print the string done loading tiny actor. Bad thing about this is now maybe we expected the tiny actor to load immediately. So now if we try to do this, while we're still loading the whole level in the background, it will just put the level like at the end of the queue. So the level will load and then the tiny actor will load. I don't really have a really good solution for that, but while I was looking into Lyra to see how they do the things, I noticed in the Lyra Asset Manager they were calling a function in some code file called fstreamable handle there, wait until complete. Let's read the description now. So it says, blocks until the requested assets have loaded. This pushes the requested asset to the top of the priority list. Oh, sounds good. But does not flush all async loading. So they know, they're like, there's this other function that flushes all async loading, although that function itself doesn't say that. But this one says, we don't do that. And then it says, usually resulting in faster completion than a load object calls. This is probably something you might want to look into. Maybe that's going to fit your use case better. Yeah, otherwise, I don't have any more slides on this. It's just we just fixed it by not calling anything synchronously or blocking loading. And usually I would recommend that. If you're making a game in Unreal, don't ever do a blocking load ever, because if the asset, like, it just means Unreal will wait for the asset. It will block. It will lag. And usually, like, you might not even get past console certification because they will say, like, there was a 3-second hitch in your game or a 1 second, and you're like, yeah, it's on purpose. Like, it's not supposed to happen. You might do this in editor tools where you don't care. Just like, oh, yeah, it's loading. We don't want to, like, have to think about the game running without this asset. Sure, your team can do it, but for the user, it's really, really nice in your loading screens if the loading icon goes very smoothly like this, instead of like we've seen the games where it's like it's because of things like this. Okay, next example is called Foggy Horror Picture Show. Thank you. It's the only pun of the presentation. No one ever laughs, except Eva did it now, so you can give yourself one swag. Someone in QA comes to me, Ari, And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do this. Tell me, what is it? Bring it. And they say, oh, something is really wrong. You just start the game and you look around and the frame rate tanks. And I'm like, okay, let's do that. I have the stat unit on to see which one is CPU or GPU, and I'm gonna turn around and the frame rate goes from 60 to 14, 13, 8, 7. Okay, so, but I'm gonna write into the console profile GPU because this is still on the development build and not in the editor. So what it did now is that it did a capture, and then because we're not in the editor, so we don't get the pop-up. But what we do instead is that it gets saved to the log. So now I want to open the log. But where is the log file? Where is the log file itself? In the folder. What's the folder called? How do I find it? Saved! Who said saved? Raise your hand up. You get swag. It's in the saved folder. So I'm going to open the Lyra game, and there's the saved folder. I'm going to go into logs and open Lyra log. There is the capture. I scrolled down a little bit in advance. The thing is, it's not ordered by how long it took. It's ordered by which order it happened in, like which draw calls. So here we can see 90% of the frame is translucency, 90% is after depth of field, translucency, after depth of field parallel. And there we see one record. 90% of the frame, or 135.96 milliseconds, is in a material called M-cursed fog card particle. And the good thing about using Unreal's tools is that we get some metadata with it. You might see this in other tools, but what this also gives you is that it will tell you which particle system is using it. So there we see Niagara system _ cursed fog, 315 instances, 1 draw call, 630 primitives, 350 matrices, lots of info. That was the what. What is low? This material in that Niagara system, particle system. So let's just, now we know the what, let's try to hunt for the why. Why is that slow? I'm going to open the particle system. It's right there, super convenient. And so we have a spawn rate of about 50, which is not that bad for a particle system. But then if we go to initialize particle, look at what's wrong. Well, the size of the particles are really big, 500 times 800. These are really big fog cards. And for kind of half invisible fog cards being 300 something on top of each other, yeah, that could be quite heavy. Here's the material. Okay, so we have a noise node, and it is set to gradient computational instead of sample, and levels 10. Large numbers cost more performance. Okay, another noise node, same levels 10, and then a water noise node that is quality 10. Higher numbers are slower and higher quality. And then over here we have alpha set to 1%, 0.01. Lots and lots of things here that we can fix. Lots of right answers, lots of swag to give out. I just want to hear all suggestions for how could we improve this. Just yell it out. Lower the numbers, yes, what? Yes, pack the textures. You get one, you get one, put your hands up. What else could we do? Lower the particles, maybe? Yes, it's basically what he said, but yes, lower the particles. What else? Remove it. Yes, we could remove it. Sure, that also works. What else? Higher alpha. Thank you. Yes, higher alpha. Also keep your hand up. All really good answers. So let's go through it. Yeah. So one thing is, we could make the noise, instead of being computational, which is not by default, by the way. It is a texture sample by default. I really had to go out of my way to make this slow for the demo because Epic gives us this monster computers, and I'm like, it doesn't get slow. So, okay, so this is my best, like just, it has to get super slow. So instead of computational and instead of being level 10, you could either just make it a level a bit less or just make it a texture sample, which it does by default. I don't know what kind of maniac could make this computational. Alpha, it's way too invisible. It's barely imperceivable. It's like, just make the alpha much higher so you have less of the fog cards in front of each other. So yes, also less fog cards. And actually, like the packing, one thing I would recommend is if you look at this, you can see that all of these, like we're basically drawing this end texture here, every single pixel, every single frame. So why not just do all of these offline, like go into Photoshop or GIMP or your drawing program of choice and make this texture here once, and then just sample that instead of creating all of these and mixing them together. So there are all these things you could do. All of these are right answer, and all of these add up to make this faster. I don't have another slide on this, so just imagine we did all of this and it runs 60 frames per second. We're all super happy. I also want to mention that because we're basically going for a fog effect, there's also this thing in Unreal called a volumetric fog, which is a 3D representation of a fog, which you actually can represent in a material. You can give a Voronoi noise of a fog. You can make it as shapes. You can do really cool things. So think about just using a volumetric fog. We have one more curse. One more thing. This is the memory leak. Someone comes to me from the team, Ari. And I'm like, what is it, my child? Tell me, I will fix it. I'm getting quite good at this. Okay, we have a memory leak. Yes, we have the tools. Shoot, how do I reproduce it? And they're like, luckily, it's easy. It's very easy to reproduce it. You don't have to do anything. I'm like, oh, you just start the game and keep it running and it will crash. I'm like, okay. On consoles only, though. I'm like, oh, this makes it a little bit harder. Oh, and you have to wait 3 days. Huh? So the reproduction steps is make a build, put it on the console, start the game, don't touch it, wait 3 days, and it'll crash. The thing is, this is a very realistic scenario. You're going to have to make games on consoles that people are going to have to, they're going to want to play the entire game throughout. If your game, 20-hour game, that's a short game nowadays. Can you imagine that? 20 hours. Some people are just going to put the PlayStation into rest mode or Xbox into like whatever it's called there. And then they're going to keep going. And your game cannot have a single memory leak because if you play your game for, let's say it's an open world game and people want to play it for 100 hours. Some people are only playing the game and they don't want it to crash once. And on consoles, there's no virtual memory. You have this fixed size of memory, like 6 or 8 gigs, something like that, can't remember. And once you run out, that's it. The console just goes, you're dead. The thing about memory leaks, though, that might help us fix this is that a memory leak is a memory leak. Doesn't really matter how much we leak, does it? So if we manage to find just even a megabyte that should be cleaned up, but it wasn't, that might be our culprit. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to profile the game with the repro steps, but only for 1 minute, because profiling takes a lot of data. Luckily, it doesn't fill your memory, but it does stream it straight to disk. So if you have a big enough disk, sure, it's going to work. But I don't want to buy terabytes of disk. So I am going to turn on memory profiling with the game, and then also to be sure that we're not catching anything that, like maybe the AI in the background shoots and the bullets are there. I don't want the bullets to count, so I'm going to make the game collect garbage every frame, just so that there's nothing lingering there. So I'm going to start the game. Start insights first, of course, and then I start the game with memory profiling on, and I'm just going to keep it running. And then here I open the console, I write gc.collect garbage every frame, space 1, enter. Now it's collecting garbage every frame, it's running, and I just keep it running for like half a minute to 1 minute, and then I kill the game. That's it. Now, we're going to look into it. Here's the memory profiler. It's the memory insights tab on the top. These green lines you see, those are the bookmarks. So every time a garbage collection happens, that's one bookmark. You can see it here happening every frame. You can, if it's in your way, you can press that little triangle there to turn it off. I want to keep it on in this case. And down here, you will see all the low-level memory categories. I don't really care about the category either because I want to see it from the stack. So I'm just going to remove them all. You can add them back if you want. And then here we can see, actually, yeah, the memory is slightly rising over time. I'm going to make an memory investigation. I'm going to do, give me memory leaks. Every single allocation that happened after A but before B that was only released after C. And I'm going to make C just at the end of the game, because if something was made then and not cleaned up before we exited the game, it's going to be a leak. Run query, and then I'm going to go by the preset, and I'm going to set it to call stack. By call stack, give me every single memory allocation depending on where it was allocated from the call stack. 21 megabytes leaking there. I'm going to right-click it and do expand critical path, and it will expand all the way down to the individual memory allocations. There it is. There's the what. We can see the entire stack here. It's in the tick system. We can see actor, tick actor, which calls a cursed actor, : tick. I solved it. It's the naming convention. We've been calling everything cursed. No. Okay, so we know that the memory allocations are happening in the tick function of a cursed actor, and we know that it's not happening in a sub-function because we have a full stack capture. It would show if it was a full sub-function. So it is in that function and nowhere else. And 21 megabytes of memory and 86 allocations. Yeah, they're a bit fat. I made them fatter for the sake of the demo. I'm going to show you the source code for this. It fits on one slide. I'm going to show you the header, and I'm going to show you the CPP. And what we're going to do is that I'm going to read out loud what the code is doing. I'm just going to narrate that's what the code is doing. If you figure out immediately what it is, you can just interrupt me and say like, it's ah! And maybe I'll go like, yeah, or maybe I'll go like, yeah. It's okay, let's have fun with it. There's no wrong, well, okay, there are wrong answers, but like there's no penalty for getting it wrong. There's a chance of some sweet swag. So here's the code. I'll start reading it out loud now. This is the last, by the way, this is the end. Why is it leaking? First we have the header file. We have an array of structs called fstats captures. And in the tick function, we call the super tick with delta time, okay. And then we add a new stats capture. We do new stats capture. We put the world get time in seconds also. We're not putting anything else in there. If the stat captures numbers is more than 60, say it again. You never delete the pointers. That's a good answer. Here, you get the big one. You also get a reflector if you want. Never delete the pointers. That's actually a really good answer. A lot of you are going like, what does it mean? I will explain. So yeah, well, if the stat captures number are more than 60, we send it to analytics server, and then we call stat captures.empty. So we're emptying it. But this is an array of structs. It's not an array of pointers. All the memory should be in stat captures. But why is it leaking memory if this is the only place where it can be in? And the thing is, it's this line here. So what's wrong is that, well, actually, like, we have some more swag left, right? Yeah. So what is wrong with this? How do we fix it? Just shout it out loud.
Yeah, I mean, you create a new variable in the heap, and then you instantly dereference it. So
Music to my ears. I will repeat it to the mic. And how do we fix it?
you can just, I don't use Unreal, but I would assume you can just drop the new and drop the star.
Drop the new and drop the star. Correct. Oh my God, he can get the bag afterwards, but remove all the swag from it. So, okay, I will repeat what he said. The new and the star, what is happening is that it is creating a new object, the new, and then the star there, it used to be parentheses. Actually, this is a real world memory leak that I've had in a project, and we found it just before we went live, and I thought it was so devious, so clever, I had to put in a presentation. So the new stat capture, already new is a bad word in C++. You never, ever want to use the word new in C++. We have smart pointers that handle the lifetime for you. When you use new, it has to be matched with a delete every single time. And because this is something you have to remember, no one remembers stuff. So we just don't do it. We have smart pointers that automatically deallocate it when it goes out of scope or something like that. So someone maybe, let's say that whoever wrote this was used to writing in C#, and they write new stat capture. And what happens is Visual Studio just goes like, error. What's the error? You're giving a pointer type to where it wants a value type. What does that even mean? I don't understand. Google how to change pointer type to a value type. Google will tell you if you want to change a pointer type to a value type, you have to dereference it, which creates a copy of it. So that's what the star is doing. So what is happening now is we're saying create a new object somewhere in memory, anywhere in memory. I don't care, somewhere in the heap. And then the star is saying, now bring the data of what that pointer is pointing to and put it into the add function of stat captures. The thing is, the stat captures has its own memory. It's already allocated. It's for 30 or 60 instances of it from what it keeps growing itself. But if we take data from somewhere else and we wanted to put it there, it will make a copy of it. So it will go into the array, but the new stat capture that we made somewhere in memory stays somewhere in memory. And then we don't store reference to it, we don't delete it, it is just gone forever. How you're supposed to do it in C++ is for value types, non-pointer types, you're just supposed to call the constructor directly. So you got a little C++ lesson there. Everything you said was absolutely correct, smart man. Are you in the industry? Where do you work? Okay, you work with C++ on a daily basis. So, okay. This is basically the end of the presentation. Everything I learned about Unreal Insights was from these two geniuses, Jonut and Stefan, who are working on this system. And they actually have a presentation on how to use it, which is what I want to make this presentation for you all. So they had of how to use the tool, while mine was more like, this is actual things that you might use the tool for. So you can check out Unreal Insights live from HQ inside Unreal on YouTube if you want to know more about this tool. Here's the QR code, or you can just Google that. Otherwise, are you making something Unreal? I'm the Unreal guy, so I would like to know. If you're a studio that we're not in contact yet, just send me an email or connect to me on Twitter or LinkedIn. My DMs are open. I am a LinkedIn whore, so I will just click yes on everyone who is like vaguely in the industry, unless you're a recruiter, sorry. Otherwise, it is time for questions, and it's over. According to the timer, we have 12 seconds.
12
for
seconds
questions.
if there's a couple of very quick questions.
Yeah.
I think we can go a couple of minutes.
A
in
little lower, yes.
or
So
have
any
you-
questions about? Anyone who asks a question gets swag. How much do we have left? 7. Do we have time for 7 questions? I'm just kidding.
Very quick questions.
Yes. Hello. Do you have any good tutorial examples, or or on your page for learning Blueprint?
Do I have any good examples for learning Blueprint? Not directly related to what we're doing, but luckily we do have a lot of tutorials on blueprints on our community website. That's new. So go to dev.epicgames.com/community, and we have tutorials there, both from Epic Games, which we Avengers have been doing, and also from the community. So you're going to find lots of there. It's also our forums and Q&A. We would love to have you as a part of our community. So come join us.
Thank you.
Hi. I have a challenge for you. We're a Unity shop.
Okay.
So 30 seconds, where should we switch?
Depends on your use case. If you are making a project in the middle of it, I will not be the guy who says you should throw everything away and start using Unreal. If you want to use Unreal for your next project, I would recommend it because we have so many tools out of the box that otherwise in other engines, I'm not going to name anyone by choice, that you might have to buy separately. So we come as a one-stop engine with everything you need to make a game like Returnal. And you have the entire source code of the entire engine. So if there's something weird, you can just go see exactly what is wrong, fix it yourself, or tell us about it, and we might fix it, and you can get it yourself.
Thanks.
Did you give him swag? Yes. Good.
Hello.
Hello.
We've been doing a project in Unreal, and we did try to change all of the assets into Nanite, which worked pretty just fine. But down the road, when we continued adding more meshes, we started losing frames.
Yeah.
And I discovered that Nanite meshes do not deload with occlusion culling.
No.
Is there a reason for that?
We do have some occlusion culling, but it's happening on the CPU. And I have noticed for some companies that actually like turning off the occlusion calling for Nanite makes it faster, which is interesting. I would recommend, like even though we say Nanite can handle everything like quite well, it is not supposed to work indefinitely into infinity. We still recommend using 8 slots, which is what the world partition does by default. So if you have a chunk of land which is far away from you, we actually recommend unloading everything and replace it with one mesh representing all of it, even if that one mesh is a Nanite mesh itself. So you're just doing too much, having too many Nanite meshes. It's not a magic silver bullet that can do everything, but it does make a lot of things easier. But we still recommend using 8 slots.
Thanks.
I'm afraid I think we'll have to leave it there.
Okay, how many do we have left? Who wants one but hasn't gotten one yet? Okay, just thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. That's really impressive. Thank you, Harry. Okay, so we're just set up for our next speakers. Okay, so we're ending the first day of Konsoll on a double header with 2 speakers who we're very lucky to get here today. One was just with us virtually last year, so it's wonderful to have him here in person. So one is the founder or co-founder of Ready at Dawn and a Blizzard alumni, who I was stunned to discover wrote some of the graphics software I loved playing about with in the 90s. If anyone here remembers Kai's Power Goo, is anyone? It's just me then. It was just I was absolutely, so excited to discover that. The other is a Grammy-nominated BAFTA-winning composer on a wide variety of titles spanning games, films, TV, and the concert hall, though perhaps best known for his work on the PS3 game Journey. What began as a mutual admiration culminated in collaboration on The Order 1886 and Deformers. And recently they co-produced the Journey 10th Anniversary Reimagining featuring the London Symphony Orchestra. So here to discuss their different paths, career paths in games and what's needed to sustain a career across multiple decades, please welcome Andrea Pacino and Austin Wintory.
Hello. I just assumed the mic would work, so
yes, it
success. This is a very tightly choreographed 2-person act. We've put weeks and weeks worth of rehearsal into our little song and dance for you, which is my way of saying that this is very spontaneous and has absolutely no plan to it. So we will definitely want to open it up for questions sooner than later, just to ensure that whatever it is that we yammer on about is actually of interest to you all, because obviously we have many overlapping shared passions, but very different career paths and very different sort of areas of expertise. But I thought it would be fun. I just found myself through the course of our conversations, and just so you're aware, this is apparently 48 minutes and 34 seconds left, which is probably officially the shortest conversation we've ever had, because we tend to say, hey, quick question, and then like time lapse of sun fall, sun rise, sun going down again, and I swear, just 5 minutes. So, but I had a thought during one of our lengthy conversations in the last couple days, talking about how you were reflecting on optimal ways of collaborating with studios and the idea of giving people space to do their work and to be creative. And I've been thinking about that nonstop, about how I've had to collaborate. I've had the privilege of collaborating with a lot of different types of studios, and they all have their own ways of working with composers. But something about the way you said it made me curious to just ask you, as if this was an interview, if you think there is like a single optimal way of making games, just because you've now worked at all these different studios, including your own, and had plenty of time to like pressure test different approaches. But I just found myself thinking, as someone who's obsessed with changing their process all the time, I had this thought in the back of my head go, have I been wrong for the last 20 years? Is it, instead of intentionally moving around and trying different things every time, should I be chasing like the one perfect strategy? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I don't think, I do not think there is a way to make games. That's actually one of the things that differentiates game making, in my mind at least, from other, even art forms that are more structured at this point. Even if you think of film, there's a lot of procedure there. Now, not to say that games are not getting that way. In fact, when you're dealing with the biggest games, the amount of production and procedure, and
Well, and arguably, films don't benefit from being ultra.
Neither do games, in my opinion.
Yeah, like because films are like that doesn't mean that's a good thing.
No, I completely agree. I also think that, like I said, past a certain threshold, you can't avoid it. We've gone. I mean, when I started at Blizzard, we were 60, 70 people. And it was just complete chaos. It was absolutely not even a shred organization. It was like people messing about for a couple of years and going, hey, we need to ship something. So, let's put it together. And it was beyond organic. It was just really chaos, which is too much. You can do that when you're just have hit after hit and you're rolling in money and you're independent. And then Blizzard went through lots of acquisition and so forth. But financially, it's pretty much a deadly strategy, unless you achieve some sort of, logistics in your development.
Right.
But at the same time, there are these phases of creative development that just need to be protected. In games, as in film, there's a part where a team needs to just let their creativity go. They need to operate without interference. They need to be able to work in a small group. You can't start, immediately structuring everything. Maybe you can. We have notoriously not succeeded very well at doing that. In fact, at growing at that rate, it's a completely different type of challenge. For me, the optimal way, the one that I find is the most conducive to making great games, at least the ones that personally I've had the most success, is when you start with a relatively small group with a very clear vision, 15 to 30 people, and then you scale if and when you're ready to do so.
Right.
And this tends to be, again, great in from a theoretical perspective, but very difficult to execute in practice once you're dealing with milestones, deadlines. They need to scale regardless of whether you have found the thing or not. I'll give you a quick example. When we finished the order, we went through a very tough period, and at the time, Facebook or Meta it is now. They came in, and in fact, we started talking to them very early. Rube was talking to Jason Rubin, who was one of the founders of Naughty Dog, who gave us Daxter back in 2002. So it all kind of fits together. We worked with him
full circle.
US. And what they came back was, we love what you guys do. Have this chunk of time, it was a good solid 6 months, and just explore. Think of things you can do in VR. Think of, have your designers just go completely to their whim, explore anything. By that time already, and this we're talking 2015, are all these rules already written about VR, which seems very premature to me,
Yeah, well, I mean, the number of just as an aside on that, I've worked on a few VR games, and the times it's been told to me, even back then, oh, well, because it's VR, this is how we do music. And I go, I don't even feel confident saying that about games. Never mind this incredibly small subset that is barely even like in like a fetus. I mean, it is just so nothing still.
VR is a different medium entirely, and there are both technical and interaction challenges that are unique to it. But already there was this thing, you cannot do full body. You cannot show the full body. You cannot show the arms. You were saying it's impossible to show the arms without having, your character eventually gets all tangled up and confuse the player and so forth.
It feels like a challenge.
It feels more like a challenge than a rule, but it was always stated as a rule. We've already tried this. You can't do it. And I'm like, all right, well, we're stupid. Let's give it a try. But just having that chunk of time. In fact, they were literally like the dream publisher throughout the process of development of Lone Echo. And I think we are extremely proud of what came out. And in huge part, it was just because, especially our designers, after the years of challenge and everything else, it was just a boost of confidence to be able to go, let me just
be
do my
creative.
art. Let me do my thing. Trust that I will do the work. And again, publishers or even collaborators, they're not your friends, except for us. But they're not your friends, but you want them to be your partners. They have to be people you can count on, and they can count on you. Once you have that, then everything gets a lot easier than if you're always just fighting. So they're not your friends, but they're people that you need to be able to rely upon, particularly when it comes to publishers. It has to be someone that is there to help you. You have the same interest, right? You have the same goal. So
Ideally,
to me,
and
that is the ideal thing. And it works the same with a composer. I would never dream of working on a game, hiring a composer just to micromanage every freaking thing and tell him, you have to do this and this and this, and here's my notes, change this. I know you've been through, so.
Yeah, well, I've shared with him some of my, emails and things. I'm trying to put this delicately and vaguely to avoid besmirching reputations. But I've gotten feedback before on projects where, sometimes it shows up in the form of, just a quick sentence. Yeah, this works. Let's move on. There's no pat on the back. There's no effusive, like, this is the best music I've ever heard. It's for some people just being told, cool, let's cross this one off the list. It's the best that you can hope for. And honestly, that's probably my ideal, because it's dangerous territory to let your ego get flattered, especially when you're in the middle of the work, when you should be at your most raw and vulnerable. I think you should be when you're least precious about things, and you're not letting your ego kind of defend things that have not been tested. And so I like when it's just kept very matter of fact.
I'll do that from now on.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good. It works.
Yeah.
This is a nice one I like. But then the flip, the number of emails over the years, games, film, whatever, from people that are just these detailed analyses where, at 27.3, the melody went up. Do we want to go up there? I think that the melody probably wants to go down there. And I noticed that it's on a French horn, and I think it could be interesting if it was on a euphonium instead. And I'm like, what? And I go and I look, and it's like, that part is silent. There's like not even music playing during that second. I just go, I don't know what to do with this information. I don't know. This is so specific. Half the time the temptation is just to go, here's the key, here's the keyboard. You may finish the composition. You clearly want to. You're clearly eager to finish the music on my behalf. But at the same time, like your point about the partners and publishers, it is very much my job to be a partner in those relationships, and we're all aiming to make the best possible game or movie or whatever. And so it's very important to me that they feel happy in the end and also heard in the process. So sometimes it's this interesting mind game of trying to analyze what is the note behind their note? What are they actually saying? Because there might be actually something really laudable there. Every now and again I get lucky. I remember on Assassin's Creed, the audio director is this woman, Lydia, who was one of the most brilliant, amazing people I ever worked with, because she would, at the beginning of the process, the only time we ever had anything remotely resembling a hitch, which wasn't a hitch, to your point, it was like, hey, go take a month and just write a bunch of music. And so I wrote a bunch of stuff based on what I had initially kind of proposed. They hired me on the basis of this pitch I had made of what if the music was like this and that or whatever. And I kind of made this sort of aesthetic pitch suggestion for the game as a whole. And so then they hire me, and it was like, okay, now go actually see if you can pull off all that bullshit you said. And so I started and wrote a bunch, and then they listened to it, and they go, wow, this is awesome, it's interesting, it's different, it's way different from other Assassin's Creeds, but it's different from games in general, Then they went and put it in the game, and it was so dense with information that they were like, the combat in this game is now the most stressful experience I can imagine. So she said, it's not that we don't love it, but we love it as MP3s. We don't really love it as games music, game scoring. So let's find ways to kind of like walk back how much we're saying in a given moment. So I did a little bit of iteration on that, and then landed on our kind of what our formula was. And then, but what was interesting was that she would send these really long emails detailing all the things she liked. And it was a way of saying this queue is approved. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. I was skimming through the email, waiting for the, now here's the bad news. Because sometimes people do that, it's like the very corporate, we're going to do a compliment sandwich, where it starts very, very, sort of flatteringly, and then we move into the thing that we absolutely hate and is actually the only part we care about, and then we'll end on a nice upbeat. She wasn't like that at all. It was just, I was sure it was, but it was just this giant wall of text of positivity. At 27 seconds, you have this weird, like, scraping cymbal sound that I just thought was really unexpected for that moment and a great choice. And I called her and I said, while I am grateful, my ego thanks you for this kindness. This must have taken you 30 minutes to write this email. You must have better things to do. But what the genius of it, and I'm just, again, thinking about different ways people collaborate. The thing was, she was writing it, she wanted to give me this like forensic analysis of the things she liked so that in case a month from now, and as we got closer and closer to the deadline, I was hitting a wall and the music wasn't working. We had this like paper trail of all the things that did work, that she was very happy with and that were signed off on, so that it could go back and go, oh, I see. Earlier you mentioned you particularly liked the way I did the drums in this one section, and then here I can't figure out what to do with the drums, and I suddenly can kind of immediately grab onto a thing that I know will work. Incidentally, we were in such good sync it never ended up being useful, but I was convinced it was kind of a preemptive strike in case we hit a roadblock. And I'd never worked with anybody like that before. And it was one of those that since then I've kind of encouraged people to say, if something's really working for you, I'm not looking for compliments, but it's helpful to know, to the extent that you're even able to articulate it, what is working for you about this, because we may hit a moment and invariably it will be like the night before the deadline that we have to suddenly figure out a solution to something, and having a kind of recipe list, as it were, can be helpful.
Yeah, which brings it back to the fact that when you're dealing with creative development, which has been, I think it's the most fascinating part of this whole thing, analyzing and understanding what happens when you take a bunch of artists, and by artists I mean all game developers, you stuff them into a room for many years at a time with all the dynamics and the issues and the stress and the ups and the downs, and you watch the dynamic evolve and the bonds that form and the challenges that come through. I think it's the most fun, it's the most wonderful part of making games these days as a team. Of course, there is again no rule, and there is a whole range. Games are the widest medium in the history of humanity, in my opinion. You can go. What was that you were saying that Tetris and Last of Us are both video games? It's
a thing
if you think about it.
I talk a lot to folks that maybe don't know much about games, and I always use this example where I say, there's a lot of different genres of film, but fundamentally watching a film is mechanically always the same experience, whether it's a super experimental, art house film, or it's the latest Marvel film, everything in between. You still sit, hit play, at some point you run out of footage. Whereas in games, Pong or Tetris and The Last of Us or God of War are still both games, and there's no other medium like that.
And then all the esports and then the network games and all the way to even, you can't exclude mobile games and everything else. It's just, you can't sum it up. You can't narrow it to a bunch of rules and apply to everything. The one thing that is great about it still today is the fact that it's made by a team. And I think it's fairly unique because in the film industry, most other creative developments, you're dealing with very small groups that are, a unit, generally 2 or 3 people, if even that many. And everything else is just contractors and roles that are filled on a project basis. The idea of having a team that, for the most part, is nuclear and that remains this, a unit across multiple years, multiple games, it's fairly unique, and I fear that we're losing it to some extent. It's becoming more and more. There were a few years back where it seemed like everything was going to become, half outsourced, half in-house. And there is, again, particularly at a certain scale, there is a lot of it that has taken that form, but not as much as I thought. We had a lot of artists that, for example, have gone and go work in film, gone do some film work. A lot of texture artists, lighting artists, camera artists. Sometimes they go Pixar or whatever.
Yeah.
And the vast majority really did not enjoy it. Many of them came back, either went back into games or even came back to work with us again, because it's just a different thing. You think you're going to be part of Pixar, but the odds of that are pretty non-existent. Most of the time, you'll be hired for a particular project for your skills, and you'll be, you'll be a very valuable member of the project, of course. But that's it. You're not really part of a whole. And I think that is the most precious thing about making games. There is still a thing. For us, I mean, we've been through, I don't know, we've gone from 3 people when we started to, I don't know, peaks of 170, 180, up and down, and lots of people, of course, that come and go. But there are many people that they've been there for 20 years almost, that have been there, and that are, we grew old together. I don't want to sound like freaking, not that literally, but you know the idea.
But kind of literally.
It's very difficult, especially when you make transitions like being acquired or things like this. And now you're seeing these people and you're being talked to by others in a way like, this is your subordinate. I need a report on the thing. I'm like, I've known this person for freaking, 15 years. We spend nights, struggling, and I really hope that remains. That remains in games because it's very valuable, and I think that's where the magic tends to happen. And when you look at especially the larger teams, it's a handful of people that kind of really manage. It's difficult to find compatible souls when it comes to creative stuff. And when you find them, you got to stick to it and not let it go, because that's where the back and forth happens. And I hope that has happened with us. We spent a decade.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, for those unaware, with our history was Journey came out 10 years ago, March of 2012, and very shortly after it came out, I got a call from Sony who said, we're working on this other title, and the team really wants to meet you. Would you be willing to go meet with this team? They're called Ready at Dawn. And so I didn't know Andrea, I didn't know the other folks at the company, and obviously, and their game was not announced or public. This was to be, this was under wraps, the Order 1886. And so I remember I go down to Ready at Dawn, and I'm supposed to be meeting with the like creative director and narrative and game director of the game. And the person who kind of meets me at the door says, before we go, I have instructions to take you to a different office. Sort of like, oh boy, this is going to be, I hope there's somebody who knows that I'm here, lest this be I'm last heard from. It had that ring of like, we're going to take you into this back alley. And they bring me to this guy, so, makes an impression, just sitting there. And his desk is covered in DVDs of like Puccini and Verdi operas. And he had a copy of Journey and puts it in front of me and goes, sign this. And I was like, I'd never had a meeting begin this way. It was I was like, I think this is probably a really awesome way to be starting a meeting, but it's unprecedented, so I don't really know what to make of this. And then the thing that blew me away is if you open up the game disc collector's edition that had Flow, Flower, and Journey, the sort of that game company, sort of compendium of PS3 games, it has like it's a booklet, and it had sort of liner notes, and he wrote them, and I didn't even know that. I had this thing back at home, but I guess I hadn't ever read it.
Sony had pity on me because I was, you guys are all game developers, right? There are those moments in life. There have been several with me. I've really noticed a particular event. It happened, again, I'm aging myself, which is no surprise, but happened in the 1980s when I played Karateka. I remember that. Elite was the same way. Final Fantasy VII was another one that just, and then later on, Red Dead Redemption, and then, Breath of the Wild. Journey was one of these games where I played the game and something is different. Because I played it, something has been changed in the way I see games, in the way I understand games. It's like a new door has been opened. It's like you didn't know this was possible. You didn't know that this was another creative possibility that you had, at your disposal. And when I played it, I was so blown away. And of course, for me, the thing that immediately stood out, it was that music. I know, I was sucking up to him. But that music was it was really something else. And the very next day, I called Eric at Sony. I said, okay, I need to talk to this guy. That's why you came down.
Yeah, it was. I mean, lucky me, because yeah, we obviously worked on the order, and then I remember we were having dinner somewhere in the middle of it, and you started telling me about this idea you had.
Yeah.
You were like, I've been sitting on this idea for 20 years for a game, a very physics-driven, kind of like brawler type game, but just deeply physics-driven in really novel and interesting ways.
We should do another talk sometimes on horrible failures in game development.
I'll
tell the story of this one.
It was not our shining hour in the end, but it's like testament to the fact that, my attitude was like, this guy had already become someone I just so valued having in my life that it was like, at the beginning, it really felt like this game may end up being made by the two of us. I mean, it was not meant to be.
It almost was for a while.
That's the thing. It was just like, hey, you're doing a thing, count me in, because we had bonded, in the course of the order, which was the extreme opposite. I mean, this was a very high pressure game, and a lot of dealing with Sony, and obviously, and I was collaborating with another composer, a dear friend, Jason Graves. And so it was like, there were just a lot of moving parts and a lot of, I hate to say politics, because that sounds nefarious and Game of Thronesy. But there's a lot of people. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and there's a lot of pressure.
You can't avoid it.
Huge amount of money being spent and that kind of thing. And so there was like, this was a chance to go, let's just make a thing. And throw caution to the wind. And it was one of those where it felt like there were no rules. Like, for example, he being a diehard music lover, like you cannot fathom. He's always finding performances and things on YouTube of like, oh, check out this particular, like I found this soloist's take on this particular Mozart violin concerto, and listen to the way they handle the second movement. I mean, it's just, this guy can go incredibly deep. So as part of that, I get this message saying, check out this accordion player. I've never seen an accordion on this level before. Sends me this Latvian accordion player named Ksenia Sidorova. And so because we had already developed this relationship, I immediately just called her and said, how'd you like to play on this game we're working on? Just thinking that'd be a funny surprise for him. And so she did. She flew to London and recorded this amazing accordion player.
She's incredible. And before this, I used to think the accordion was the stupidest instrument that you could possibly... But she elevated it.
Oh, yeah. And I love that she had a theatricality. There's this she did a whole album of transforming Carmen into sort of like accordion plus orchestra, sort of like long concerto almost. And I've seen this performance of it where the orchestra starts off and they're going dum ba da da ba da dum ba da ba da bum ba da, and she's not on stage, and then she comes running, but the accordion is sitting here. She comes running in this bright red dress down like almost like a fashion runway, just comes bolting to the stage. Orchestra is playing and picks it up right in time, and just joins in. And I was like, that's my kind of musician.
Around with the accordion. I mean,
yeah, and the thing's like the accordion weighs like 50 pounds too, and that's American. It's 20 million kilos. And so she's just got that level of flair that I was like, that's kind of the vibe that we're after for this thing. And the kind of...
Drop your mic.
I dropped the mic. It's attached to my head. It shouldn't be possible.
That one.
But
anyway, it was that kind of game development where we just...
There were no rules. We were just having fun and exploring.
And as long as we were having no rules, it was incredible. It was this small game. It was meant to be just a little experiment of really highlighting some very unique physics technology that we spent the previous 10 years developing, and we didn't have enough time during the order to really highlight all of these real-time deformable things. It was pretty freaking amazing, if I can say so myself.
It was. I mean, it was really. It's a shame that the game never really found the legs that it deserved. The game's called Deformers, but
nobody even. I can't even say that it was a commercial failure because people didn't even look at it. It's almost bizarre because we even tried giving it away for free. People wouldn't even download it, So we failed on some very, very basic level there, which, again, you learn your lessons. But we had an insane amount of fun making it. I don't think we ever, as a studio, we ever played the game as much as we did that one. Every day, people would stay late and just play. But then what happened is that we had an opportunity. We're a publisher. It was supposed to be just a passion project. We were just doing crazy stuff, experimenting. The whole world was supposed to be movable and affected by the player, with different physics, and everything was deformable, everything was destructible. It was very interesting, and it was really fun. We had all of these unique things like size. Everything could change in size, and it was an integral part of gameplay. And then a publisher got involved, and the little passion project, we were told, and this could be a real game.
Yeah.
Let's do it together. And then, from there, things started to change. I made every mistake. I was the game director on this. I made all of the mistakes. I signed off on making too many platforms and completely miscalculated, the impact that it would have. Anyway, but the worst mistake that we made, we started sanitizing it and turning it into something else, because we were told this doesn't work, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. And I'm like, well, but we're still searching. We're not quite done yet. But what was there was fun. And then we sanitized it to a point that people did not see a reason to try it, which is the thing that really was depressing to me, because the game was super fun.
And it was very delightfully weird.
Yeah, it was maybe too weird. Maybe that was part of the problem. There was an accordion soundtrack written by a crazy...
Yes,
even your soundtrack was probably the most insane thing you've ever done.
I think it is far and away the most sort of off-the-wall music I've ever done, and really kind of imagine I ever will do, because it was one of those where his direction was, write anything you want. That was it. That was
very specific.
Yeah, one sentence, like subject of the email, empty email body, because the only parameters I had to work with were basically the game. It's kind of like a vaguely like Rocket League, sort of matches. You play in matches, so it was like, okay, they can be as short as 30 seconds, as long as 2 minutes or something like that. So I knew that I didn't need to write music that could theoretically loop for eternity the way a lot of other game music is constructed. So I basically just was like, all right, in a way, I'm writing songs in that sense of like, here's a piece that is definitely gonna have a beginning and a middle and an end, and I might have to find ways to shorten it, but otherwise, that's a pretty knowable known. And everything that happens in between, it's just about supporting the wackiness of the game, however I get there. So it was like, well, careful what you wish for. I'm gonna go completely nuts on this thing. It was just so much fun. But the reason I bring it all, that up is that for me, it's all, collaborations are you kind of hit on it organically, but just this idea of the team and the investment in the people. I know that was a very difficult project for you, and obviously very heartbreaking to see it get get jerked around in that way.
The first part was the best, the most fun I had since the freaking 80s, honestly.
I remember you were on Cloud 9 all day.
Yeah, we were having so much fun. It was crazy. But then the end was torture.
Yeah, and this guy suffered for this game, like you guys will never, like even I can't really comprehend. I mean, just witnessing how much he put into it and how much it was kind of being set on fire by outside forces that wouldn't have to deal with the consequences, and it was painful.
I don't want to. I blame myself. No.
That's the kind of guy.
If you're the game director, the blame is on you. I mean, I made the fundamental mistakes. Even if I let someone interfere, it was my mistake. I should have fought harder, and
Fair point.
I don't want to blame anybody by myself, but
talk to me afterward. I'll tell you who we can blame properly. But he's gracious, and that's good. But point being, for me, it was always about it's the relationship, it's the partnership. That part is that's the thing I always hang on to. That's what I love. When people call me, like someone I've never met before, and they ask, oh, we have a game we'd like to show you. The first thing I'm always looking for is to learn about the person making the call. My little hierarchy of factors that I weigh when choosing a project to work on is, up here is who am I going to be working with? Because best case scenario, it's kind of like going to war with somebody. Like I don't mean to be cavalier about that, but like it is someone who do I feel like there's literally nothing I won't do for this person? Because that's ideally who I want to work with, is somebody where they call in a panic and because something went wrong and this hard drive fried and assets are missing and or whatever, and it's the 11th hour and can you help us? And it's like, if your response is to go, oh man, I just sat down to dinner. It's like I would rather work with someone where I go, what do you need? How do I help? Because that I do my best work when I'm motivated on a personal level, and it's not even about the game. Of course, the game we're making or the project at hand, and specifically what it allows for me creatively is always going to be important as well, but it's never as important. Someone could call who I really care about with a game that is ultimately not for me. But if it's someone I really care about, I'm likely to say yes, because unless I just physically don't have the time in that particular moment, but I'll find a way to make it work most of the time because I care about them. I want to help them. If they think I can help, I want to be part of it. And then it's only well below both of those before we ever get to things like how much does it pay and that sort of like what are the logistics involved.
It's the mood, and we talked about the realities of game development, okay? Like I said, I don't know how it is for other people, but in my case, and all the almost 40 years that I've been doing this, almost every game has been just a struggle. It's never easy.
I think creative work in general is just not easy.
Yeah, true. But when you're an independent studio, particularly, and the whole system has always been structured with the whole publisher-developer model, to where you're always just as good as your last game, and if you even if you have the slightest setback, or either you don't achieve the goals that you need to achieve or whatever, you're gone, and everything's gone, and everything is lost. And especially when you're responsible for hundreds of people or even just your friends, and you don't want to let them down.
Right.
It's a very, very stressful way to live where, and again, people on the outside might go, I'm working in a mine, I carve coal out of it. You make games, big deal, but when it's your job and when it's what you do and your livelihood and other people's livelihoods depend on it, it's not just a job anymore. It's what you do. So
I mean, people have families and
you keep perspective, but for a lot of the game developers, it's their art. It's what they care about. It's what they have emotional and financial and all of their investments, all of their eggs are in that basket. So you take it very seriously, right? At the same time, the best stuff happens because there's always the struggle, but the best stuff happens when there is the fun, And I don't mean the fun that is precludes, the fun is not working hard because you always work hard. It's having that feeling that what you're doing, it's going to be amazing, And occasionally, when you get the whole team on board, like when we were starting on the forums, it was a small team, but everybody freaking loved it. It was like there was this sense that everybody's like, really excited about it. At the beginning with the order, our team they were so excited. It was amazing. There is this sensation, this feeling that.
In Lone Echo, I remember coming down to the studio for a meeting on Deformers, and someone goes, "You mind just jumping on this thing real quick, show me," puts a VR headset on me, and I always was the guy that got really motion sick from VR. I want to love it, but my body screams no. And put it on, I was very nervous, and you've got the little, what are those called? The little controllers. But the specific ones that that let you articulate your fingers.
Yeah, they're called touch controllers. They were new.
I had never seen them before. They were brand new.
They were still prototypes when.
I was going to say I didn't think they were even commercially available because all I know is that I had these hands and I could kind of open and close them, and it was all in zero gravity. And so I'm floating in a spaceship or a space station or something, and the guy talking to me says, see if you can push yourself off this wall and drift into that open window. And I'm just thinking, I hope there's a trash can nearby because this is going to end ugly. And I gently push off, and I passed through this like little portal, and I'm in space above Saturn. And my brain was 100% convinced it was real. And it was like a religious experience. It was the first time I saw VR as something beyond a novelty, where I thought you can have life-altering experiences in here. It blew my mind. And I remember I take off my headset, and of course I'm sweating and like just barely not motion sick, but they were always so good at this. But I remember the thing that struck me was there were like 5 or 6 people from the team like excitedly watching to see how my reaction was, because they were everyone seemed so invested, and this was so early too.
Yeah, like I said, it was a very important project for us, just because, again, and to make it, I mentioned the Dream Publisher earlier. The touch controllers that you mentioned are part of it, because when we started, there were no touch controllers, and Lone Echo was really a game that was developed with a mechanic first. In fact, with a movement system first. The fact that you could grab any, because this is a long discussion about motion sickness and what happens in VR and everything else. It's a whole complicated discussion, but the gist of it was that since we're not evolved to consider the possibility of zero gravity and motion zero gravity. It's not something our brains are really familiar with. so
You
you
don't
don't
even do
trigger
well
the
on
reaction.
boats, so-
Yeah, the problem is if you get yourself a VR headset on and you're in the game, you just push forward on something, and your character moves and you don't. Your brain goes, "What the hell is going on?" You know, I don't get these corresponding inputs from what I'm visually registering or orally. So immediately goes, okay, check one, brain seems to function, heart is okay, we probably ate something wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and this is an innate reaction because it's an evolutionary defense mechanism.
Right, yeah, of course.
So you have to find things like vehicles that help a lot, or teleporting, that's what a lot of VR games do. Or you can just, by the way, just like many other things, you can override it when you start young. You can train yourself to get over the motion sickness. But the zero G, that was it just worked. You had much more comfortable experience because your brain, as long as you don't like project players at 100 miles an hour, you could grab anything, any surface you could grab, and then push yourself like you would in space. So from that movement system, the whole game then emerged because it had to. Again, this is still a pioneer type of work. You're working in VR. It's early days, and you're experimenting. So
and this was also
2015.
Yeah, I was to say 5-6 years ago, so 7 years ago.
So, but one of the things that happened was at the beginning we were using controllers. So the movement worked and stuff, but you had to press a button and to grab. And when they came out with the touch controllers with at Facebook, at Oculus at the time, and we tried them and we hooked them up, and all of a sudden you could really grab. And there's no going back.
It's a revelation.
It just. So we quickly had a discussion. And we said, we're going to talk to them because the game was supposed to come with controller support as well. And so we said, we're going to talk to them. Let's not do the controller. I mean, even if you could just provide it as an option, you generally don't want to provide an option that kind of ruins the game.
Yeah.
Even if people say, oh, well, I'll play if I choose that way, but it still diminishes the experience to such an extent that you go, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like, ruining the experience on purpose just to give you an option to play the wrong way. Or I guess the wrong way is not the right word. And then I get quoted. And what's the right way?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, hold on. Say it one more time here. I just need to.
The way was not meant to be experienced.
This is a conversation that comes up with composers all the time, and the way that games let you change the music and sound effects. Yes, I have many opinions on this.
It's a judgment call, but in this case, we felt that the difference was so substantial that it would make no sense to even allow you to experience it that way. It would just be a different game. So now we have to talk to the publisher and just say, we decided that this game with a very narrow audience for this brand new platform that you're trying to push, we want to narrow the audience even more by eliminating a bunch of others. And normally when you do that, this is how it works. You go to the publisher, and the publisher goes, I don't know, we're going to have to discuss this, blah, blah, blah. And then you do a whole bunch of, whether it's meaningful or not, there's a whole back and forth that can go on for months where you pretend that you're going to do it anyway because you can't just. So I still remember that Ru and I went up and we were talking to Jason Rubin, for Oculus, and we went to meet him, and Ru had this whole thing prepared, to convince him.
Yeah.
And he goes there, we've been thinking, and we think that it's, he starts this emotional plea for not having the controller support, and Jason goes, yeah, okay, it's your game, do whatever. I go, what? He almost didn't register.
Can I give the presentation anyway? I worked really hard on it.
Yeah. Because honestly, they were in that mode where, you're the developer, you make the call. It's your game. You make the call. I trust. That's the whole partnership we talked about. Not your friends, but people that are there that have the same goal as you do, and they trust what you can do, and it goes both ways. So, and I think
that.
Yeah, no, it's the best way to make games, in my opinion. It's when you finally have that. And the game did two things that I thought were extremely daring, at least for the time. And by the way, non-echo, I didn't work on it, so I can take it. And even though, of course, I'm biased, it's my company, so it's an inherent thing. But I had another one of those moments. I mean, I was working on the formers and stuff, as you well know. And when they put that visor on me, I was like, this is something else. It's still to this day, for me, it's the most profound VR experience that I've ever had. It felt like something different.
Yeah, I relate.
One of the things that they did in the game, you play an android named Jack, who's voiced by Troy Baker. by the way. So imagine you're playing, you're the player, and your voice is Troy Baker's voice in your head. If that is not enough to have a good time, I don't know what is. And the other person, there's only one other character, at least in the first game, and the captain of the space station is Liv, and she's a human. So we have an artificial human with a player in VR with hands that can go anywhere, and with all the possible interactions, the player is completely free. And honestly, I thought that it was not going to be successful as an experiment to make a synthetic human in a VR game where it's all about immersion. This game is all about immersion. I told you that a lot of people that had played it would come back and say that they didn't feel like they played the game. They feel like they had a memory of living it. That's how deeply some people were affected. So it was so difficult to conceive that you could sell that illusion. It's all an illusion, right?
Yeah.
That's what games are. Because if you break it, it's all gone. The magic is gone, and you ruin the whole freaking thing.
Well, and in this case, if you also break it, you're also horribly ill, and there's a bunch of physical side effects beyond just the
But
immersion.
just having her not react in a way that feels, completes that fantasy world, that feels like it's plausible at the very least, it would have, especially because she plays a central role in later very emotional parts of the game. If you lose that illusion, if you lose that, the connection that a player has with this artificial character, it's over. The whole thing is not what it could have been. But they pulled it off. It's truly remarkable. And if you play the game, I highly suggest it. If you play one VR game this year, try it out.
I didn't work on it either, but I talk about it to people all the time as the thing. It was the game that made me, even just the prototype.
Yeah.
That wasn't even. It wasn't gameplay of the. It was just pure, sandbox of possibilities.
Yeah. There wasn't no Olivia when you played it.
There was nothing. It was just basically simulating the zero gravity environment.
Yeah, but when you step outside, and I think I'm at an age where I can safely say that I'm not going to go to space, in my lifetime.
No, I wouldn't count it out.
Yeah, especially not to Saturn. That's extremely
well, that might be. Yeah, we probably should have left already at the speeds.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but floating out there, in the middle of the mining station, and with Saturn right next to you, and you're floating in space, and
it was amazing.
It's quite a thing, and it's very different. Like I always said, I feel like it's a completely different medium than flat screen video games. It should be treated as such, just like touch screen gaming was a separate medium, and the best examples of entertainment titles on these different media were the ones that treated it as something different. It's the same thing in VR. I find the games that are, they're born not to be in VR, and they're born with the idea of being a controller game, and then gets shoehorned in there. It's never quite the same.
No,
at least not as exciting from an artistic perspective, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. There's a million thoughts that gives me, but I also just realized as we essentially run out the clock here, I don't want to sort of betray my promise of taking any questions and just letting that kind of drive us. So I'm pretty sure there's a microphone right here that is encouraged for any questions about
anything.
About anything, clearly. Obviously, careers and your career's about double the length of mine. I think, in games, but we've both been doing it for a little while. Don't leave us hanging. I consider it a review of being inherently uninteresting if no questions are inspired. So just know the feeling that you'll leave us with. And there we go.
There you go.
Yeah. What's up?
Hi.
I got a question about how was your workflow when you make music and sound effects for games? Oh, fuck, I can't speak. For games.
So,
do you use samples or any specific plugins or VSTs that's like...
Sure.
Yeah.
So, okay, there's a couple of questions mixed together there. In terms of workflow, first off, I don't really do sound effects. I'm not really a sound designer. There's two instances, I think, in my career where I've done what you could call sound effects. The first was my very, very first game, which was Flow. It was that game company's first game back in 2005 and 6. And that game, all of the sound is basically the music. So I did all the sound for the game, and I worked very closely with a guy named Paul Fox at Sony to kind of tighten the sound. But all the little creature noises and everything combined with the music underneath, it was all conceived of as one concept. The only other time I've done anything that you could label sound design was leapfrogging off of that. I did design the little singing that the player does in Journey. That was also, again, that was collaboration with Steve Johnson, who was the in-house sound designer at Sony. And we made the sounds together. It's kind of like exactly a collaboration where I took notes from the score and he combined them with birds and things like that, and we made those little sounds, and we worked out together what the kind of gameplay of that would be. So just setting that aside sort of for the record, workflow, I mean, part of the reason why I asked that question at the very beginning was that my workflow varies game by game by game in a way that I intentionally try to lean into. So, for example, some developers come along and they intentionally wait because they want the composer to react to a game that's not obviously finished, but in a pretty solid state where you can look at it and go, oh, okay, I see what this is supposed to be. It's very clear. And so you're coming in sort of at the last minute to provide music on a thing that already has a lot of art in it and, you know, story or whatever, mechanics fully fleshed out. And so, you know, in that way, it's kind of like scoring a film in a very superficial sense because you're looking at a finished product-ish and saying, oh, okay, I know exactly the kind of music that could really complement this. That's actually the most rare way of working in games because most of the time, it's more like on Deformers, for example, where our first conversation was, oh, you know, 10 years ago I saw this short film about physics on a moving platform, and it made me think a game could come from that, and we should start talking. And so there is no game. There's no like prototype or a build or something. It's just a conversation. And music inspired by initially just the idea in his head that he put over to mine, and then we start iterating back and forth. Journey was done that way. Genova Chen sat me down 3 days after Flower had come out and said, here's kind of what I'm picturing for the next game. And I wrote a little theme that day, which later was called Nascence and wasn't changed at all till forever. And that was just inspired by essentially his elevator pitch of the game. And then wrote music all through the process, including, you know, like working with Matt Nava, who was the art director at the time. You know, he and I would ping pong ideas back and forth, where, you know, he'd say, I'm kind of picturing like this scene where it could have a really striking sunset or whatever, and then I go and write a piece of music, and then he says, ooh, this gives me an idea of a way to do it, and I'm gonna really up the contrast, and before you know it, you know, they've made that scene where they're kind of moving in parallax through this tunnel, and there's the mountain and the striking sunset, and that sort of stuff just tumbled out of a back and forth, you know, a collaboration. So in terms of the pragmatic question, I mean, I don't know, I change my tech setup all the time. I don't have any one particular go-to samples. I like to make my own samples, and I try to never worry about that stuff because those are just means to an end. You know, to me it's like, if I like when I see an artist like Matt Nava drawing, I don't ask him what kind of pencil he's using. I don't mean to sound critical, but it's like, that's how I think of the tools. I just think of it as, you know, if you go to you know, like a Hans Zimmer or a John Williams, or any other of innumerable brilliant composers, you could give them literally anything to work with, and they'll find creative ways to make it great. That's always what I aspire to be as well. It's like, oh, my process doesn't depend on having all the coolest, shiniest equipment. I'll use whatever I can get. And Flow is a good example. I had no idea what I was doing on Flow. Same with Journey. Same with everything. I don't know what I'm doing right now. So yeah, hope that helps.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I just want to, you can hear me?
Yep.
Oh yeah, nice. I just want to say thank you for the talk. And I remember back when Deformers came out, it was really fun to play.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at that.
You're the one that bought it.
Yes.
We heard about you.
Or at least you got it for free. I apologize that it wasn't possible to play much.
I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
Played with my little sister. I completely crushed her.
Good.
I was also wondering if it was possible to get feedback from you guys of a game made earlier. If I could give you a link after.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Cool. So I'll see you after.
Yeah, we're lurking about.
Yeah, of course.
That's an easy question.
Yeah.
Yes, period.
Awesome.
this is a question for Austin. Sorry, this is very hard for me, but I just want to say, first of all, that it's very inspiring to stand in front of the person that inspired me to become a game artist. When I played Journey, the first time, it was a very magical experience, and I didn't even realize the first time I played it that I was playing with another person before after the game was finished, and that was just so incredible. I've never experienced anything like that. Again.
You sound just like me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, but my question is, as an environment artist, I was wondering if the environment in Journey is inspired by the music, or if the music is inspired by the environment, because I feel it fits like it complements each other in the game while you're playing.
Well, first off, thank you for those truly kind words. I wish I felt like whatever I could say would do justice to a comment like that. So please just, I hope my saying thank you comes even close to approximating how that feels. But in answer to your question, it's a bit of both. There's no question that Genova, the specific idea, environment in the broadest sense of a desert, was there before. That was there foundationally. So music did not inspire that, because Genova had this idea that because the game is meant to feel like you are connecting in earnest with another person, whether it's a surprise or not, he thought it would be of value to begin in an environment that is inherently sort of hostile, that even if you're not in danger, it's not like you can fail or die or there's some, like, you have to go look for food or something. Even just standing in a desert, as humans, we're wired to understand in a very deep way that this is not friendly to my form of life. Like, humans need a lot of intervening technology and clothing and things like that to survive a desert. We just understand that on a very primal level. So he knew that in order to help make it feel really cathartic when you meet somebody, let's put you in an environment that has you on edge, even if subconsciously. And so that was baked in before, like, that was an idea he had from the very, very start. But past that, the actual design was a lot of back and forth, where they would say, like, I'll never forget one example, just a very specific example, was the scene about 2/3 of the way through the game where you are going up this vertical kind of temple. I always thought it looked like a missile silo. But you're in this vertical column, and you reach the top, and then there's this cutscene. It's one of the few kind of quasi-lengthy cutscenes in the game where you see the full sort of experience of what you've gone through laid out in a big circular thing, and then it culminates with showing you what you're about to face in the form of this mountain. And I remember they showed me what was like a storyboard sketch of that scene. And I just kind of figured, oh, they're going to make something that's going to be really amazing and cool and powerful looking. And so I went and just thought, okay, I'm going to give this everything I've got musically, within the framework of Journey. Obviously, it can't be like suddenly we're bringing in giant epic. We can't do it kind of like we did 10 years later with big giant orchestra and stuff. It still had to feel like Journey, but it needed to rise and become pretty sufficiently emotional and bring the theme back, blah, blah, blah. So I wrote this piece of music, and then kind of as I delivered the piece of music, they got their first sort of working prototype of the visuals, and the visuals were really uninteresting. And I didn't want to say anything, so I remember I said, well, I think the music might be a little too over the top, because the music was telling a different story than the visuals were. The music was like, this is destiny and fate, and the visuals were instead being like, here are some facts about what you've gone through. And so I thought, it's my job to walk the music back. And so I said to Genova, I think, let me get you a new version. And he goes, actually, no, we need to do a new version. And he insisted on me not changing one note of the music and them using the music as the benchmark for the visuals. That's a very specific example of that happening in the game. There were lots of little like back and forth pull, where we definitely found it together. Because I had the benefit of working on it for 3 years. Like the little joke I always tell that's not a joke at all is I would write a piece of music, they would start to design around how that piece of music makes them feel within some very local area of the game. Then I'd play the build of that and realize, oh, the music I wrote could be so much more interesting because I see now what you're going for. So then I would write a new piece of music, and then they'd hear the new piece of music and go, ooh, this gives us new ideas. What if we tried this and this? So then they'd make a new sort of test build of the area. Then I'd play that and go, oh, the music is, no, that music sucks, fuck that, let's try something new. And we were like in this leapfrog until Sony finally knocks on the door and goes, is this game ever gonna fucking come out, or what's the problem here? 3 years of that, and I swear to God, we'd still be doing it to this day if they hadn't intervened and been the kind of adults in the room. So it's like, I say that jokingly, but kind of only, honestly, if I was still working on the game, I'd probably be happy. I loved it. I know that that game company, I later found out, was sort of stressed and going through hell. I didn't know that at the time. The benefit of being a freelancer, I guess, and a slight outside contractor who wasn't in there 24/7. But in my mind, it was just an incredibly positive, nonstop, good experience, and really having the opportunity to kind of influence each other in genuinely positive ways.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm afraid we'll have to leave.
I was just going to ask, yeah.
The questions there, but I'd just like to thank Austin and Andrea for such an open and insightful conversation. I think it was a great end to the day, so thank you so much,
No,
guys.
thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. We would have been doing this anyway.
So, thank you so much.
Bye.
That's the end of the first day of Konsoll. So thank you so much for joining us. We've got another wonderful day lined up tomorrow, but 8 o'clock tonight is the party at the Culture House. The address is in your program. So you'll actually be able to hang out with some of the speakers and ask all the questions that you might not have been able to ask for today. So thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow.